Hey, what's up, Record Kuna? Thank you much for the raid, mate. And hello and happy Monday to one and all the happier because you've come on by. How are we all doing on this fine beginning of the weekend? I'm sure it's miserable. You're realizing that there's a long week ahead of you, filled with perilous tasks and tediousness. But don't worry, we're here to make it feel a little bit better. With Midweek Muster. That's right, baby. Round of 16 ahead of us. Quarterfinals likely to be happening today as well. We got a nice mixture to get in. Likely we'll be looking to do half the bracket today and then half the bracket tomorrow. You know how it is. Some of the games are going to be recorded. Some of them are going to be live. A nice healthy mixture of the two. In fact, we should be looking at Numan versus Lash to begin with. And then we'll look to follow up with Kiljardi versus Kaiser. After which we should be able to hop live into Numan versus Myriad and then follow up with B versus Mahodo. So plenty of fun to come. And you feel tired after casting yesterday and today? No, not really. Don't really tend to get tired per se. I mean, the bigger risk is whether I'm going to get bored or not. If I see too many Pro Scouts games, I'm going to be bored. Thankfully, the games this weekend were hella entertaining. Even if they were 3-0s in most cases, they provided a lot of interesting approaches. See Damu in action yesterday versus Lash. It was a funny game if somebody saw it. Well, remember, whatever you do, don't spoil it, or I will hit you with a slipper. So, yes, Damu versus Lash we'll be catching for the recordings, but plenty of live series coming in as well. But, you know what? Let's waste no time. Let's get ready and let's get into it. Benny Boy's back for another midweek muster. It seems like Damu just can't stay away. Ladies and gents, welcome back. I just switched through every scene. I went a little bit crazy there. We got Deli up against English opening game here on Oasis. Yeah, this is a little bit of a rough one, right? Deli versus English. Deli just kind of feel good no matter where they match up against English at the moment. Especially in the current meta where like English got hard crippled by the Pro Scouts meta. It's probably one of the worst civs to try and go into it with. Meanwhile, Deli, you know, they aren't an S-tier civ at Pro Scouting, but they are reasonable, i.e. they get it for free and they get it over time. So curious to see what Lash is going to do to try to address this problem. I don't think a King's Palace build necessarily works. Possibly you could make it justified by going into Horseman, but more likely we're going to be looking at a Council Hall pull, which kind of doesn't inspire confidence either. Yeah, English is in a really weird spot, guys. Which is kind of a shocker compared to the last meta where they looked ridiculously broken, right? They were pretty much everywhere, but now they're a little bit underwhelmed. I'm going to use the 2x speed until we're a few minutes in, just because obviously we've got the openings for them setting up their gathering and just getting into feudal. Likely we're looking at the Dome of Faith versus a Council Hall here. I'm trying to convince myself a Council Hall, I don't know. Like, what do you get to do with it is the question you have to ask on a map like this. I mean, there's forward-facing berries, there's tree lines as well. Admittedly, you do have a quick rush direction towards your opponent's base, but for Lombos in particular, it feels like a really long walk to get out there. Represent the people that know virtually nothing about AO4. Wow, look at that. Britboy coming through. Our resident French speaker and free-for-alls who somehow rats his way to close to victory. There'll only be one winner here, though. Dome of Faith is coming through. Lash's timing is slower? Quite a bit slow, right? Yeah, he's gathering too much gold. That's interesting. I mean, unless you want to rush into, say, Wood Tech, double Broadaxe can maybe make sense. No. So it is going to be out of your Kings. Is this a macro for a fast castle? 3 on gold feels like you're trending in that direction, right? There's no reason to have this many on gold as English this early on. So curious to see what he's got in mind, but with Abbey of Kings, he is likely thinking about that Horseman build, but I think instead we've probably got, dare I say, English Pro Scouts. It's the only thing that would make sense of 3 on gold right now, because I don't think FC works here against Deli. We'll find out shortly. The mill's coming in. This could just be for the farms, right? But if it was for the farms, you would have added them in already. I think we've got English Pro Scouts. No. Okay, thank God. Whew. Oof, we can breathe a sigh of relief. It is just going to be the horseman spamming build. I was so worried for him there. I mean, I don't think you can do English pro scouts into Deli. It's way too slow. Like, you just get blocked off the map by Ghazi, spam and spam. And it is going to be the Ghazi opening from Dimmu. Pro scouts has already been queued up. Already 2 minutes out from being complete. I guess for Lash, he's just kind of looking at this, and maybe this just feels like a draft loss, at least in game 1, right? So from that perspective, like, you just kind of punt it and see if you can survive more than anything else. Ghazi are coming out. Predictions? We'll have predictions for some series today, yes. So Horseman Spam is already on the way. Now, in theory, Horseman Spam can beat Ghazi Spam with the correct micro. The whole idea is that you want to poke, pull away, poke, pull away. Ever since we saw Deli move towards the Dome of Faith build, I think it has got harder to do that because they have all these scholars that can also heal them in return, right? So this efficient healing aura that you get as English kind of loses some spark, some value when your opponent also has access to it. In fairness, though, like, going Horseman's probably his only success route. Oh, there you go. I didn't even notice that. Because of the green on green. That's why he was so slow. I was looking at the minimap and couldn't see it at first. Lash actually went for a dock in one of the ponds. Interesting idea. Unfortunately, already running into issues. The Ghazi have revealed it. And he should be kind of zerging over in that direction, right? And this is where it gets a little bit tricky for Lash. Yeah, archery rangers are coming in. My concern here is, you know, your comp is about to feel quite slow. Longbows do slow you down quite a bit. Admittedly, the spinmen kind of mirror that for the Deli, but the Longbows are the extreme variety, right? And Pro Scouts is about to complete. And, you know, this is the thing, like, this is a terrible map for Pro Scouts, but for Deli, because you get it for free, it's a nice little bonus with only 12 deer on the map. Nobody else is realistically going to contest you in that department. You know, Sacred Sites going up uncontested here. Well, one of them anyway. Dimmu may have slightly got the units mixed up over here. Yeah. Luckily for him, the king might be about to remind him as they are showing up towards the Sacred Site now. Yeah, so nice little shuffle on. We'll be able to move across to the heel. Look at the target fire down, preferably on the spearman, but not able to get it at all. No, because if you don't remove the spearman, there's more risk that you end up losing your troopers here. So Horseman Spam's going to continue for the time being. Lash is trying to move out north side, but there's already spearmen here as well. And without the king, you could easily lose this fight. In fact, you should lose this fight. Yeah, Spear's going to turn around. That means he has to run off. Wait, Lash? Yeah, I hope he's not thinking of turning around there. You can't kill the scholar. Alright, I for one would wholly be on board with Deli's piety getting moved to age 2. It's crazy that you can have this ready to go so early on in the game. Like, getting extra 40 HP, me and Crackley were talking about this on the broadcast yesterday. It's a subtle, ludicrous element of Deli. When you combine all these different pieces together, you get the real reason why Deli looks so obnoxiously over the top. Bone-free coming on the dock on the south side. We do have archers building, but Lash can't really bring them out. If he rushes them out, trickles them out rather, he's just going to lose them all. It looks like he's macroing for castle. Interesting choice. Ghazi's going to get targeted down. Does bring one of them down. You know what? Like, in a weird way, I want to believe. The problem is, it's not as if Dimmu is investing back into army. He's also saving for castle. Right? This is the tricky part in my mind. It's like, Lash, you know, the idea of rushing castle here now isn't the craziest, per se. But your opponent is going to have the Sacred Sites walled in if you do it. On top of that, he's going to mirror the castle play. This is pretty hard. What do you guys think you're meant to do as English here to solve the Deli issue? Because I feel like this has been the big one plaguing English for a while, right? Especially the Dome of Faith build. It used to be before with Tower Victory, you know, maybe you kind of out-micro and you survive the early engagements and you feel good about the game. But now, with the Dome of Faith meta, it feels as if you can't just wait to outscale your opponent, right? You can't just wait to out-survive them because they have a great scaling point themselves. In fact, you're about to see that. Dimmu is about to pull the trigger on a House of Learning. I think there's only play for English versus Deli. Yeah, but I think it got muddied when he added in longbows as well, right? Like, it completely slowed his maneuverability out into the map. He hasn't moved out of his base at all. He's just been sitting here. Like, when you look at the longbow force here, you just have to envision this as dead weight, right? Like, he's built 12 lombos, none of them left the base. 12 lombos equates a cost of 1,080 resources, right? Then you add in the arch range as well, so you're up at, what, 1,230 resources? Hell, you could add a tech. That's almost everything you need to go Castle Age. Now, you could argue that maybe Dimmu would dive him if he'd done that, but I disagree. I don't think Dimmu is in a position to dive him with what he's done. Tech out comes out. Ghazi already making sure that Lash is pinned at home and keeping him honest. I mean, the revelation that there's that many lombos has to just be a blessing for Dimmu. There's Lash in a pretty sticky predicament here. Really lacks the tools to catch up fast. I mean, look at the food income. He exhausted all the sheep, right? And he's only got, like, shoreline fishing over here. Dock isn't going to last much longer. That's going to be lost. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking. 7.5 minutes to go. I mean, Dimmu, I don't want to say he should, but he's in such a strong position, you could even just rush Imperial. Where is the elephant? You don't need one. All right, now. Lash hasn't given you a reason, right? Dimmu, he's going to start stockpiling into the men-at-arms. Lash, I mean, credit to him, he's at least trying to contest. Becomes very difficult when you don't bring the lombos with you, at least in the correct formation. Luckily, he doesn't lose the king, but what's his target point here, right? Like, what are you looking to connect with? You could try to dive the economy. In theory, it's taken so long that Dimmu should have a handful of men-at-arms already. He was lackluster, actually. He was holding a lot of resources in reserve for no good reason. Seems like he was waiting to see what Lash wanted to do. I think if Lash had chosen just greed and teching, likely we would have seen Dimmu also choose greed. But because he's now seeing Lash go with all-in, Dimmu is able to react in a knee-jerk fashion with Lance and men-at-arms. And the crazy thing is, due to the military efficiency, doubling the production, he's able to get away with this type of timing where other civs would get punished. Lance is already starting to move in. Spear count, there's only 6 of them on the front line. And arms laid in as well. I mean, the target fire doesn't really seem to be there. Lash, a few of the spears switched over to the MAA. Armor's gonna get chased away, and this is breakpoint. This is exactly where you know it's about to all fall apart, when you have to reinvest again in the feudal age. An age that you can't really afford to be a part of anymore here. Dimmu, there's only one relic left to grab. That one now he's going to have access to, right? So we're talking about 5 relic game. Sacred Site time is still ticking. Yeah, this just didn't really come together for Lash. This is the type of game that I feel like if you have it, you're scratching your head and then afterwards probably organizing some scrims where you just practice English versus Deli, right? Because it's a perplexing matchup. Right? It feels like there's not many options available to English. He tried to get creative with the fishing. Like, credit to him, right? That was definitely an intriguing idea. Just felt like it didn't really return value quick enough, not against a civ like Deli. Like, you have to keep in mind, by going for the fishing, you make yourself stronger down the line, but what you do is you cripple your timing around the sacred sites, which is exactly what Deli need to make this fast castle happen. This stage should just be a matter of moments before Lash processes the L. I mean, the Lombos are doing okay to defend this. Right, he has got the steeled arrow, so in fairness, he is doing 2 damage. The undermesh isn't in yet, i.e. level 2. Level 2 ranged armor is coming in 1 minute's time. Gosh, I mean, the other worrisome part is, where do you put the inevitable white tower here? Because you've kind of blocked all the good positions with your farms. I think Dimmu needs to slow down just a tiny bit here. Right, like, you've exhausted your opponent, you pushed him in his base, you've idled the gold. Just wait for a small wave and come in again. The problem for Lash is, yeah, he's having to take risks like this on the gold. White tower drop in base. Man, I don't think Lash is in a position to drop a white tower in his own base, let alone the enemies. What he needs is to phone Dimmu's partner and just say, can you bring Asta in right now? Maybe just distract him for a few minutes. I need some time. Oh, need a lot more time now. Ranged armor 2 should be kicking in. Yep, right now. So those Lombos just lost half their firepower. Lash, credit to him, man. He is finding the resources for attack. I mean, it's weird because you look at it and he hasn't lost much, right? Like, in terms of eco, he's still looking good. He's got the farms up. He goes King's Palace, though. I can kind of see the logic here is, like, you need to have scalability against Deli now that they've got 5 relics and 2 sacred sites. But in fairness to him, he did at least decap the sacred site. But we've got keep drops on both of them now. So while you're building a 2 TC play, Dumu is now building a delayed 3 TC play, right? And with 13 scholars, it's not going to take long to get his hands on village fortresses. Oh, man. And these men-at-arms, like, it's the difference it makes, right? Like, you could argue English longbows can hold longer against the men-at-arms spam than other civs because of the extra 1 damage, but you're seeing that his time has passed now, right? He barely puts a dent on these bad boys. And without a white tower, you don't have a quick way of now mopping up this fleet of men-at-arms that are flocking towards your base. So he might make it to Castle Age. He makes it there just in time to make it back to the main menu screen. Oof. Rough start. All right, so sorry, just sent a message quickly. So game 1 for Dimu. Game 2, HRE versus Chinese. This matchup looked pretty damn good for HRE in the weekend, actually. This could be beneficial to Lash. I mean, the fact he got HRE and Roos in the draft is kind of crazy. A little bit surprised he didn't try for Roos on Oases. We haven't seen too many people punt into that. The Hunting Cabins, in theory, seems like a good strat, but I think that only matters in the mid-late game, and like, for the other game, you only need your initial tree line to make Hunting Cabins good, right? Alright. There may be hope for little old Lash here. HRE versus Chinese, a matchup that we saw multiple times on the weekend in EGC. We saw it between Puppy Paw and Vortex. We saw it between Louis and Beastie, and both times, HRE looked pretty damn dominant. Surely this is the upside for him. With Dumi being on the Chinese, Lash should in theory have some favorability here. He is going to be going for the Rax opening, a popular play for the HRE, especially against the Chinese right now, due to the no IO opening, where they're going to put a lot more pressure on getting the gold in time. And if Dumu doesn't scout this play, he could find himself a little gold staff going into the Age. Unfortunately for Lash, Ben got the perfect spawn to not worry. This is ridiculous. Look at the placement right now. The Spearmen have to run all the way past the tree line, round to the back of the gold. We're on 2x speed right now. Much ado isn't quite that quick. But the problem here now is with just 1 Spearman in position at this stage, Dumu should have enough time to get the resources. He'll have to pull a villager or 2 back. And wait, okay, no, he doesn't even bother. I was about to say, he could have actually walked 2 additionals out. Typically, guys, the counterplay, when you see that you're being Dark Age rushed as Chinese, the play is to pull 3 villages, possibly 4, depending on your gold placement. Dumu on a delay is just going to pull 6 in. That's going to mostly get the gold required. He actually gets the shivs out and baits him in range of the TC. So we are going to be seeing get the resource required. Remember, you only need 35 gold for that first Imperial Official. Once you have 1, every other part of this play sucks. Right? Like, this Civ is very, very difficult to Dark Age rush. Yeah, it's kind of harsh, right? Like, Imperial Academy really changed the meta. You could argue that Barbican, when it used to be Barbican first, would always secure the gold, but at the same time, like, when you go Barbican first, you haven't inflated your economy, right? When you go Imperial Academy first, you have directly inflated your economy. Immediately straight away, you've already discounted the cost of your Imperial Officials by 30%, which is huge. And then on top of that, you have a way of getting those Imperial Officials without sacrificing villager production. It's insane how good Academy is. Not to mention the taxation, which now means you don't even have to care about the gold. Like, we're talking about already 65 gold waiting to be picked up here, and more to come. Even yoinks what's in the mining camp. The interesting part is that Dumu's staying on the gold, but you can see this is because he's going for a very desirable timing for Pro Scouts. Meanwhile, the Arkan Chapel placement looks good. We have got wood and gold. The problem I'm going to see here is, like, you've delayed your Pro Scouts play yourself, right? Like, Lash is ready with the resources. It's just the tech speed isn't exactly great here, and he still needs to place a mill as well. That's the trade-off, right? And that's why it's important that when you go for this Spearman opening, you do some sort of damage that forces a delay. Because without that, you just end up in an awkward situation where you won't have enough wood. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Lash, yeah, he realizes it as well. I don't know what that was a knee-jerk reaction. He sent 7 villagers to the north side tree line, only to walk them back. That's a huge suboptimal play in the early game, right? That's going to have a ripple effect because Pro Scouts is already in for Dimmu. Lash is now a minute out. He also needs to rush onto the tree line now to get the resources necessary for the stables. And this is the point in the game where if you're Lash, you start to question, was it even worth going for that Rax? In theory, the Rax can be good because you can now follow it up with additional spearmen to block the Pro Scouts play. In practice, though, because you're so delayed on getting your stables, it's going to be a struggle to get the spearman spam quick enough here. Especially with the fact that Dimmu already has extra scouts on the way. Yeah, and especially with this type of spawn, right? Both of them north side means if you actually had, say, 5 spears at the beginning, you have a blocker play, right? But the reality check is he lost, what, 2 spearmen, I believe it was? Maybe 3 to the TC. And that means that right now, Lash isn't in a good position to stop any deer gathering here. He will at least try to snatch some away from his opponent. The tough part is you can't really rush into Pro Scouts with Mass Scouts the way that China can, right? With Supervision, they can get us out so much quicker. Byzantine still being banned in this Pro Scouts meta is interesting. I don't think they are that good. They can play blocker to certain civs that were Pro Scouts, potentially. I think that's the big logic there. Also, some maps can make sense to them. I don't think we had one in this series that was particularly like high value to the insane degree. Oases, Dry Arabia, Rocky River. I mean, maybe there's some build that people have in mind on Oases. We have seen 1 or 2 Byzantine picks there already. Most notably, Cat was able to dominate with his pick. We had that show match between Lash and Numan, where Lash's poor little Japanese looked non-existent. Spinning now moving out from Dimmu. So the tricky thing here is, like, if this was a widespread map, you'd favor HRE for the spear spam because they have maneuverability, right? But if you're talking about a linear fight, production speed is what matters, right? And that's where Dimmu will have an edge. Admittedly, not in this fight, courtesy of the Wolf assisting. He has got extra spears moving over now to block Lash's presumed second grab of deer, the one closest to his base. Definitely ambitious. What do you guys reckon? 1s if you think that Lash should win this game. 2s if you think that Dimmu should. I mean, on paper, HRE should be pretty favored, but the way it's playing out is a bit more disadvantageous. Like, we haven't got this kind of surge timing to attack into the enemy base. It's not like he's added in archers with spears. He's just trying to mirror Pro Scouts. Dimmu is taking a very interesting line as well. Typically, China's seen as the defender here, where they'll try to mass more scouts to get more deer faster. Instead, what you have is Lash being the one massing more scouts, and Dimmu is just going for full spear block. So he's playing blocker here, which is admittedly meant to be harder for China due to the movement speed. Credit to him, though. His spear's already proving to be a little bit of a nuisance. Dimmu hasn't switched targets yet, so it looks like his spearmen are going to lose out here. Just have to pull away. The north side spears should be looking good, right? I don't see a world in which the scouts get out there. So we could be looking at, like, what, 2.5 deer stacks for Dimmu, if not more. Your prime isn't available tomorrow? This is why you just got to know to use the primes here. We've been doing these now since November? Come on. You know where it's at. Xbox Instagram. We do have an Instagram. I'm pretty sure it's attached in the panels below. So what's the Alpha Lash? It looks like he's going for the mass men at arms strategy. It's interesting. It can work. It's not. Oh, if you search Killer Pigeon Instagram, it should come up. I'll add that later. Totally forgot to. Yeah, it should be the first one that comes up. Spearmen are just lose. Like, not gonna lose this fight though, right? Oh no, Lash. Dude, he's just getting zerged. Are you kidding me with his timing? Guys, come on. Like, I don't think there's any other Civ in the game so frequently that I just look up and go, wait, they're going Castle Age already? Imperial Palace is coming in pre-10 minutes after he spam spears, went pro scout. Like, HRE can't even match this time. Admittedly, maybe if he didn't add in the farms, right? I think Lash hurt his own timing a little here. It is just kind of ludicrous how quick this switch comes in. And once again, to reiterate, a lot of that is due to that taxation. The taxation enabled it big time. Yeah, there you go. There's my Insta. Everyone go follow. Need to figure out some more content to do on that, actually. We might look to start using it for getting more gaming content. Historically, I've only used it for, like, event photos and RL photos. I'm not sure, though. Not sure what people want as my ugly mug. Okay, so Lash is now going archers after his opponent went Castle Age. This is a bit catastrophic. I guess he feels like he needs to answer the spam right now. But this means you can't race relics, right? I mean, he's saving up. This is clearly going to be a Regnitz, but Dimu is switched on, man. He's supervising the monastery. So that means Monk's coming out every 12 seconds. AKA Monk S HRE. Because that means that Dimu is going to be barreling for these free relics located in the center of the map. And on the current trajectory path, Lash is not really in a position to conflict. Yeah, I'm still surprised Lash didn't go archers here. I think, like, the solid play, there was two approaches with HRE in this kind of meta, which was spears and horsemen, or spears and archers. You could argue spears and archers is weird into the potentials you can do, but, like, your opponent has gone spears already, right? Like, you're justified in the play. And there's also archers, especially with marching drills, are a pretty good blocker to pro scouts, right? Good gunners to take them down. Well, I tell you what, if we keep growing, maybe we'll consider some merch. I've been thinking about ideas for it. Don't want to get ahead of myself, though. Don't want to be that guy who's like, releases a merch line and then one person buys. You're like, Oy. Lash might be at risk of being released from the sweet, sweet grips of life, though. The Lancers are in on the tree line. It's only 2 worker kills, but this is going to start stockpiling. Lash is trying to get the crossbowman out, but the positioning is not ideal here. Lancers could just hunt those 2 down. Instead, it looks like he's going to let them go. Okay, so Dimu not really chasing as deep as he could. I think he doesn't realize just how far ahead he is right now. He's happy and content to just try and absorb the relics. In fairness, though, Lash has done the unexpected. He has a second relic coming home. Whether it's going to get home is an entirely different question. It's not going to get home. It might get home? Oh, he's actually getting it around. So there might be hope for Lash here. I say there might, but like the reality is, it's now 5 worker losses. Your opponent is on song, so you have got some big issues to overcome. But getting a second relic home is definitely a step in the right direction. The scary part, though, is that Dimu, yep, Baldy boy here, has been playing a bit too much Shuji. He loves the Yuan Dynasty. We already have him switching up to drop those free relics in and get a much better return on investment than the Regnitz. The Regnitz is going to generate 160 gold per relic bank. Going for the Pagoda is going to generate about, I think it's 262 resources per relic. It is insane how much better Pagodas are than Regnitz. Oh my god, Lash has free food. This is brutal, man. I don't know, I feel as if this was a longer series, Lash might be on the verge of just calling it and going next game. I mean, no, probably not, because he can't see how like brutal this is, right? He's probably still hoping he's going to get relics, and no, he got denied on the second. Houston, we may have many problems at this point. I'm just scratching my head trying to think what you do as Lash here. I mean, you could just gamble on the Imperial play, right? Realistically, it's so hard to achieve now with how small your economy is. Like, Dimu actually might reach Imperial first. I'm getting flashbacks to a game between Lash and Dimu on Coastal Cliffs. And where that game, if anyone remembers watching that, the best way I can describe it to you is it's like he was playing with his food. Right? Because that's what I'm seeing here. From this position, Dumu could just mess around a little. I'm not saying, you know, he doesn't take him seriously, but I'm saying the lead is that big. That he's in a position where you can kind of just rub your hands together and say, all right, let's have some fun with it. Maybe finally have a game, first in a long time in 1v1, that Fire Lancers win it. Dare I say. He has got second TC coming in, so yeah, he's going to look to play it safe. And there's the pagodas. Look at this, guys. 62 food, 62 wood, 100 gold, 25 stone. And I think, by the way, I actually think it's 62.5. So this is 125 resources, 25 there, 250 resources per pagoda drop. 750 passive resources generated. Reminder that, like, let's say you get 3 relics in the Regnits, that's going to be, what, 480 resources passively. Not even close. If you get 5 relics as HRE, you will passively generate 800 gold. Right? So you need to get all the relics to beat 3 relics in pagodas. Now, admittedly, yes, this is locked behind you needing Yuan, which means you have to pay an additional 1,800 resources compared to the regular play. But still. Absolutely crazy. So we've got 30 TC coming in. I mean, okay, is it crazy to suggest that pagodas should be locked behind Imperial Age? I'll check myself at the door if that's unreasonable. But like, when you think about the maths involved, am I crazy to suggest that pagodas should be an Imperial unlock? Right, so once you have Ming. Because here's the thing, right? You could argue, well, KP, at that stage in the game, like, what is the value of food, wood, and a tiny sliver of stone? But, like, it's even inflating your gold still, right? It's not like it's leaving the gold at 80. You're getting an extra 25% gold as well. And that is indeed free TC. We are getting the hunker down and chill mode from Dimu. He's about to have some fun with Lash. In fairness, though, Lash does have a catch-up opportunity here. We mentioned the idea of just hunkering down and rushing Imperial. He's going to get it. It almost feels as if Lash all chat typed to Dimu and said, can you back off and give me a chance? Because, in fairness, this game would have been over if Dimu committed. I don't think he needed to just hunker down like this. You could say from his position it's a safe play, right? He got 4 of the 5 relics on the map. He's got pagodas online. He's got a better overall economy, right? So it's not like doing this has left him weak per se. And also, because he went free TC, he'll contest the Pulse of Swabi play reasonably well, right? Like, this thing is still 3 additional TC, so it's 4 TC versus 3. But it's in a game where Dimu has a 20 eco lead already. So that little raid group is going to get cut off here. So, Lash is going to reach Imperial first, but the difference isn't going to be noticeable, right? Dimu, like, he's actually just full stone all in the map. Oh, this guy is having way too much fun with this. So, I love me some Ben, right? Ben's an entertaining fella to watch. But every once in a while, when he makes this type of choice, when he's like that confident he's ahead, far enough ahead in a game like this, am I the only one that just really eagerly wants to see his opponent come back? You know? There's nothing spiteful about it. It's just like, it's almost as if, you know, you play with your food a little bit too long, you might become the food. Right? It reminds me of the rat from Doom Patrol. No way a rat should be able to beat a robot, right? But when you don't expect it. Why didn't Lash produce units? How would he? Right? He was already a mile behind. He had to go Imperial. And now he needs to get the production going to get the pump out. This is going to be a rough one, though. Men-at-Arms spam. Great Wall Gatehouse is on the way. That is one of the sneakiest Great Wall Gatehouses I think I've ever seen. Oh my god. He's literally just embedded it in the tree line. Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. And remember, this is Lash's gold, right? So there's a big risk that later on in the game, he rushes out with a lot of villagers because he only has one relic, and then gets massacred instantly by the Great Wall Gatehouse. We'll have to keep an eye on this. It could become a pivotal moment in the game. Oh my dear God. All right, predictions. Get your numbers in for how many tiles of stone wall Dumu will have. How many do you think he's got? It's ridiculous. But remember, he hasn't built a single palisade wall in this game. He also has granary farms coming in. Perfect area to set them up in as well. You can basically just L-shape them around the TC. This is, oh my God, it's 40. This is the most chill Chinese game I think I've ever seen in Conk. And he has indeed built a stone wall tower. No. Is anyone else getting this uneasy feeling that he's forcing him towards the big gold? Like, if you just build another stone wall tower here, Lash will panic, knee-jerk react, and go south, right? He has immediately got the gold down here, which is safe. I want to see this. It's cruel to Lash, but I actually want to see this pan out. I want to see the 20 villager pull into the big gold vein and the absolute bloodbath that follows, right? Like, you can already imagine it. And remember, it's not like a Nestor Beast shot, right? The villagers won't survive it. The Great Wall Gatehouse is vicious. It never got nerfed like the Nestor Beast did. Some people might be wondering, like, why did Dumu not just end the game when he could have? I'd argue, like, in his eyes, the game is already over. But he has more to lose than gain, and there's the reveal. He has more to lose than gain by full all-inning, potentially. And more important than that, like, we've seen Lash has these games where it's very blatantly over. Bar a miracle 1% chance run. Right? Like the Coastal Cliffs Byzantine GG game. And Lash doesn't GG. So Dumu, in this position, has just been like, okay, I'll take everything then. I'll play it safe. We'll roll this one out, and we'll see where the route is to success for you. Lash needs crossbows, a lot of them. I think he's probably more worried about the potential for like mass horsemen in the late game from China, right? Like going men at arms works because you can counter the PG as well. I mean, not fully, right? But the thing you have to keep in mind is crossbows wouldn't do any better from the mirroring potential. Like the movement speed difference is huge. It's like crossbows don't really solve your problem, right? You'll still get kited. Really, what Lash needs is stone walls. And he doesn't have them. Everything's just so fast. So we'll be able to raid in. Cannon placements are going to start walloping, so Dumu might want to take a chill pill here. And we do have some stonewall intents from Lash. Some very interesting stonewalls. Okay, yeah, so I think he was going to prep one over the gold, but because the Nestor Bees placements got revealed... Oh no, is that really in range? Oh no. He's going to have to stonewall wider. Like, there's no way that you get this wall up without dying, surely. Reeler's coming in. Shots are flying again. Oh, this is going to be a bit tight. More villagers are being pulled. Ring Rose in the meantime, but he did pin a few, but the movement speed difference is just huge here. Okay, so he is going to get the wall up. He has to rush all the villagers for that one slab. And should mostly get away undead. Okay, a few of them are zombies now. Is Dumu just going to go for a wonder? I think we might have wonder play. Oh boy. So last time we watched a Dimmu Lash game like this, we talked to Duo, and what he was doing is he was like sitting there with Asta saying, and now we're going to do all the boardmen. And now we're like, he basically went through all the Juji, showing off all the units. I don't think Asta's sitting there this time. I don't think a kid would be as amazed at, and now we're going to build a really, really expensive building. That to a kid that just wants to see giant explosions of fun doesn't mean anything. So it's looking like Dimmu will make it through to quarterfinals. It's going to be either Kiljardi or Kaiser Johan that's going to end up matching up against him. Last week it was Johan. Ended up being a 3-0, admittedly quite one-sided. Kiljardi in this weekend, though, this week rather. I mean, if Johan can beat Kiljardi, Dimmu's going to have to wake up. Right? Because Kiljardi's definitely no pushover. On the ladder, I'm not sure what the win rate is between Dimmu and Kiljardi. I want to say it's not completely just a wash, though. Especially more recent Kiljardi. Maybe like historically, yes, Kiljardi does bad. In more recent times, I feel as if his playstyle works decently into Dimmu and has been improving rampantly. But we have Fire Lancers. Okay, I think Asta just walked in the room. It's like, now Daddy's going to show you who the Daddy is. Oh, no. Yeah, and Fortification isn't going to protect you long enough there. Fire Lancer's just too effective. We called it. We asked for it. We're like, you know, is this the game? Is this a competitive game where Fire Lancers win? You never see them anymore. This unit is a meme. I mean, this could easily be the one. He just has so much control. But in fairness, it's not just going to be Fire Lancers, right? Serpentine Powder's already been prepped. Is there really anything left to get on the University? There's some options here, right? He's got double University as well, funnily enough. Fire Lancers again. Oh my God. Now, usually Palace of Swabia feels almost impossible to stop because it just produces too many villages. But what if there was a cavalry Landsknechter? I think that might change things a little. Oh, God, again! I mean, it's almost like the walls helped him, right? It stopped long enough that he was able to get the recharge for another shot. Plus side is hitting your farms. Like Lash, the good news for him is that the villages are split up. You shouldn't lose like 10 of them in 2 seconds. The bad news is you need food. You need a lot of food here. Oh God, and he's finding the idle tree line. just leave. Just surrender the game. Is this the biggest stomp between two pro-level players in AoE4 we've had in Midweek Muster? I'm not sure, because I think the biggest stomp is still that Juji Byzantine game between Lash and Dimmu. Like, we've seen bigger stomps between, you know, amateurs and pros, right? In the Midweek Muster. But for like a round of 16 series, this is pretty one-sided. Game 1, there was at least a competitive plan. But game 2 is just him toying, man. He's raiding and killing while also building the wonder. I can't believe this. Some players might have all chat typed to Lash asking questions by now. Good guy Dimmu lets his plays do the speaking. Oh, God. And in some ways, you've got to respect the resilience to not just give up. Part of me wonders how much of this is like, yeah, I can win this still, versus, well, I mean, it's a Dimmu Lash game. Everyone's going to tune the stream to watch this, you know? At this stage, I think Lash would probably just be taking ideas from the chat. All right, chat, what do you think we should do? What should we build to counter Dimmu? Ironically, Dimmu could have been doing the same thing. We have proxy racks attempts here, but you still need to get through the walls as well. And what's up, Pit Big? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. It's renewal time. It's the start of the month, so you got them. Spend them. Bring the laser beam guy. Ooh, that's a good idea. However, keep in mind, Dimmu is used to having to experience those cheats, remember. He was part of that Red Bull Warlord Legacy cheat show match where Krazzini was lingering on the side, griefing both him and I believe, was it Kapoch? I think Kapoch was the other one they had for that. You know, come to think of it, I like the idea of a mod that does the fire cheat thing. You guys remember that cheat that like sets everyone's buildings on fire temporarily and you have to repair them to stop it? I kind of like the idea of that as a mod for like a small tournament for a weekend or something. I think that would be incredible. Hell to play, right? Like, oh my god, all these things are on fire, but would be incredibly entertaining to watch and see how players adjust and adapt to it. Oh no, dude, no. He mined his way forcibly through it so he could gate it off. I can't believe this. He's just completely ruined the wall plans. This man loves his walls more than most. Oh, the fire... No, this is like the quickest way to lose what little remains. Remember, fire lancers will eat you up faster when you're stacked on top of each other. Oh, God. It's quite comical how quickly fire lancers go from looking good to bad the moment you get textiles, but still. Something, there's no shame in GGing, etc., etc. Actually, no, there might be shame. I think we're at the stage now where, like, I don't know if you call it embarrassing, but this is like, we've gone beyond, ah, damn, I lost this, GG, well played, to, how do I beat this piece of crap? Like, how do I get revenge on this? I've spent half an hour of my life with this. I need to make him choke on his own chuckles, but there won't be a way. GG gets called 2-0. A demoralizing defeat for Lash. Oh my god, what a game. What a game. That was incredibly entertaining. Okay, so next up, guys, we're going to check on the other side of this part of the bracket. Because now, Duma will go up against either Kiljardi or Kaiser Johan. So we're going to watch the Kiljardi vs Kaiser Johan series. And then after that, we will look to check in on Numan versus Myriad and B versus Mahodo. Those two series are going to be happening afterwards, okay? Why is it always Duma vs Lash? I mean, it's eventually always going to be Duma vs Lash, right? If you go through the brackets. It could always be them. It comes down to the players that sign up. All right, like we have some variance in the way that like the seeds work per se. It doesn't guarantee complete differences all the time, but you can get differences in matchups for sure. We've seen people kind of switch through a bit already. So let me get game number 1 ready though, because we are going to be going into Kiljardi versus Kaiser Johan to see which one's going to be up against Dumu. Maps are going to be Dry Arabia, Pigeon's View, and of course Start Map Oases. So let me just type them in. Guys, the draft as well. Okay. Interesting opening game as well. Because we've got Malians versus Deli. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. This is going to be a fun one. This matchup, until very recently, was assumed to always be Deli favored. But now, with the Pro Scouts meta, there is a fair argument that Marlins don't have to square up to you in a losing fashion. They can blob, blob, blob out of control. Now, that is for most maps, but this is where things get interesting. In Midweek Muster number 12, our default map is Oases, a map where Pro Scouts is not in abundancy, and therefore, the mass units into Farimba play is not as potent. There is only 12 deer in total on this map for you to try and pull back home. It doesn't offer up that much value. In fact, you could argue the person who's going to be getting Pro Scouts here is only going to be the Deli. So curious to see what Johan's solution is going to be. This is the map that does have fishing, and admittedly, Marlins do manage to get gold out of fishing as well. The tricky part is the investment is slow to return, right? It's shoreline fish, not deep water, so putting your fishing boats in a little bit tricky. We've also been getting some feedback about maybe a slight increase to the size of the ponds, because sometimes it can be difficult to guarantee that you can get a dock in without deleting valuable fish here. Even just deleting one of these would take away a third of the food on offer. How does Johan want to approach this one? I mean, obviously, Mansa, beginning, you shouldn't need to go for a Saharan. Double Sacred Site is going to force you onto the map. I'm wondering, like, you know, the way that we saw the Deli play out with Deli Marlins between Beastie and Marino just the other day, it's very much a situation where actually Marino was on the Marlins able to ego chow the quantity of what the Deli had, right? And I think a big part of why you can do that right now is the Dome of Faith build. Compared to the Tower of Victory, right? Your units just don't have the ability to even remotely efficiently trade one-to-one. Feels very one-sided in that regard. One thing I am thinking here, potentially for Deli, is just Spear Ghazi massing, right? Like, Marlins realistically going to try to get into Javelins and Donzos, and you could argue they go Archers instead, but that at least weakens their hand for, like, a Farimba timing. Then again, you know, I'm probably overthinking this as if we are playing a Pro Scouts map. The realistic expectation here is that your opponent has to go Ranchers, and that is inherently advantageous for Kiljardi. And what is up, Craven? Me getting subs is also advantageous. Thank you very much for equipping Baltoon with the tools he needs to watch all these games uninterrupted by ads, so that he looks and goes, man, I should sign up for these. These look like they're a lot of fun. I'm going to do the 2x speed just so we can get to the Feudal Age, by the way. Oh, wait. He actually went Tower of Victory. Okay, you have firmly got my attention now, sir. I don't think this is entirely necessary with this particular map, but like, this is an idea to counter out the Pro Scouts meta into mass Farimba units. Makes sense on other maps. For this map in particular, you shouldn't really be paranoid about that. But TOV is going to be. This used to be the meta all the time. I feel like now our jaws drop a little bit when we see it. It's so rare. There's only a few matchups where you can make sense of Deli doing this now. For example, China would be one of them that comes to mind to deal with the Zhuge Nu spam. The most civs, you know, you're looking at Dome of Faith every day of the week. Then again, we are watching a Kiljardi game, and if there's anyone currently in this week that would like to take the title of most aggressive, I think we can agree that upon that list, when you look at it, Kiljardi would be the name that comes to mind. Kiljardi now getting the Stables play opening. So it's going to have the Ghazi blocker. This is pretty much what you'd expect to see from Deli right at the beginning. You always want to be opening Ghazi, gives you good map control. Johan is going to be forced to react into the Donzo. Tricky part on this map is you can protect one of the secret sites, you can't really protect both. They're widespread here, so this Ghazi opening is at least going to get Kiljardi one of those secret sites. Really important he gets his hands on those now, because with him choosing to go for Tower Victory, he's not going to have gold scaling him into additional scholars quickly here. Right? He's going to have to pay the full 130 price. And that's true. Ads do suck. Admittedly, I don't get them. Perks of running your own Twitch channel, I guess. Oh, I get them on other people's channels, though, sadly. So are we going to be seeing an Archer follow-up here? I mean, it seems logical, right? Yeah, Archer range, and then I think you go for a 1-1-1 build if you're Deli. The logic being is when you play Tower Victory, it's better to get heavier into infantry, less into cavalry. I mean, Ghazi are their own MVP, sure, but you know, Archers and Spears with 20% increased attack definitely has me fully sold on the idea. Cal already being slung out. So yeah, Johan is going for a fast castle build here. I mean, in some ways this is beneficial, right? Because Kiljardi is now delayed on his tech timing to get Sacred Sites and then get the gold required, right? Santi. Actually, in fairness, I don't know. I say delayed. I don't feel like Santi got delayed that much per se, right? It would have been more a case if he'd have to have paused other techs. Normally with the Dome of Faith build, you just have Sanctity and Piety and a very efficient timeline. But instead, he paused Piety halfway through to finish Sanctity faster. Gazi poking. It's starting to add up in terms of damage. Hasn't found a worker kill just yet. We do have archers now on the way, and Johan, he has got the archer range ready. Scaling javelins can be quite slow here. 23 seconds per. Meanwhile, with the double production, we're seeing them coming out in 8 seconds on the archers from the Deli archer range. Kind of scary, actually, because if Johan doesn't start prepping the javelins before they arrive, what you're going to see happen is just a blocker on the tree line. Admittedly, Johan is a little bit overburdened in that regard. He has 350 surplus wood. So a little bit out of time shouldn't kill him. Kiljardi, is he just slowing down now for Sacreds? It looks like it is going to be the case. Yeah, he pulls out and goes over to them. Do we have double Scholar Pull? I don't think so. We should. Okay, there we go. He's moving out now. And makes sense, right? Johan doesn't have mass to now go out. Because his javelin timing is really heavily delayed, because he went for the ranches first, he can't contest either Sacred Site. What do you guys reckon? Would you have actually went for this type of opening that Johan done? Would you have added the ranches this quick? Or would you have instead built up Donzo javelins and came out? It's so tricky. Like with Pro Scouts, you have so much food to work with. Without it, it feels like you need to get these ranches earlier than you'd like. Definitely feels like it's coming at a cost though. 8 sheep left to work with, 15 on the other side, so Kiljardi has a lot of runway. He could even think about moving out onto the shoreline fish to just get that extra pump going. Sacred Sites are now getting locked in, so the gold trickle begins. Pro Scouts is also completing, so you can start to just drag the deer carcasses home for a little bit extra food. So I'm going to say something controversial. People are now just waiting for me to like drop a certain word or something. Pro Scouts, that's the words. So, Marlians may be one of only a few civs that we saw good changes to with Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts meta of Marlians is more entertaining and more engaging than this. This is possibly peak boring central. The Fulani build is one of the most resonant sleeper builds in the game, alongside like English 2TC, right? Other civs that I think have perked up since the Pro Scouts meta. I mean, English have to do something instead of just camping now, but in fairness, I feel bad for them because they just feel really underwhelming. I guess the other one that comes to mind is like the Deli, mainly because civs can counter them a bit now with their own Pro Scouts. The problem that you're hearing here, though, is like with the Pro Scouts meta being so dominant, everything is linear towards Pro Scouts now, right? There's not many civs that can play blocker at the moment. But yeah, I just thought I'd share that. I wonder if other people feel the same. Because I feel like Marlian, to me, was the most tedious and toxic civ to watch play with the Fulani build. Because unlike a lot of other plays other civs would make, there was no counterplay. Now, I've talked about how I think the counterplay for Pro Scouts isn't reasonable enough right now. But it was more approachable than a Fulani build, right? Like a Fulani build is make sure you're a good enough civ to dive them, otherwise your only option is do 2TC. Now, Deli is that civ that can dive you. We're talking about 8 Ghazi, a lot of archers right now. Johan is slowly blobbing up the defense force, but in the meantime, sick decap. He actually pulls the scout out, gets rid of the Sacred Site win condition, so no ticking time bomb here, but walls are gradually going up. Kiljardi, I wonder if he's thinking about going up himself. We haven't got extra units being added in, and we have got additional skulls on the way. So here's the thing. I agree with the philosophy of what's being said there. Pro Scouts are strong, but I appreciate that they force civs that normally turtle to actually get to the map. I appreciate the sentiment of what you envision Pro Scouts to be, and I agree with the idea of what Pro Scouts should be in that loop. But that is not what Pro Scouts is, right? Pro Scouts is just a very easy way of getting enough resource home before your opponent has a blocker play that you can then be safe. It's almost like you should have some prerequisites to unlock it so that you're deep enough in Feudal Age that if someone really wants to counter your Pro Scouts play, they can. Anyway, we're not really seeing it this game, thankfully. This has been one of the refreshing things. Oasis is a map that is presentable, applicable to a lot of civs, and doesn't just mean Pro Scouts is OP. Admittedly, we had mountain clearing for that as well. There's actually not that much deer you can actually grab mountain clearing. The problem is it's a little bit too memeful. Now, this map, I don't know, I think this one is so far pretty successful. Like, we were getting some feedback from some players, some, like one or two, that like, I'm not sure how I feel about the maps changing so frequently. But I think this week and last week is a pristine example of why we make the changes each week. Wilderness is an incredibly entertaining map. Like, a lot of people are still drafting Wilderness, even though there's other maps like Dry Arabia, etc. in there that you'd expect them to just prioritize. And Oasis, I think, is also already kind of delivering some intriguing concepts. Yeah, this is poor man's Great Wall right now. Soon I will have it all, half of it. Soon I'll have half of it. Ticker site timer is ticking. Johan is getting ready for the Fulani. Interesting to see what Kiljardi's reaction is to be to this. I mean, Johan doesn't have many Donzos. So Ghazi do pack quite the punch. A tech up doesn't look that great for Kiljardi, right? Because we haven't got your classic, I have 10 scholars already, hee hee ha ha, Dome of Faith. And there's 4. Which means upgrading this arm is going to take a really long time. There is still a play when you have 4 scholars on the relics, though, that can put you really far ahead, right? And he does have 4 of them in his domain now. Ghazi, it's not marching in here. Johan did have the foresight to get into Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. This is a commitment dive, though. Kiljardi wants to take as much as he can from this. Remember, these archers do have the better attack speed. The Donzos, mostly clear. Only 2 of them left over, and the Ghazi can ride in now. Javelin's getting targeted down. This is a good time to strike. Kiljardi, it looked weak at first with how many of the archers being targeted by the Javelins, but just enough Ghazi here to break on through. Villagers also getting sniped alongside this. Jav defense force down to just 10. He starts to pull the archers back a bit. I like this, just to try and keep them away and onto the Donzos instead. It's definitely not the type of dive that kills Johan, but it just forced him to fully recommit into army instead of just taking the next step into Castle Age. And that's the goal with Deli, right? Like, if you can just keep doing this, your opponent's going to end up reinvest. They're never going to get their age up, but you're going to have the Sacred Site timer ticking down. The second Rax was added too late. Yeah, and you overcompensate with a third that you can't necessarily afford right now, right? Because you're trying to tech. It's tricky because, like, your Javelin should be the last thing to die. Donzos are awkward to scale into, I think, these archers. Tower Victory archers are very polarizing, though. Like, I've noticed this in the past. You know, I remember when I'd watch, like, Deli versus Byzantines, for example, you'd be like, oh, Biz should just win this with Javelins. Nope. Archer Blob would just kill them. I think when you don't experience Tower Victory for a long time and you get in a game against it, it's very disorienting, right? Like, the Deli at this stage are already a strong civ, but this level of strength is enabled by just how insanely good the Gatling Gun victory is. You're just seeing the way that Kiljardi is tapping this map like a keg in a pub, right? Fishing everywhere, just giving that inflate he needs. He's up to 1,200 food income. Johan is about to pull the trigger. The funny part is in a minute, Kiljardi could do the same thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a classic compound defender build here. Fulani now on the way. Timing might not be ideal, though. Check this. Johan. Oh. Time to call Johan a swimming pool because he's about to get dove. Kiljardi has the power to push on in here. 20 Ghazi, 20 archers. And only 10 spearmen for Johan. Fulani almost complete. You may get the level up, but I'm not sure if you're going to be around to appreciate it. Dive comes in. Donzos have to show their face immediately with this many Ghazi. That means the Archer's going to sweep through them fast. The Ghazi just need to break through. Once they're in, they're in. There's just too many for him to actually clear up here. Johan, he has got the gold necessary to get a veterancy, so he just doesn't really have time on his side. Everything will be dead before he can leverage that. Javelin's now falling. Villagers now to be sniped. And Kiljardi finding the pristine time, hoisting a Marlian player with his own Castle Age petard. Damn, game 1 win for Kiljardi. And a reminder why this man has kill in the name. The read to just double down on Ghazi after that last dive that kind of wiped his entire army was sick. He pretty much gave Johan the road to a loss. Series not over yet, though. Remember, guys, only in the opening game, and a big detail within that is you have to remember Johan was a player that made a very deep run last week, so don't write him off. But right now, he's got some big answers he needs to give over, because Kiljardi looked unbeatable in this one. Should never have picked Marlians here versus Deli, maybe if there was Pro Scouts potential, but not on this map. Yep. Like, you basically end up playing the old meta, and the old meta is really bad against Deli for Marlians, right? Yeah, remember, guys, sign up to KPMM 13. I mean, a lot of you that are hiding your secret strats have no excuses now, because a lot of you are out of the tournament. So now is the time to start experiencing the midweek mustard goodliness. Oh, and Chum, I'll look into that a little bit later. I think one thing I was exploring, we might do something different with formatting the BOs. Maybe even adapting the map selection slightly. So I'm thinking we are like almost halfway through KPMM, and we haven't drastically changed any element. I want to at least have like 2 times where we maybe adjust something about the drafting, etc. So we'll talk about that later. But game 1 is going to be a win for Mr. Kiljardi. Definitely not over yet, though. Look at the draft. Johan has still got the Roost, a really, really succulent pick here with High View. I imagine... Wait, is this the correct... Yeah. I imagine you go High View next, right? Nope. We're going Dry Arabia. From the Extra Sheep podcast. Enjoy the content. Oh, thank you, League. Wait. What's been happening on the Extra Sheep podcast? Are they talking crap about me? God, you say you prefer beef one time. Only good things. Okay. They said I look sheepish. It's a bit worrisome for a pigeon, isn't it?
Ready.
Gib it.
Gib it.
All right, game number 2, and we have some interesting insights coming in from Kazi Johan on the pick process. He had Pigeon's View or Dry Arabia. He chose Dry Arabia because he'd rather play Roos here than into French on Pigeon's View, and he'd rather have this as an answer to HRE. Intriguing. I mean, you did also have Byzantines, but it's tricky. I think before the Pro Scouts meta, you could argue that Byzantines is kind of like in a decent position to contest HRE, but since the Pro Scouts meta, you just kind of get left in the dust. So this is going to be a Pro Scouts full game, right? We just had one where it wasn't viable, thanks to the map. This is the map where it's going to come out on both sides. And that is a juicy booster. Are you kidding me? Johan, a game down, gets the type of spawn you need to get off to the perfect start as Roos. Double tree line slapped on top of each other. He even placed it with the foresight to place a high trade house afterwards just behind it. Good lord. Nicely done. Johan will go for the double scout opener. Some players are being converted to the way of the 3D clan. We've been talking quite elegantly about like B and Cat's approach to triple scout opening and why they do it. I don't think Johan is fully on board. I'm pretty sure in the previous week he like saw what was happening, he questioned it, and when we explained it, he was like, that's kind of interesting. But not willing to dive into it currently. Kiljardi, of course, no double scout opener here. Not many H3 players are currently doing it. I think the main ones that come to mind are like Core and Anno still in the current meta. What do you mean I lost my wings? Dude, what? To be honest, you know, saying I lost my wings, it just kind of sounds like you're saying I lost some weight. So thank you. It's very kind of you. Golden Gate coming in on the north side. So, Johan, thinking about the spawn here, nice starting deer stack on the back side means you can probably leave it a little bit later. The best thing you can do actually is, Johan, you've just completed your scout rotation. There's not much left to check on the map, right? Realistically, you didn't see the enemy scout, so you can probably assume it's all gone on the left side. But you need to find where your deer are at least. The other scout, though, should come here. Shove this deer into here. Easy pickup and drop off, and then you go and contest more realistic deers that are too far away. For Kiljardi, he could look to do the same, but he needs to scout the enemy's deer stacks first before he makes that move. Sometimes what H3 players will do here is open with a Rax to harass, and then fall back to push deer in. Unfortunately, this is a bad matchup for HRE in that regard, because Roos don't touch the gold. Roos can go 20 minutes in the current meta without touching a gold vein. It is quite the ridiculous sight. And weirdly enough, not a rarity. So, Arkham coming in. What's the likely goal here? For HRE, I think you have to play the feudal. If you let Roos rush Castle Age, they're just going to flood Horse Archers, right? And there's not many great answers to that. You'd think Horseman would be a perfect answer, but you need mass before it really works out. The problem is that Horse Archers almost just feel easier to mass, especially with the way the Roos economy works with Pro Scouts. So we'll see if Kiljardi does go for that aggro play. We should be seeing an opening into PS, but I'm not convinced we are seeing Pro Scouts from him. I feel as if you were going Pro Scouts, you would have already prepped it instead of Wheelbarrow, right? Like, he had the resources, so instead it is going to be Rax and a blocker player here. Interesting choice. I mean, realistically, Johan doesn't want to have to build any counter in this age, right? He wants to avoid this age. But here's the tricky part. If Johan just starts spamming more scouts, he doesn't care about these spearmen coming, right? I think you got up to 6 to 7 scouts here. And you just hoover double deer stack at least before the spear player's in play. And he's already going for the greedy choice here, yeah. So he does shove over to the enemy side. This is where I'd like to just see this new scout coming out, rotate around here. Like, at least get this deer shove initially, because you're going to get it at least here. Saving a huge chunk of time. Like, the distance reduction is going to be, what, a third? Yeah, he's at least moving up. I have this weird feeling he's going to run it straight into the center and do nothing. Oh, yes. There's the classic rally. Why do you players just hate shoving deer so much? Oh, thank you, Vincent. Yes, the EGC games definitely delivered. They were good fun. I'm hoping we see a lot more of those names signing up now that the EGC tournament is over. I mean, I think the midweek musters in general are good practice. You know, if you're a top-level player, maybe use it to do some more experimental style gameplay. I think we had this when we asked Poppypaw about it on stream, and he was like, maybe I should just try it and do something different. I'm like, you know, that's not a bad idea. Use it to discover some new strategies. Kiljardi has arrived for the Spearman on Johan's safe deer stack here. Unfortunately, that Spearman has his work cut out. He's not going to be able to stop that scout from coming home. He might be able to get this one, though. Johan. Whoops. Does have to drop it off. Oh, wow. And we have a problem here. Yeah, he has at least got the deer coming from the east side. He's getting substantially less than I would have expected here. And this is where, you know, you kind of hit that told you so feeling of, would this have been better to have shoved these deer in to here? Because here, you can pick them up, pull them back. 2 spearmen's not going to stop you, right? Now here's a really big problem. You've got archer spears on one side. You've got spears on the other. Now, Johan is still going to castle age. But what he needs to make sure is that he mops up these straggler spears fast so that he has the long pump into additional horse archers off of the deer. No, no! The high trade house, man. Johan, I'm going to have to fire you from the exclusive Roost Club. That right there is a sin. He could have put the Wooden Fortress here, the archery range like here, right? And then he would have had the high trade house worth more. You could argue that maybe it's a bit too far away and your opponent could potentially block you, but I think you'd be close enough to TC anyway. Missing out on the big boy gold. And he is everywhere. Johan's being forced to go archers just to try and secure the back deer a little bit earlier. Does get that one spearman, so we'll get access to the remaining deer here. I mean, pretty creative actually out of Kiljardi. Not even bothering with pro scouts whatsoever. Just a good old classic feudal age rush, double archery and double racks. My worry now is like, congrats, you've starved your opponent's food a little bit. But we see the problem I was talking about with pro scouts. It's like, congrats, you did stop the majority of pro scouting. However, you may be noticing he's still got over 1 deer pack worth. It's over 2,400 food. 2,450 food to be specific. That's enough. That can get him to Castle Age. With the initial sheep as well, that will most definitely get him Castle. So now things get a little bit tricky. Like, what's Kiljardi's game plan here, right? Like, you could blob archers, but if you blob archers, although you counter horse archers, your opponent can just then go into knights, right? And these will be Castle Age knights. Or even just do this. Men-at-Arms for Johan. Weirdly enough, Kiljardi adding a Men-at-Arms I didn't expect here. I'm confused why we're actually seeing it. There's no way he thinks he starved his opponent enough for this, right? Maybe we'll delete the hunt cabin. Nah, the hunting cabin, like, that gap's not big enough for a high trade house, I don't think. So instead, he gets the poultry high trade house. Gee, and you hate Johan. Ugh. I mean, I've got to agree, Johan. You know, I thought your thousands of hours in European universities would teach you about optimization a bit more, but clearly you're a man who just runs his campaigns on memes. A missing opportunity to get probably about an extra 70 gold, if not more. Kiljardi now stealed arrow on the way as well. And for Johan, you just drop double racks, right? All such a plus racks. Feels pretty good here. Instead, he's just going to keep adding archers? Well, color me surprised. It's definitely an interesting choice. It gives him a blocker to the spearman, but actually means that Kiljardi can do better with spin arm spam then. So all of a sudden, like, instead of this being a predicament where I don't think Kiljardi can play a longer feudal, because your opponent is going mass archers, you can afford to stick feudal longer. The thing is, like, veteran archers won't beat feudal archers at the beginning, like, because the quantity difference, right? It's better to have numbers than have the independent units be slightly vetted. At least with archers. I think it's different when you're playing melee units, because melee units, like, a lot of them can't fight straight away, right? But with archer balls, because they're all shooting straight away, you'd rather have 10 extra normal archers than, say, the veterancy. All right, guys. Are you ready for this number? The number's going to hurt you. It's dumb that it's still that high. Compared to what it could have been, though. Ah, the missing opportunities. Wait, was that a misclick? Why is there a villager out? Wait, was he trying to wall the relics? I think he might have been trying to wall the relics. I mean, you have to be a little bit paranoid that HRE could now just rush castle and take the relics, right? Because you're pretty blocked in. Going archers doesn't make you feel strong coming out. We do have men-at-arms now getting added in, though. And Johan, he woke up this morning. He got his bingo card ready. The Kiljardi bingo card. He wants to get bingo as quickly as possible. And we have a misprint, or rather the only thing we expect from Kiljardi, which is, why would I greed? So, you know, you have do a feudal rush, do an all-in, build mass rams. Like, these are all the rows for him to get on the bingo. He's looking to fulfill that feudal all-in. He's queued up another 4 men-at-arms. Farm count is not crazy at this point. He has, like, what, 10? This is such a Kiljardi move. Sometimes I feel like Kiljardi has just got this pent-up frustration with the world. that's built up over, you know, tens of years of things that he just doesn't like. But like growing up, he was actually secretly a quiet child and didn't moan, right? They have to keep in mind when Kiljardi was born, they were still using carrier pigeons to communicate. He didn't have a Twitter to complain on. So instead, he had to hold on to those frustrations, let them boil. And now, in his 60s, we're seeing Kiljardi unleash his fury every time with feudal all-ins. Like here, the Golden Gate. What's that? You pay someone resources and they give you more back? Back in my days, we had to barter poorly. There wasn't such a thing as a good deal. There was only Reagan's deal. Johan at this stage is quaking his boots, going, why has he not gone Castle Age? Why does he keep sending more things into my base? We do have the Steeled Arrow 2 coming in. We also do have Warrior Monks picking up relics. There's no denying that Kiljardi is on the clock here. But win or lose, he is taking the Golden Gate with him. We're going back to the old deal. So Johan did not bother to use the 5 tickets sitting in there. The crazy part to me is that... Wait, do you still generate tickets when the landmark is dead? Because if so, that's dumb. Anyway, back to this. We're getting rid of the New Deal. Back to the golden standard. That's all that matters. He wants the high trade house gone as well. And arms are going to try to contest it. Now, this is my concern about the plan from Kiljardi. How do you kill those without castle? This is a classic overextension from Kiljardi. And guys, yeah, I can confirm at least the last ticket will generate. It stopped generating new tickets, but that's kind of funky. If you lose the Golden Gate, but there's already a ticket that's generating, it will complete that ticket as well. He was on 5 before. No new ones are being generated, but it means you don't get punished as much with the Golden Gate loss as you would with other landmarks switching off. Now we have Burgrave coming in. Good lord. This is more in panic than in good faith, though, right? But I think Kiljardi's doing this because he feels if he doesn't, the dive comes in, he won't have men-at-arms veterancy quick enough, let alone heavy maces, right? Because that would take a minute and a half. He'd be dead in a minute and a half. So this is definitely a panic reaction of, oh my god, he's gonna kill me? I need my techs in 18 seconds, please. So veterancy coming in. Only 5 seconds to go. And now it should be heavy maces, and then it should shove back. All right, that's where Johan should have to reset. He's only got 2 crossbows here. This is the thing. Kiljardi thought that those decades of frustration at the world building up inside of him had given him the master aggression, right? Had left him the scariest kid in the playground. What he wasn't anticipating is that Johan, having thousands of hours in European Universalists, and in that time, experiencing way too many people in multiplayer games picking the big French blue blob, his frustration is at an all-time high. One that could not be rivaled by this old Finn. Johan, we'll see what's happening here and back away. We actually have a transition now coming into Horse Archers. Map control is on his side, right? Like, you know, the Burgrave play, outside of the fact it was at least worth it to get the army in quick enough, you have to remember he spent so long in Feudal Age that relics weren't even an option anymore. He does at least pick one up in the end. There's only one on offer. Flash in the center. We don't have heavy maces, though. No, this is just a trade out of men-at-arms and a trade out of archers, but there we go. Saint's Blessing coming in big. That fight was starting to look a bit grim for Kaiser Johan, rather. I mean, Kiljardi should still be able to win it, but it's a much bigger effort now. That damage buff, that armor buff, is nothing to turn your nose up at. Yeah, it's turning this into a little bit more of a balanced fight than it ever should have been. It's still going to be a win for Kiljardi, but not a complete rout. Johan still gets away with a decent amount of the force. There's only 10 men at arms now for Kiljardi to push with. And Johan is scaling into the crossbows. Wait. Did you just call Europa the best game ever? No, I love it. That is a very strong statement. I thought you loved AoE 4, Johan. What's going on? I mean, if you love it so much, why don't you go play competitively in Europa Universals? Ooh. I mean, they have an event that you can play in, right? I forget the name of it, but Europa Universal's does something quite intriguing. They rent out like a castle in Eastern Europe, right? Usually, it's Poland, and they have a bunch of like top-level players, content creators come and play, play as different countries. The grandest land, yeah. I mean, I need to find out who runs those events. Be like, hey, do you maybe want a presenter that's been around the world involved? Because I think it's not just Europa they do. They do Europa, they do Hearts of Iron. I think that's it. I don't think Stellaris has been involved. Paradox itself, I don't know if Paradox runs it directly or they use like an outside company to run it, per se. They're involved, but like how involved are they? Like talent hiring, etc. I would say like in some ways it's definitely very grassroots and budgeted. I don't know if they'd actually have money to pay casters. They pay in exposure. Some do. Wait, Johan, are you part of Paradox? Because the we in that. All right, you never told me that. Yeah, we should talk. Look at that. Johan, kind sir. I think it's time you hired me, mate. I mean, the name always felt very Europa Universals. I didn't realize you were part of the actual dev team, though. Interesting. Look at this guy. Developing games and playing at the top level. Hoogers. Wait. That you know that realization when you come to the point and you think, wait, Kaiser Johan's a higher rank in Age of Empires 4 as a developer than the actual developers of AoE4. Oh, no. Kaiser's games... No. Kaiser... We're still sticking Kaiser on the grill and flambeing him where appropriate. Your dad can be head of ESL and I'll still give the criticism. Like here. I don't think there's enough men at arms to break through. However, there is a lot of crossbow archers. And the Saint's Blessing triggers again. The keep gets cancelled. Kiljardi, what the hell are we doing out here? Run. Fly, you fool. The Grand Slam should definitely have a primary stream and casters again next year, but having KP learn enough about the game until then is pretty much impossible. I'm sorry. Did you just assume that I don't play Europa? Wait, did you just assume my game preference? Sir, I've got a bit of shocking news for you. Europa Universal's is my third most played game on Steam. Got like 1,000 hours in it. And what is up, Always Cursing? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back. Hearts of Iron, I definitely need to update myself on the meta with. I never had a multiplayer group to play that with. Explain trade? Yeah, so trade is something you do with a neutral trade post. Oh, you meant in Europa. Mate, where to begin with that system? The steering, the downwinds, never trade up. Usually not worth putting a merchant in your home trade. Unless you've got a ridiculous amount of gold already flowing towards it, or ducats rather. Oh, and never try to contest Venice. Screw those guys. Just war them, and then basically in the peace negotiations realize that the entire war score is going to go towards taking Venice. And then cry lol. Because all of a sudden you have to wait to invade these guys for the second time. And you just have this tiny island that's not connected to the mainland. I've been there way too many times. Those Florence campaigns are wild. Alright, so double Siege Workshop coming in. It's looking like we're going to be seeing a game 3 here, man. Kiljardi has looked in shambles since he tried that all in. It was a ballsy move, but I'm kind of surprised he just didn't take the out. I feel like there was probably 2 different moments after Johan hit Castle Age where Kiljardi could have looked for his own tech and been fairly comfortable. But this is a tricky part, like adding in the farms versus pro scouts, right? Like, ugh, puts you in an ugly position. Yeah, okay, do you want me to really blow your minds, Europa fans? I don't only play Europe. I've had like 4 campaigns in India alone. Gasp? China doesn't really interest me. China seems too easy to snowball with. Then again, I think they've been doing better jobs of making the turmoils a little bit more annoying to deal with. Yeah, this is just getting a bit weird. I mean, Kiljardi, I think we're going to be seeing a final game here. We did warn about this, right? Johan has been improving, right? Last week was his best performance so far in the midweek musters. And Kiljardi definitely no pushover. Guaranteed to lose the 3rd game, it feels like, because Kiljardi just doesn't have the economy to mirror up. He's going mass horseman. Makes sense, right? Like with what your opponent is fielding, you need to address the crossbows, but by the time you're going to be ready to strike, Johan's going to be an age 4. Free oh, dude, don't make me go off the free mountains achievement. I will admit, like, I haven't opened Europa in... It might be a year now. Just because it eats your entire life. I was contemplating, like, opening it recently, and I was like, I mean, maybe I just wait to see if Europa Universalis 5 is coming in 2025, you know? Instead of then having to learn entirely new systems, which is going to take hundreds more hours anyway. I am appropriately British in my obsession, playing English and crushing the French rebel scum, and then forcing the personal union upon them. It's really my favorite. It's kind of like, you know, for anyone who's played Europa Universal, or anyone who hasn't, and you want to know what it's like to be the United Kingdom, or England rather, and pause that for, we got horsemen! There's a lot! The timing may have been appropriate on this because the High Armory is now coming in, but Johan looking slightly overextended. Alright, game might not be over just yet. It's over. It's actually, guys, like, that was not enough. That was nowhere near enough. He wipes the army. The Ford army, at least. But there's another wave. Look at this. It's still 60 military for Johan. I can't believe that, man. And you know what? I'm going to say it again. Saint's Blessing. Saint's Blessing really does make a difference there. The men-at-arms just absorb way too much damage from the vet horsemen. Then the plus bonus damage means that your crossbows, archers, etc. like don't feel as hard counted by horsemen. They're able to deal with them coming in. I tell you, Saint's Blessing so often gets slept on. You know, maybe I'm the caster that over-obsesses on it, but I don't think it's an over-obsession when you consider it's a 2 damage differential trade between units, right? You get the +1 armor of each type, which means you counter archers or, you know, horsemen, etc. more. But then on top of that, you do the extra damage as well. Actually, it's like +2, right? So it's a 3 damage differential to where you would have been otherwise without it. It's insane. That's like inspired Warrior's Blessing. But the difference is you get it by just using 1 Warrior Monk, stabbing once, and then everyone in range is all of a sudden buffed. For HRE to mirror that, they'd have to pull 5 or 6 prelates with them, pre-buff the fight, and then engage. Incredible. They didn't get it for that long. You can, though. There's a monastery with tech specifically for this crap. Divine Light gives another 10 seconds. I believe it goes up to 20 at that stage. 20 seconds in a fight. It's pretty damn good for just 1 stab. This is the thing. Like, Warrior Monk is a reactionary play in the middle of a fight. Inspired Blessing is a pre-play. You have to be doing it beforehand for it to be worth it. Which one is easy to do? Now, in theory, the idea of the prelates is easier if you set them up, say, here. So everyone walking out just gets buffed in the way. No one ever does that in practice. I'm still surprised no one's actually tried that with the HRE. When you have like a conga line of men-at-arms coming out, just having the guys there pang in the back. It's almost like the commissars just throwing a gun to you on the way to the battlefield in Stalingrad, you know? Oh yeah, so seems we've got a little bit of breathing moment here before Kiljardi inevitably dies because it feels like he's dead. The thing I was going to say about being the United Kingdom and forcing the Union upon French, you kind of feel like Ash Ketchum with Charizard. Because the moment you force that Union, they want to rebel. But what you start doing is just throwing opponents at them. So instead of the Charizard being really annoyed at you, they want to kick the ass of the other Pokemon instead. Smart. Actually, in fairness, that's not a fair comparison. Charizard was an asshole to Ash for like the first few seasons. So, Kiljardi is still playing. ... Not really sure what his out is. I'm sorry, wait, did you just say UK is the cringiest in EU4 despite the fact French exists? Huh? I'm gonna have to check that at the door. There is like a 75% probability you're French. Like, there is nothing more cringy than French. And then I want to say, like, Ottomans is kind of there. I mean, they did have some reworks to make them harder, at least. There's 2 consistent occurrences in every game of EU4. France will get way too big. Ottomans will basically be the entirety of Northern Africa and the Asia Minor. Everything else is kind of up in the wind. All right. But this is not up in the winds. This is done. There's no way back. Kiljardi, I mean, he got the Pass of Swabia, but it's mass spearmen and he's got mass horses. Credit to him, the hand cannons maybe look like there's some hope here, but the army scaling is just out of control. Kiljardi's got a lot of economy, sure, but Johan, I mean, the crazy thing is 4 relics, the high trade house, all these other itty-bitty details means that although his economy is behind by a ridiculous 40, it doesn't really seem to matter. I think Kiljardi, if he could buy maybe like 10 more minutes, I could start to see a way. I'm just not sure how you buy 10 minutes when there's 4 bombards in your base. TC's already down. Arkan next to be hit. The Pass of Swabia is fairly deep here, but he's pulled all the horsemen away. I think Kiljardi's one hope of recovering this is now gone with this play. This is not the time to try and intercept reinforcements. There's too many units already here. Another landmark down. 1 remains. Double keep to try and protect it. Now, if this was a castle age enemy, I'd agree with the castle defense. But it's Imperial. It's Quadra Bombard. Even a relic isn't going to change that detail. I mean, maybe if you pulled the villages, right? It's tricky now that the Streltsy, though. It's only 8, but the damage that high that it would just peel the skin off these villages. So it looks like this is going to be decided on Pigeon's view. Remember, Johan seems convinced he's going up against French. The other option there would have been Abbasids. Likely, we're going to be looking at French versus Byzantines for Game 3. That's a matchup I actually quite like French in. I think French can quite easily swap Byzantines away with the correct environment. It is slightly spawn dependent. The alternative would be a Mongol choice for Johan. I don't necessarily see Mongols doing enough damage to French, though. I feel like those days are gone. It feels really difficult, actually, for Mongols to just beat French at the moment. Swabia going down. And Game 3 going to be on your screens in a matter of moments. Oh, yeah. Like, you know what? Actually, I'm trying to think what my most played civs are. Most played countries in Europa. England's definitely up there. I think the other one that I've got the most on is Byzantines. I really do like a good old Byzantine campaign. Oh, and there was quite a lot of Brandenburg. Brandenburg's always a classic. If you just want to go full blitzkrieg across the continent, right? Always feels good. Austria game? So to me, maybe it's weird me seeing this with some of the civs I just listed. Austria always just felt, in some ways, too easy to me. I didn't like it. But anyway, let's see if we like the French or the Byzantines more, because we are getting a deciding game here. Prussian Space Marines, for real, dude. Like, they make it easy. In India, typically, I think maybe Bengalis was my favorite one. I'm trying to remember the name. The one that begins with V. It's always weird to pronounce. Were quite interesting as well. Or like the most obvious one is the country above them. They're pretty good as well.
What?
The Bengals were pretty good. Outside of that, what else did I play the most of there? Probably would have been Vijayanaga, I think is how it's pronounced. And then the other one would be the Bahamanis. Or Bahmanis, rather. Yes, they are. Johan knows them all off by heart. It's been too long since I've looked at that part of the map. E4 matters when you play massive MP. So I think, for me, the multiplayer Europa game... So, yeah, we'll start the recording, guys. Game number 3. French versus Byzantines. It comes down to this. A deciding game. Kiljardi with his Francais, and Johan predicting that has gone for Byzantines. I do favor French here. I think French looks really good in this matchup in the current Pro Scouts meta. Very hard for Byzantines to block. And the scalability maybe doesn't favor them. I think if you want to try to win here, like usually the Javelin into Limitane is your best bet. The problem is, it's actually really easy for French to beat that comp by going Knights and Spearmen. So, I know you guys want more Europa University talk. Okay, my take, I actually don't think Europa is the go-to game for multiplayer. I have to tip my hat and give that to Hearts of Iron. I love Europa, but Europa to me feels best in single player. And the reason why I'll say it is like I think it has so much divergence compared to the other grand strategy games that Paradox creates. That it's probably the best embodiment of single player I can think of. I feel like Crusader Kings fits the multiplayer narrative more because although it has a lot of spontaneity and randomness to it, loads of things can happen, sure. It's almost like the type of thing you want to chuckle along with at some of the outcomes of Friends. Whereas the strategic wackiness of anything can happen in Europa Universalis fits that narrative of like being perfect for the single player environment more than any other Paradox game. And yeah, Hearts of Iron is just so strategically deep. Like you have full metas to it, to like a degree that I don't think any other Paradox game does. Stellaris I haven't touched in years. I don't really know if Stellaris ever really hit its true form in the end. I feel like what was promised was really cool. It almost felt like D&D on a grand strategy level of anything could happen, but never really hit it. And then we don't really talk about the Roman one. Was it Imperator?
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Yo, what's up, Anno Chad? Big shout out to Anna Tant. He's starting the weekend on a high, mate. Best performance ever after this weekend with the EGC results. Top 4 performance, top 3 performance out of the lad. Always love to see it. Really big smile on your face. It's great to interview, buddy. You just got in time for Kaiser Johan versus Kiljardi. Winner of this will be going up against Numan. We already watched that series as well. After this, we'll be hopping across to Numan versus Myriad and B vs Mahodo live to check in on those to see who's going to be clashing against who. And then we'll likely round out the day returning to the Dumu versus one of these two. Maybe even actually the B Mahodo Numan Myriad quarterfinals as well. This huge EU4 lands community is hibernating. It's weird, right? Like, I kind of wish EU4, I wish Paradox in general done more events because they have a really strong community. A community that's been built up over like a decade plus, right? Fun thing, by the way, I'm actually not a recent addition to the Europa Enjoyment Club. Although I didn't understand it as a little kid, I actually played Europa Universalis too. My uncle gave me a copy when I was young. My first like real realization of understanding Europa, I started to get into it properly with Europa Universalis 3. E3, there's my boy Anatan as well. Yeah, man. Games always deliver. Man, Paradox. I would love to find a way to work with Paradox more. I'm not just saying that because Johan's in the chat now, but like I've been looking for a connect point for a long time. Because I think they have a really cool ecosystem. I think they sometimes would probably benefit from maybe someone, I don't want to say full esports angle, but someone who has that experience, wink wink, that can maybe help build it bigger. Maybe they just don't want it though, right? Like I said, they've got such a loyal community that just buys in all the time. There's probably a question, an argument of like if they even need that extra exposure. But yeah, let's talk about this because in this game, Johan, he's gone for the spearman. We've got the outpost coming up, which means he wants to try and be aggressive. The double deer stack on the back is a big deal here. Pro Scouts is coming in, but Kiljardi does it different, right? Double knight priority. I kind of like this into the scouts afterwards. It means he can pressure both sides, right? It means his opponent can't shove the deer in to block him, which is usually a popular play. What Johan should be doing here is getting 3 Limitana together and then shoving everything in. Used to have quite a few community streams. Yeah, I remember like seeing the channel active. I guess you guys have gone quiet because of European Universalis 4. Not that you can say anything, wink wink. But I mean, outside of like the community streams, I mean like events and tournaments, right? Like the grandest land. Harassment coming in, no kills. Akratoy was used well there by Johan. Little tip to people, when you're playing against French, you need to eyeball that initial night timing and make sure you're ready to pull the trigger on Akratoy. Akratoy is a game changer. The +2 armor means that knights can't 2-hit you. So it completely ruins the charge and then wallop plan. Problem right now is Johan isn't really ruining the Pro Scouts plan. He's just trying to survive, and this is what I was saying about this is difficult. Silk Road is coming. In theory, it's your best option of the 3, right? Western doesn't make much sense into French. The Silk is at least good for the javelins to counter the archers, and you have good range to poke at the knights. And then when you get Castle Age, if you get Castle Age, you do have Camel Raiders. So everything about Silk Road just makes sense in this matchup. The other alternative going Eastern, not really much logic there. Keshiks will lose to Knights, and Gulums aren't really going to change much of the outcome either. I feel like point blank charges at OP, you can't brace versus that. It does require very specific timing though, right? I don't feel many players do it. The most obvious one that's been very consistent over like the years has been Vortex. Charging that. Kiljardi's definitely taking a lot of damage, but the archers have now started to arrive. And we're kind of reaching the point where, like, you know, you wish you had chivalry, but because you're scaling the scouts, you don't have enough knights to justify it yet. Does this minimap have such distinctive colors? Yes. We have some cool filtering overlays, so things pop a little bit more. Hope you enjoy it. You're an immensely rich and known banker in EU. Yeah, so EU, I'd say, in EU, I think my most played Italian state is definitely Florence, I'd say. Yeah, Tuscany. Like, it's not even close. I mean, like, by far, it's Tuscany. So, Johan, game strategy-wise, what are we looking at here? I mean, realistically, you're trying to get out of this age intact. You know you're going to have to scale army. It's going to keep value because Limitana are great. The reality is, like, where this starts to really come together is when you reach Castle Age with camels. You can't rush it. You're going to have to set up the olive groves. The tricky part is, in a non-Pro Scouts meta, this is great. It means that French are moving pocket to pocket with the deer gathering. You might even be able to add in a few horsemen and raid them. Reality is, with Pro Scouts, game's completely different, right? And I also love what Kiljardi done here with the mill outside on the deer. Understanding that Johan was never going to attack him, he optimized for yoinking the deer away. Limitane have been blocking out some of that gathering in the back, but the idea here gave Kiljardi a more fluid timing to try and get the majority that he could find. Yes, Johan. I mean, that's the smart thing though, right? Like, this play usually wouldn't make sense if you're against an aggressive Civ, but you're not going to be aggressive. He even got wheelbarrow, so after the fact, it doesn't really hurt him to run away. It's very creative. I mean, this is whole implied logics, right? Like, when you see that mill, you're like, oh my god, he definitely is doing this. But French is one of the Civs that can definitely get away with these loose mills, per se, to maximize gathering of the riskier deer, right? Because it only costs 25 wood. And you need a mill anyway for pro scouts, right? Johan, he is going to wall himself in, so you can see the clear target in mind here, right? He pulls 7 over to the gold. Got a second outpost up, berries are to be cleared, and groves to be set up. Kind of an unfortunate spawn for Johan, getting the berries so far forward. Means that setting up these farms is going to feel quite exposed, even when you have outposts. Luckily, it looks like the spawns of resources did shove the Still Forest slightly further away. And no, Johan isn't pushing deer, he's just guarding it. This would have been the play early on, we mentioned it, right, before the knights come out, but because Kiljardi went for this double knight spam, and I think also to the point that Johan thought pro scouts are being skipped, you're assuming a lot more knights are going to arrive. So what you can't really afford to do is have your spearmen out here shoving deer in, because it means they're patrolling and whatever, and they won't necessarily react how you'd like against night raids. Archers are now hit. Johan has at least started to stockpile, so game definitely not over. He is going to be able to find his level up. But he's not going to be able to stop Kiljardi from now sealing away all the extra deer. All right, how many EU people do I have in chat? This has now just become the focus of the cast. Johan's like, I play AoE to get away from Europa. What's your main country? I'm curious. I think my main country was England, if I'm being totally real. But like, I'd always tried to play them not colonial, because I never found colonialism that fun. I know that it's crazy that an English person would say that. Russia, Moscow. Oh, you're one of those. I'm going to get free colonization while I just take everything. Venice? I didn't always find Venice that appealing. I don't know. I get why people are attracted to it, right? But like, I feel like Tuscany was my go for the trade. It's just like, I don't know if I want to say more challenging. In some ways, yeah. Yeah, don't ask Gully. He's too young to know what Europa is. Like, kids his age is like, is that a Fortnite map? Where do I download it? That coming in here. Gonna try to punch the tech. I mean, Kiljardi's army is pretty big. It's only a handful of javelins. If you can at least get the veterancy, it's gonna be scary. Undermesh is on the way, and cataphracts are being queued up here by Johan. Interesting choice into 10 Royal Knights. Admittedly, there's a lot of archers. I don't know if cataphracts is the way I would have expected to go here versus Limitane and a rush of Undermesh 2, which would be a good enough defense, especially with the javelins behind it. If you want to make a cannon work, at least force produce a camel rider. This dive is expensive though, right? The outpost damage is adding up from both sides. Actually, he doesn't have the upgrade on the left side, but east side most definitely. Kiljardi, a good effort to get harassment in, get several worker kills in the process. Now finds himself ahead by 13, and this is the point where Kiljardi can just fall back and look to go Castle Age. Do I enjoy bodily pleasure? What? Where does that come from? That's a peculiar question. Yep, nothing pleases me more than being a Byzantine player and just taking a whole bottle of olive oil and just like rubbing it over my shoulders. Bodily pleasure. Focusing back on the game. Jesus, I didn't realize I'd changed category to just Chang. We do have more farms coming in. The archer range follow up as well. So Johan likely looking at trying to get into crossbows. Just kind of flesh out that backline, right? Kiljardi, this is a type of game where Guildhall makes a lot of sense. You're already now outscaling your opponent. You just play the long con here, right? Yeah, there we go. And it especially makes sense on a map like this for the red palace drops, Repulse drops lose a lot of their risk when your opponent's blind in the Stealth Forest, right? And it secures a lot with it. It stops the Sacred Site victory for your opponent, secures an 8k gold vein. So keep an eye out for that down the line. If you feel overpressured, you can always just drop it at home anyway. Alright, ones if you think Kiljardi is going to win this, twos if you think Johan's going to take it. I think Johan's on the clock. Alright, this isn't the type of game where you can just sit back and do nothing. You will have to attack, and I think you'll have to attack fairly swiftly. A reminder, by the way, just double checking, confirming in. We are going to have Numan versus Myriad up after this. And then after that, we should have Mahoda B. And then we might even have a look at some of Anatan's games. So, busy Mondays as always. He's got pretty much all the deer he needs, right? Like, there's only one deer left to pick up here. This has basically been 4 stacks for him. It's the rough part, right? Like, Byzantines, in some ways, people can be happy that the current meta means they're weaker. But it definitely looks a little bit kind of brutal how hard it is for them to function. I mean, credit to Johan for not just being flatlined at this stage, right? I think this is definitely a situation where we've seen a lot of Byzantine players just not know what to do next. Arbitrate are being spammed up here. This is the end game for Kiljardi, right? Once you're able to get the Guildhall pull, you'll be getting into crossbow stirrups. You want to have 40 plus crossbows at all times. In fairness, the javelins can do fairly well there, but Pavis really kind of muddies things, I find. 2 TC Biz, it's a possibility. I think you need to justify it first. I like that he's actually gone for the relics as a prio. Looks like it actually should be probably a 3-2 split here. Kiljardi is also going for them. So game definitely not over, and I agree that like Johan's going to need some scalability, because obviously the longer this goes, the more that TC advantage builds into for the French with their faster producing TC. The cool thing, at least about Sistans, is they do balance you out to make you compete. Problem is, it has been a bit slow getting to level 3 Sistan here. He hasn't been rushing them. It's kind of important to do so, because once you're at like 60 villagers, this inflates you quite a lot, right? Because this percentile increase at this stage going up to like 22%, it's going to be adding in an extra, like, what, 14 villagers to his count. Sorry, not for 12. 10? 10, 12. So at that point, Kiljardi's only ahead by a few. It's actually crazy. If it wasn't for the worker kills that happened already, you can make a very fair argument that Byzantines would not be behind economically. First scout change indirectly nerfing Byzantines is really fascinating. It's like a grand warning of how when you modify any system, it has unforeseen consequences, right? Like Pro Scouts meta, nerf Deli, it nerf Byzantines, it nerfed Abbasids, right? And if you looked at the previous patch, Season 8, the 3 I just listed there are like top 6 civs on most people's lists, right? I mean, the most egregious one would be English, actually. English were probably the hardest nerf by Season 9. Walling's harder, so they can't play defensively as easily. On top of that, Pro Scouts just count as 2 TC play, and that was the basic strat that was making English look broken. And yes, China didn't need that buff. China was already good enough last year. The Pro Scouts meta just put them in #1 spot. Johan, we have got camera riders getting spammed in here. This is interesting because at this stage, it's not as valuable as you'd like. I mean, he's playing blind, right? So he's clearly assuming Kiljardi's still blobbing a lot of knights. In fairness, there are some coming, but the main focus is now arbitrary. Johan would have benefited more from still spamming javelins here. Start coming out now. Remember that Guildhall has been tickling along. 600 in store right now, so still needs a few more minutes before he's ready for the pull. Doesn't mean that Johan has a window here. Decent amount of cavalry to work with as well. The winning comp here for Kiljardi would be to just keep arboring up. Johan to pivot, like Limitane isn't really a solution to kill, but it absorbs. Outside that, you really want to be thinking about more javelins. Still don't get why Pro Scouts made a buff OOTD that much. Is their Pro Scouts really that good? Yeah, because they have decent economy to rush it, and then they can get the scouts out at normal speed. One of OOTD's biggest issues is how quickly they just throw whatever resource they have into limited units, right? But, you know, with the amount of food you have to work with, you're fully flexible. It also allows you to minimize the walk distance, which is one of the big disadvantages of OOTD. Is the villagers may gather quicker, but that means they're going to spend more time walking, which is why things like wheelbarrow are critical for OOTD. But when you go for Pro Scouts, the deer are all right next to the TC, so there's no extra movement. There's just pick up, drop off, pick up, drop off. Camson's tech now coming in, so the more limit time they get added in, the worse it kind of gets. We do have a raid attempt on the east side. Knights are going to try to mirror that. That's not a winnable fight for Kiljardi. I think he's just trying to draw attention away from the workers. Won't work, though. See, Johan. We had to cleave down 5. Yeah. Kiljardi, I didn't mind him starting to poke when they weren't turning for him. The moment the tower was gone, though, it's kind of interesting he even hung around it. In fairness, you have got Chivalry. Chivalry's a very polarizing tech, though, I find. All right, for a start, although it's very good in Feudal Age, it starts to lose a lot of its value in Castle Imperial. While admittedly it's harder for a knight to die, in theory, because of the raw HP increase, in practice, there's a lot more units to kill it. The other thing to keep in mind is the regen per second is still the same, right? So as you age up, it's now going to take you longer to refill your cap. You know, instead of 190 health you have to heal back, it's 230. Then when you go up another age, when you get Raw Bloodlines, another example, instead of it being 230, you now have to heal 310. Getting some nice little raids in here. We do have the pole, though. Red Palace now on the way. And this was the nightmare fuel for Johan. Does he know about it? It seems like he's suspicious. He's marching forward. And yeah, the outpost snoops on it. This is big. Has to pull more villagers. This is going to be tight. But with target fire, Johan should have the firepower, and he knows it. Kiljardi cancels the keep and backs away. That tower just changed everything. He does still have the ability to build the Red Palace, but it's going to be notably more defensive. Wait, no. Oh. No way. I can't believe this. Johan doesn't suspect it. He doesn't know. The Red Palace is still coming in, just on the other gold vein. He has no vision. Like, look at the towers. He was almost right on the money here, but this outpost wasn't wide enough to see. I can't believe this. And the crazier part still is the villagers just shuffled by before anything would have scouted it. There's a single camel coming over, but this is too late now. Yeah, and he's too committed to the dive. The Arbitraire have reeled him in. Kiljardi went fishing. And Johan is now on the line, hook and sinker. Limitane are absorbing a lot of the shots in the retreat as he keeps on chasing here. The Javelin should be able to trade out well against the crossbows. But Tech Up is now in. Johan is not ready for Imperial himself. This dive is costing him quite a lot, I want to say. Just feels like the Javelins are all targeting the same one unit, so he's overkilling a lot. 22 jabs, but it's not really hitting enough. And on top of that, look at what Kiljardi's done. He held the Knights back. 13 Knights now with free access. However, there is 16 crossbows here. But with the Beast drop, it's his time to turn. Kiljardi baited him all the way in. He secures the late game with the Red Palace drop and gets a cleanup on this strong army of Johans. Full retreat and full reinvestment, right? Johan, if he'd won that fight, would have been perfectly poised to go Imperial. Now he has to reinvest. I mean, that was sick. Like, the way he just fell back for his entire base. And we kind of just get an interesting exposure of the weakness of Javelins, right? Like, they more often than not seem to just target one unit, I've noticed, compared to, say, archers, crossbows, or whatever. I think it's the way they kind of concave onto the trickling troops. In fairness, Kiljardi snaked his formation perfectly. It's almost like he intentionally had a small group ahead of the rest as he retreated away with the start step. Just a great fight overall, and now a full momentum swing here. Johan is stuck. He's scaling into more javelins. Kiljardi, the win condition now could just simply be Horseman plus Arbitrier, but the gold access, I think we're just going to be seeing more Knights. On top of that, Sacred Sites could now be on the menu. Game definitely not just over yet. Johan has a lot to make up for here. System level is still only 3. We don't have a second TC. We do have Kiljardi. One of the few players that are 24 minutes who will be like, yeah, let's put a ram. ABBA's still very much okay pro scouts. Sure, but like if you try to play ABBA pro scouts into any of the top pro scouting civs, you're going to have a bad time, right? I.e., you know, if you're going to try to do it against, say... What's that? If you're going to try and do it against, say, Juji, Chinese, HRE, any of these type of civs, Rus, French, you're going to have a bad time. So Ram is going to... Wait. Who would win? A fortified outpost or a Ram? The outcome is surprisingly closer than you'd think. I mean, the Ram will still win. But it's almost comedial how close it is. It's actually ridiculous how close it is. I mean, no other outposts could do this, right? Like, every single other one is range type. Even cannons. The hilarity is, I think if he had the range... No, range 2 wouldn't be enough. Range 3 would have definitely been enough. Oh my god. Foreign engineering company is on the way now, though. He's gone pretty wide with this assistant as well. I mean, he can just drop in another assistant here to get the level 5 buff. I think it's worth it. Olive Grove count is looking pretty decent for Johan, up to 29 farms. Second TC now coming in from Kiljardi, though. And Kiljardi, well, we're 26 minutes in the game. If you want to know if Pro Scouts is worth it, he's built no farms. He's only now at a stage where he's having to think about farms, the berries, and everything else exhausting. He still has the boar play, though, right? He was here before we moved back to it. He's still got the boar on the west side as well, which has still got some resources. I mean, I hate to fat shame the Ram, but guys, if the Ram was thinner, the Mango Tower wouldn't have beaten it, right? I think? Maybe? Incendiary is now on the way. So Johan, going for the engineering company does mean that he gets the armor from the camels. Another big deal is he also gets precision training, buffing the javelin damage. Gonna need that against the Arbitrier. A lot of that damage gets offset. Knock at the door here as Kiljardi looks to break in. Johan. Is he ready for this? We don't have any Mango Towers. So the OP unit choice for Byzantines isn't there. Arbitrary are left unguarded here, though. Yeah, he peels the Knights and goes hunting. Horsemen are going to be able to flurry out. There's only 8 of them so far, so it's not really enough here. Knights, in the meantime, are going to be shuffling around the back. They're going to find the backline economy. 17 workers over here. Interesting details. Like, we're talking about Imperial here, but the Knights never got upgraded. This is just a small harassment play, not the end goal for Kiljardi. He does need farm set up. Once they're online, though, we will be looking at mass horsemen, mass arbitrier. Spears are going to be giving chase onto those arbors. Not to slow down, though. Doesn't really know what he's walking into here. Could easily be a keep drop around the center. Last weekend was epic for AoE4 with over 18k viewers on Twitch. It's good. We need to find a way to convert that into more general like viewership. So like the way I always like to describe it is like when you're looking at how you generate reliable ecosystems around content creation, etc. You shouldn't be looking at your highs, you should be looking at lows. The lows allow you to gauge the survival threshold. So it's good we're getting these highs. We just now need to find a way to get more people to want to consistently watch AoE4, not just occasionally. Johan has some big issues on this map right now with these walls. Especially with Horseman spam lightly following this up. It's interesting, actually. Kiljardi, for the time being, is going into Mango play. Decent choice. Like, your opponent's probably going to go Nesta Bees with Foreign Engineering Company, right? Does mean that Kiljardi is kind of just prolonging the game until he has his farms up, right? Like, I don't think this is his bread and butter end goal. It's just an organic one with the relics, sacred sites, and also the guild hall will eventually allow you to get into the food sources. But once we have these farms set up, expect this to mainly revolve around arbitrary and horses. I love the fixation on camel archers in a game that doesn't feature them. But it couldn't. It could have featured horse archers though. A dedicated pet cam would boost average viewership. Ah, but my cats are in the house. Is it about map control? Biz out of gold? The Biz comp doesn't need gold. Like, this is kind of the obtuse thing about Byzantines. It's one of the things that I think would still make people think they're kind of OP even when they don't perform insanely. Name me another Civ that can have as much unit diversity without access to gold. Oh, wait. All you need is food and wood, right? And by getting the food, you're getting the olive oil, which means you're getting your unit diversity. You have Limitane, you have camels, you have javelins, you have horsemen, you have Nesta Bees, Royal Cannons, Wee Pals, Grenadiers. That's a lot of units to get from just gathering off of farms and chopping trees. Faye, please stop. Not the Cargonet. That's not right here. Stopping the walls from going up. For Kiljardi, his goal is to funnel the map, right? Like, Johan is still playing pretty heavily into cavalry. Kiljardi hasn't made that switch into horsemen we were expecting still. Johan does have a very lackluster economy, though. Like, this is a bit depressing to look at, right? Like, with 31 minutes in the game, he has 66 villages. Meanwhile, Kiljardi at 115 casually. Good fight at least for him here. Right, like sending horsemen to deal with camels is never going to work. However, Arbitrary will gobble it all up. Yeah, we don't have biology tech yet for Johan. He has got the gold vein to the south side. So, you know, like in terms of gold running out, there is a problem around he hasn't got his techs. He should have had enough gold to get into them, though. We have the elite contract on the way. Definitely has enough gold to go and elite, or rather go into biology, right? The walls in the corner. Looks like Kiljardi giving himself a little home to gather on the stone. And there it is. The time we were waiting for. Horsemen on the way. Royal Bloodlines Military Academy. I don't think we have adjustment. Okay, we do. Adjustable crossbars already got taken. This next fight is going to be insanely difficult for Johan. If he can survive it, he's still going to have to survive 3 more. Like, it's a tricky position, right? Like, your opponent got both 8k golds. And you have, admittedly, like we said, got these mercenaries, but, like, this isn't 60 olive groves, right? This is 32. The broken Byzantine economy that can carry the late game is the one where you have 80 farms gathering olive oil. That's when it gets insane. We're nowhere near that. One of these days, French players will realize how OP College of Artillery is. I mean, it just sounds like you need to be more aggressive with your Red Palace placements to me. Ain't no way a College of Artillery is more OP than dropping a Red Palace in the enemy base. You know, slapping that bad boy right in there, indeed. Drop it right on the primary TC. Like, does Johan realize what he's up against? It kind of feels like it does, right? Like, he switched into Limitane more horsemen. Javelin count is kind of nuts up at 40. The upside for Johan is, like, because his economy is so small, his army size is ridiculous, right? The bad news is going to be the repump. The other bad news is actually going to be the mangoes. Like, he actually doesn't have an easy way of getting on top of the mangoes. You think 27 horsemen would be it. But how much are you going to lose to get there? The Limitane might be the bigger backbreaker here. Mangoes are backing up. Kiljardi has more arbitrary on the way. Mango shots are coming through. It's only 3 of the mangoes so far. And the horsemen are going to get in. Johan just easily bypassing him here. More mangoes immediately spawning, though. This is frontline siege workshops. Is it me, or is the count not going down for Kiljardi? In this fight, yes. But it's the rewave that I'm worried about. Mangoes, they should be able to turn on the javelins next. The arbitrary are technically countered right now, but the problem I'm seeing here is Johan just doesn't have that many horsemen left to keep on pushing with. Cannon is at least clearing the way. The Raw Cannon doing a lot of work. It just feels like by the time he kills 1 mango, another 2 can come out. Necibis are now moving in range of the arbitrary. But remember, when we began this fight, Johan was almost double in military strength. They're now even. And he doesn't have the food pump. This is the tricky part. Instead, the olive groves is going to get him killed, right? Just not enough food to keep on generating military. Means that Kiljardi will be able to win the meat grinder in the end. So we'll be getting a good old classic Dimu versus Kiljardi in the quarterfinals. Johan not able to make it as deep this week. A tricky game, right? I think Kiljardi... There were moments where it looked like Johan was taking control, but I think you just see the organic nature of this matchup. It's tricky when you don't have mass farms to get a win. What do you guys think, though? Have you been getting loads of wins with the Byzantines, or is the current meta putting you down on your win rate? Drop a comment down below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. All right, so that means we have got... interesting. So we've got a few different series coming up. Next on the agenda, we've got Numan versus Myriad. Which is due to start in 10 minutes. I'll check and see if they're available slightly early. So I just want to check, because Myriad might not be available slightly earlier, because obviously work. What's up, OPD Vlam? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Random doesn't give me biz. Sounds like you haven't been randoming hard enough. Are you one of those fake randomers? Where you're like, oh, this is definitely random, but secretly you've picked a Civ behind it? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just checking in with Myriad and Nimu. Try to raise some awareness on the garrison. Yeah, I know they've got that small land on the side. So I'm not sure how many of the top players will play in it, per se. Because I'm imagining there's not budget to fly people out. You're talking about Dimu? What? We're talking about Kiljardi. We're talking about Woos. Always randoms top civs against me. Oh, the shade is coming out. The drama we've been waiting for. Well, we'll find out about that one later, because let me update the schedule while we've got a sec. We will look to check in on Dimu versus Kiljardi and see how things play out there a little bit later. But now we'll be hopping across to Numan versus Myriad, which is going to be live in just under 10 minutes is when we should get the draft. And then after that, 2 hours after that, we've got B versus Mahoda live. And then we might look to take a ganders at the Cat Miyamika Court Avali side of things. We might start off tomorrow with like Anatan Dragavan, Voldemort Scatterbrained, and then get into the quarterfinals there. Tomorrow we should have like probably 2 quarterfinals, a few round of 16s, and then semi-finals, at least one of them. Oh no, we're doing this small... Oh, sorry, the little K, little Kiljardi that could. I forgot, he likes his teensy tiny K. That's weird, because I mean, I'm seeing all caps in my text file here. So let me get Kiljardi's little baby K. He's very obsessed with this. So I don't know, man. I mean, Kiljardi is so alpha. Most guys are worried about being small. He wants it. What games we watch next? We're going to be doing Numan versus Myriad next. So I'm just updating scores from the games we watched so far. We would hop into another series immediately, but like obviously with being 10 minutes, even the fastest of peoples, right? It wouldn't be quick enough. Okay, when German Showdown? We might be able to squeeze it in after the series. We'll see how it goes. Cora's really obsessed with us watching his games, which is suspicious. Highly suspicious. I think we're waiting on a response from Myriad, so we might have a few minutes. What we can do is anyone playing on the ladder? Watch a few minutes of a ladder game while we wait. I'm going to turn the heating off. Jesus. I've got a new heater. I've got one of those like heater fans that blows the hot air around the room. So it gets smoldering really fast. But let's quickly have a ganders. Let's see if we've got any interesting Q pops. And it's different these days, right? Because I'm not watching the ladder all the time, I don't now know exactly what all the Smurf names are. That was like a full-time task to keep up with every single Smurf name before. I don't think we have a Q pop yet. Give me a sec. I'll have a look. Let's entertain ourselves for a few minutes with a Kiljardi 4-legs game. Jean versus Japanese. This man's obsessed with Jean. Sorry, just checking my messages as well. Classic Monday, we're like, oh, everyone's responded. Okay, so I thought this would be interesting when I saw the pick, Jean versus Japanese. It's kind of weird how times have changed. I feel like Japan was really, really good against French and Jean for quite a long time. Changes around Pro Scouts maybe kind of changed that a little bit, but I also just think the exposure point not being able to end the game quick enough as Japan ruins them against crossbow civs. Admittedly, we're on a different type of map, though. 4 legs can be pretty damn good for Japanese, right? With the play into Shinobi and the fish to back it up and the efficiency with which you do that. Admittedly, French and Jean are a little bit better on water ever since they made the recent change now, where the docks do basically count as a house, so you get extra population threshold with that. So pretty nice little detail for that civ. It basically means you're only spending realistically 100 wood on dock instead. Yeah, with the raw shipyards. Yeah, I mean, we saw Jean yesterday from Beastie, right? That was Ottomans versus Jean on this map. Really interesting way it was played, actually, with the all-in timing. Wondering if there's a similar goal in mind. I mean, we know Kiljardi likes his all-ins. If he does, though, this is a pretty bad spawn for it, right? That's a back goal that is also insulated. If you set up an outpost here, I'm not really sure if you can do much with Jean. Yeah, I reckon order of schedule today. Let's say we're going to have Numan myriad shortly. If that ends up being a really quick set, we might be able to slot in Core Avali or Cap Me and Micah next. And then at 5 p.m. my time, so 6 p.m. CET, we're going to have B vs. Mahodo live. And then, yeah, I think tomorrow will likely be Anatan, Dragavan, Voldemar, Scatterbrained. The remainder of Cap, Miyamaga /Core Avali, and then quarterfinals for those two sides. Quite like that. I'll keep it out for like the B Mahodo Numan Myriad quarterfinals as well, because that might end up happening today. Also, we still have Dimmu Kiljardi. Like maybe we do Dimmu Kiljardi a little bit later today. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm scratching my head over it, balancing the order. Might be nice to kind of like resolve that storyline. Oopsie. Well, this is an overly peaceful start. Kind of what you expect out of water. Sometimes you're kind of anticipating maybe outpost rushes from Jean. I just don't think there's any exposed resources. We're going to 2x speed to try and get out of the age. And this should be Coco, right? Like whenever you're on a water map, Kura just kind of feels redundant. The only player I've seen on 4 legs go for a Kura would be Dimmu. And I still wonder if it actually helped him or hindered him in those games. So the question is, do we see double dock at all? I guess with Japanese and Jean, you can't really afford double dock, right? For Jean, you need to be efficient on your timing to get school cavalry, because you want to start triggering the tech up sooner so you don't use as many villages. Hence, you'll be more likely to get level 2. For Japanese, you want that Coca timing, right? Shinobi are very, very valuable, but they lose value the longer the game goes on. So if you're not able to scale them early, they're pretty much worthless. So it gets the tech. Double dock now coming in. This is partially just to block your opponent from getting there, but also efficiency on the fish. Interestingly, he didn't go for a dock on the other side. I wonder if that would have been slightly better. When German Showdown? I said already, we might be able to slot it in today. If not, it'll be tomorrow. You remember, guys, like my goal is always to cover all of the sets from the round of 16. And we have a pretty good success rate with that. Yeah, I think I went over this already, that if Shinobi could be trained out of other buildings, I think they'd be broken. I think this unit being scalable is really not balanced at all. It's balanced because of the limitations on its scalability. If you could just zerg these things out, statistically, they're ridiculous. Like 25 damage in Feudal Age on a unit that has 80 HP and only costs 100 resources. And has movement speed, also has an ability to gap close with the Shinshin. Interesting play there, though. Wait, what? That is a lofty loss that you can't afford. He got baited onto Jean way too early. Yeah, the Shinobi timing is probably 5. 5 is usually where you can just crack her. Because you jump on in, stab her down straight away for 100 damage, and then just pursue. It's difficult because the movability of her, right? Like, the movement speed is the same. Shinobi used to be the perfect counter to range Jean when she had the bad movement speed, right? 1.25. But ever since the 1.38 change, you have to wait. And yeah, this is where you kind of facepalm, right? If he'd waited for the horseman, that's just curtains. Instead, Kiljardi has a huge opening here. He's moving out into the gold now. That's going to block any fast tech play and also additional Shinobi. The horseman will then just get blocked by the knights. Like, you really need both of these components because the Shinobi are a knight counter if they're able to just hit in from the side. Dive in. Looks like that's going to be 2 worker kills. Nicely played there. So Kiljardi now starving out gold. Means no real scalability to the Shinobi. I think Kiljardi, like, honestly, the winning play would be just adding in maybe Spearman. Yeah. He agrees. It's smart, right? Your opponent doesn't have gold, so spears aren't countered by Shinobi. Interesting idea from Faye. Should spawn more Shinobis based on your daimyo. 2 for level 1, 4 for level 2. That also sounds kind of broken. Okay, so gold has been re-accessed. Kiljardi was a little bit paranoid about hanging around there. I feel like I'm just watching green give away way too many free units and getting nothing in return. It's actually crazy so far. He hasn't killed a single thing and he's lost 4 Shinobi now. Walls are going up. Still a big opening though. It's very weird. Like, you remember the Shinobi aren't cheap on XP either. 10 per. I don't know if I'd say that Kiljardi's position is advantageous enough currently that he can just walk away entirely. And it feels like he is. Should just be in waiting for the spears next. It's weird now to go spears because you just gave your opponent access to the gold again. We do have double dock, right? Or double pond, right? So Kiljardi almost looks like he's going for an all-in timing. Wow, I've never said that about Kiljardi in a game before. Don't have the blacksmiths, though. And yeah, just got confirmation from Myriad and Numan. They should be drafting as we speak, so should be set to go in a second. Finish up this game. Wait, he's actually going in. Okay, we've got the trash coming out. The Yumi. Yumi can sometimes feel a little bit weird on this map. Nice with the castle transition, but odd when you've got all this food, right? On top of that, one archery range isn't really going to cut it. You probably need two. You still also need a solution of knights. Like, I'm actually not seeing the picture here for green. It's almost like he's trying to fake his opponent out and go castle. Like, you need to count the knights. And right now, you don't. Fortunobi does nothing here. Oh, yo. Meanwhile, Kiljardi's going to do a whole lot of something. Dive comes in. And the workers are in a panic. Trying to retreat. He doesn't even have Tawara. Dive in by the Shinobi. Means they're going to get wiped. It's going to be a quick way for Jean to win a game. Yeah, I'm not really sold on whatever the plan was here from green. In fact, I'm going to check the ranking matchup. They're Kong free. They're actually ranked 191st in the world from Japan. I feel like Kiljardi just made him look like a gold. That was so cleanly executed. The plan was to lose their spot. Pay. Alright, guys. So we do have draft ready to go. Dry Arabia, Rocky River have been picked. They're about to complete their Civ draft, so let me get it put in. Oasis. I said Dry Arabia, Rocky River, right? Yeah. Not surprised between these two, Rocky River came out. And final pick of the draft about to come in. Numan has got his fabled Byzantines. Honestly, there's not many people that pick Byzantines first phase, and I'm like, oh, that's decent. I think Numu's very much one of few. He's got some very interesting approaches to Byzantines that has been working quite well for him. So we're just waiting on his final pick, and then we should have the draft imported. Right, there we go. Boom. Okay, I think the draft needs a moment. Is the draft in the room with us now? Yes. I guess it's French at the tail end as well. I don't know. Numu just always seems to gravitate towards French Byzantines as part of the draft, right? There we go. Loaded in. Interesting. He gave over a lot, though. Chinese Deli? That's kind of bonkers. Then again, Malians is a good solution to Deli now, from what we've been seeing, especially with the map pool. Like, outside of Oasis, Dry Arabia, and Rocky River. Likely opening game is going to be Byzantines versus Deli. Is there a possibility of French? In theory, like, it could be pretty cool here because of all the pocketed economy locations and the cheap mills. But you probably want French for Chinese on, say, Dry Arabia. And then I'm imagining the Byzantine pick gets reserved for Rocky River. Because, like, if you do get some map control, there's crap tons of berries, right? The Myriad, probably looking to try to do Deli in game 1 on Oases. Dry Arabia will likely be, I guess, Ayu, right? And then you do Rocky River for China. Interesting. Oh, moment of truth, because they should be picking for Oases. Reminder, by the way, winner of this will go up against winner of B Mahodo afterwards. B's definitely favored in that matchup, but Mahodo has been improving quite a lot, so don't be shocked. Same with this one, right? Like, you know, I think most people have Numan slightly ahead of Myriad, but Myriad has been looking better and better. Biz should be interested with this map. Numan especially has made them look really scary, but I wouldn't have expected that. Having seen Oases, guys, if you had to choose the two civs you probably wouldn't expect to see here, what would those civs be? It's quite surprising, actually. It's French Ayu. That's a very different way to open the draft. Numan wasn't playing for so long while Myriad was in the gym training. Oh, of course. Yeah, but Numu got Byzantines, remember? Never expect China. True, China's quite crazy, right? But, like, French versus IU is very unexpected. Especially considering Numu likes Byzantine so much. He's ran them there. They look pretty good. I guess instead he's probably thinking Biz for something like Rocky River. French. But we did talk about the idea of French for the pocketed economies, right? Because you can go fishing. It almost feels like he wasn't expecting the IU pick, though, right? Because you don't really want to be picking French into Ibids due to the Desert Raiders. Especially Desert Raiders plus Dervish is really harsh for French, because if you play wide, they can't just transition archers. At least not comfortably. But I think we should be getting in lobby and in-game in a sec. Yeah, they did just start this bad boy up. So, we're getting ready to load in. I think we should have a few minutes. This isn't Hippodrome's Pro Scouts Biz. I don't like his chances. I mean, like, the other reason why Biz should feel really good on Oases is it's the one map that can't do Pro Scouts. All right, I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now. Actually, we'll make it 2 minutes. And then we'll be in game. We start Predickies up as well. There we go. I found out what the hell that DPD delivery was about this morning. Should be from Sure. The thing is, the DPD driver literally, like, he tapped the door. I barely heard it. And by the time I was downstairs, he was back in his truck and gone. I was like, what? Didn't even leave a note or anything. And also, I have, like, the DPD app, and they didn't even send a notification through. Hey, DPD are lazy. There goes my hopes of getting sponsored by them, Kappa. This isn't Hippodrome Pro Scouts. I don't like his chance of winning. I mean, you only win with that if you keep building scouts nonstop, right? And then activate the Triumph with like 200 of them. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-da, right? I'm pretty sure that's like that's everything you need. All right, let's get to it. New Civs making an appearance on a new map. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. To the Midweek Musters, week number 12 upon us. Round of 16 between Numan and Myriad. And we've got French and Ibids on Oases, the map of all these pretty little ponds waiting to be fished. And finally, a Civ that might be eager to do it. French makes a lot of sense from that perspective for Numu. The Ibid pick almost feels like an expectation of the French here from Myriad, though. Could end up being a very strong start to the series for the Hungarian. Yeah, I wonder if we were looking at a Dervish build here. So, Dervish makes a lot of sense just because against French, they're likely going to be spamming Knights, right? So you can just chain heal with the Desert Raiders. It's only once your opponent starts going into Archers, but the reality is for French, that's not something you per se rush into, right? Not on such an open map either. Especially if you want to try and play pocket economies like out here on the fish, you're likely going to need to spread yourself wide, and going archers is way too slow. How you guys predicting? 67% for Numu. Interesting. He has been looking good on his French. It seems to be one of his higher priorities. He did admittedly this time draft it last, but that's because it wasn't going to be taken. He actually used one of his bans to secure it here. But Byzantines is also in there. Like, overall, I like Numu's approach to those two civs. He's been looking really impressive on them. Definitely feels like he's been expanding the civ pool. So Has Wisdom coming in. Almost a moment of truth here. What do you think, guys? Are we going to be seeing growth or Dervish? It's only two choices that really make that much sense. And here I am in 2025 wondering how many years will pass before Master Smiths is not just a meme. Probably still be a few years. If you consider no Gamba Wing. It's Dervish. Yeah. So pretty smart play here, right? Gives him the initial harassment point. Also guarantees that if his opponent comes out on the flanks, he can just dive in and kill workers and not really care about the damage. And I imagine he's going to be stockpiling for, like, what? Double stable if he wants to do the all-in Desert Raider timing. I really don't like these one-stable Desert Raider builds. They're way too slow. Especially against French Knight timing. French Knights are still going to have a hard time, right? Like, you're talking about a unit that's going to be doing 19 damage without the Lance Charge, right? But then you have to remember that you're going to end up losing basically about 4 damage to the unease. And then 5 damage to armor, right? So you end up doing about 10 damage to a Desert Raider. Meanwhile, you're taking 20 damage-ish. And your health pool isn't double a Desert Raider, right? Like, that's why DRs are a pretty good answer to Knights, also while being cheaper. So once Numu sees this, the logical transition is going to be to rush into Archers, which blocks the healing the fights and blocks Desert Raiders. Like, Archers is pretty much your bread and butter for stopping Ibids from playing Feudal entirely. Why doesn't Master Smiths work for a timing attack? Because you lose a lot of your timing when, after investing in it as a landmark choice, you then still have to invest into a blacksmith to get them, right? That's not cheap for timing attacks at all. It's really obnoxious, actually. Especially when you consider, like, the initial timing is going to involve probably adding in extra buildings, like the lumber camps, etc. You compare that to, say, HRE, right? That's a fair comparison. Mine work, well, the mine work is a blacksmith, so I've saved 150 wood there. And then on top of that, yeah, I do admittedly have to pay for the techs, but I get them half the price and really quick. With a better economy in general anyway, right? So, like, Master Smiths in a lot of ways just feels like a much worse mine work for a feudal timing. Tech up complete. Dervish is now in play. Knights have been queued up. Numu, of course, will not be going pro scouts. There's a terrible map for it. There's only 12 deer. He has got wheelbarrow coming, so there is a potential to move out onto the fish, but not in a rush here. He's got 9 sheep to kind of tide him over for the time being. What, 13 for Myriad. Has already been on the berries. And also, notice what Myriad's doing here. He's looking for an FC play. I wondered if he played the Age at all. No intent. You can see he's just stockpiling on the berries, leaving the bushes barely live, so you can get the extra resources on the growth wing. This is interesting. I mean, Myriad hasn't really solved the food problem by getting 600 extra, but it's a bit more runway. He did get more sheep as well as a result, because he hasn't been eating them so far. Well, we have double DR. Timing is slow, though. We talked about this, right? 30 seconds per is a long, long wait. Numu. Now, this is where it's interesting. You might be wondering, if Myriad wants a fast castle, why do you even bother building the Desert Raiders? Because once Numidan sees the Desert Raiders, his only logical reaction is to add in archery ranges. When he does that, you're free to go castle. Because that is going to give you access to camel lancers while your opponent is stuck with low base damage units, right? It's pretty crafty. Wait, no, what? This is getting a bit weird. Is he really... He's not adding his spears, right? He's bait and switching. He's going spear horseman. Surely not. The other option is Gulums here, but like, would you rather have Gulums or Camel Lancers against French? This build is about to get a little bit funky. Yeah, we have spears coming in from Myriad. You think DR build time should be reduced? It'd be a subtle but nice buff. I don't think you can even entertain that change until you fix animation cancelling, right? Like, we're already seeing Krakody scream at the screen when it gets animation cancelled by May. Do you really want them to now, like, make Desert Raider spamming easier? Desert Raider spamming is already insanely popular in team games as well. I don't know. I don't think DRs need a buff, per se, for IU. We're even seeing a lot more of them in 1v1s now. I also feel like if you want to buff Desert Raiders, you can't have this Dervish wing anymore. You'd have to remove it. The scaling is just too good with it. If you improve the production rate at least. So Numu has gone for the 1-1-1. We have spears coming through. I mean, this is like your final form as French, right? Like this should in theory counter everything Myriad has. It's a little bit weird because your opponent has got the healing AoE, right? So you still want to scale archers to snipe them out. Need to do a whole redo on Iobid wings in general. Most of them suck. So Growth Wing's decent. Industry Wing is pretty solid for Castle Age at least. Reinforcement has its places, mainly in team games. Trade Wing is full-on Gamba. Advisors is situational but can work. And then Dervish is like crazy as is Advancement. I think in general Culture is just too good and certain other wings are too weak. Military is probably the weakest alongside Trade. I say Trade is weakest, then Melee, then Growth, then Advancement. Or, you know, Culture. Check this. Hello. Nimu. Oh, a bit of a sleeper moment there. Does lose a worker on the gold. Looks like he's getting ready for a dive on the other side of the map. Now, there's 6 workers out here, so in theory, if you just get a little touch, there isn't any wheelbarrow either. If Numan wants to do something a bit more permanent, he could go for the blacksmiths, but we don't have that. What we do have, by the way, is pocket economies. And they haven't been noticed at all by Myriad. This is big. Nimu's solving the food issue. Myriad so far hasn't. And the longer he spends in this age, the worse it gets. Because he's down to 8 sheep. Burn through coming. Spears and Knights just diving in. It's ballsy to do this with the fire armor, right? But with the archers standing here, like, you're going to have to basically dive in to protect the workers. Just trying to go for the repair. Gets the tap of the hammer there. Archers are sniping out the spearmen here. There's even workers here for some reason. I don't think this was worth it for Numu. And the backstab comes through. Desert Raiders moving in. However, the chain heal not going to be good enough. The issue is the horseman count should be able to clear up the archers here. It's going to force a recommitment. Numu needs to find a way of killing the dervishes. And Myriad, no! He's standing still right now. He's as dead as a pet goldfish. Both of them go down. Any advantage Myriad had in Feudal Age is gone. And not just that, Numan still has enough troopers to contest here. The Desert Raider is still going to be enough debuff to scare the Knights away, but Numan done enough here. I can't believe that. A complete failure to micro from Myriad. Standing the Dervish is still like that, just lost him the entire battle. And now you need to get out, right? You can't play Long Feudal, you need to go Castle. Because Long Feudal now is everything you fear, right? Your opponent's going to be scaling economy over time. His blobbing isn't really going to feel counted. Like, long term, you can even think about Chivalry for the Knights. Short term, it looks like it's going to be Spear Archer. I mean, Numu, there's even a timing here to go into Blacksmith now and just rush Siege Engineering. But, okay. In fairness to Myriad did have the tech coming. So he did get Growth Wing together. But still, losing the Dervishes was completely unnecessary. Get pinned at the start. He at least has 2 Camel Lances skewed up. So things may actually be looking a little bit better than expected. I still think that was a big, expensive, unnecessary loss for Myriad in that fight. But he got Growth Wing, right? So he's ahead on economy. And we have Camel Lancers coming. However, your opponent's already shown Spearmen. So, like, this is one of the weird things against French. Is, like, do you go Golems, right? If he's scaling Knights and Spearmen, you're going to have a bad time potentially either way. Numu does need to solve the tech issue. They both have different issues, right? For Myriad, it's food. For Numidan, it's technology. Because at this stage, Myriad, you see how quickly that extra berry coming in from the Growth Wing disappears. I think there's a world in which if Numidan just keeps attacking, he wins, right? It's kind of crazy, but like I don't think you need Age 3 to win this game. Normally, you know, with Pro Scalps type metas or back berries, things like that, all-inning as French from this point would be death. But if you do go for a tech play, multifaceted issues. For a start, you're going to give your opponent map control, and they can then go for food. But that map control is then also going to expose your pocket economies. Survival Techniques is definitely an intriguing choice here as well. Guys, remind me. I'm pretty sure fish don't count as hunted meat. I'm pretty sure they're forage type. Why did myriad just get survival techniques? I'm just gonna double check. I didn't imagine that, right? He did get survival techniques. Okay. Anyone know if the ABBA berry buff affects the auto landmark? Yes. Oh, nice raid over here. Looks like 2 workers going down. So myriad is extending the lead slightly. We do have ball play now from Numan. Kind of feels like you're watching Deli with the amount of outposts that are going up. All right, one of the confident plays that made French look really good for a long time is that they could play pocket economies without having to defend, right? Because they were always attacking. It's not really happening here. We have relics now starting to come home. And Knights are going to try to charge in. It could force the wall a lot. Or hear me out. What if we just kept running? Then we die. Numan now finding the guild hall. Looks like we do have some raids coming in, so some chip damage looking to be done, but nothing substantial so far. Counter raid opportunities is going to find the guild hall being built. Camel Lancers can't hang around. And this is an uncomfortable dance on both sides. I think the challenging part for Myriad is the next step, right? Like, these resources can buy you about like 2,000, 2.5k food. Then you have to come out to the fords, or you have to just go the immediate opposite side of the map. Either way, you're looking at a lot of idle time and risk. Whoa, bad fight there. Camel Lancers chased that one Knight, got baited in. And Houston, we might officially have a problem here. Myriad, yeah, he's going to have to bug out. He has been scaling archers. So we'll be able to at least survive this initial wave with the spearmen that are coming in. Knights, in the meantime, should be able to target the villagers. And there's... Wait, really? No wheelbarrow. He played wide economy and he never got the tech. Upside for him, it looks like the villagers split up a little bit, split the army up in response. Downside is that eco lead is starting to disappear. Knights. Whoa, boy. Spearman count is still decent, so a bit of hesitance here. Myriad has got a lot of archers now, though. She's going to mop up. This army is going to die. At this point, Numan's just going to A-click it in while he sends the Knights in to dive the economy. But remember, this is Guildhall, right? So now Myriad, he needs to make sure he gets at least 4 relics because scalability isn't going to be on his side otherwise, right? The passive income for Numan is going to be better. And I agree, Johan. Formation shuffling in this game would kind of be like in a Paradox game when you march a unit to a new province and they're like 90% of the way there, and then you could just cancel them and they could go another way. Wait a second. It is pretty ridiculous. I don't like that formation shuffling has still existed the way it has all these years. It's definitely something that I feel should have changed by now. I mean, my hopes that the devs are going to be working on it for 2025. I think it is actually very important. It almost feels like the devs are taking necessary steps to reduce defensive play, right? Some players aren't going to like that, but the reality is like defensive play shouldn't be so easy. I think the changes around walling is a pristine example where it's an improvement, and also formation shuffling would be as well. Formation shuffling needs to be reversed so they move the slowest and not gain speed. Yeah, it's tricky though, because you can have extremes of that. Like Age of Myth has some extremes of that, where if you do formation shuffling like that, units will move at like 0.1 tiles a second. Right? It's over punishment, shall we say. You could argue that you just need to micro better, right? But you always have to balance these things. Like, yeah, you could argue you need to micro better, but same as the logic of why they changed pro scouts to be a bit more automated. Like, is it worth it, or does it feel annoying to do? I had this discussion with devs before about the idea of like, is producing villages fun? You know, it's kept into RTS's like AoE because it's such a core fundamental. It's an area you can get an advantage over opponent, but like the reality check is like, as an interactive mechanic, producing workers isn't exactly a fun thing. It's like a chore, right? Your goal is to minimize chores in games like this, because if you don't, you struggle to get new players. Don't touch your defensive gameplay. This is how I know Johan's played way too many Switzerland campaigns in EU4. So you're saying to have a toggle on-off on TCs to auto-produce? I think AoE4 is so deeply rooted in the way it is that you can introduce auto-vill production in any form without introducing additional gates of like mechanics and, you know, APM interactions. But I would say that, you know, the ideas of like games that are exploring auto-producing villages or just a different form of villages like battle aces, it's not a bad idea. Players don't want to feel like they're doing chores when they play games. They want to feel like they're having fun. Answer raid. Nice little wall here. He's going to stop that. So it looks like Numan starting to stabilize a bit. He has got a qualitative approach here with the arbitrary. Myriad is just zerging, right? We've got mass archers. I like this though. Like archers plus horsemen is pretty intriguing. There is still a food issue to kind of answer for here. But in theory, with his position on the map now, pocket economy shouldn't be hard to reach. I don't know. I think this game is looking fairly decent for Myriad. Compared to what happened at the start, like I thought that Dervish play was a really big throwaway. The credit to him, man. He had the Castle Age coming behind. Admittedly, couldn't see that due to Capture Age. And we do have 4 relics now for Myriad. So mangoes make a lot of sense, right? You're up against Arbitrary, but on top of that, you now have way too much gold. And Numan, funnily enough, is reacting with mangoes of his own. Tell it to people who do jobs while playing games, for example, grass mowing sims. Okay, but like there's a difference between chore-based games where you're relaxing and intense competitive games that are adding in what seems like a chore, right? There's always good, like you can argue there's always gonna be someone to play something, right? But like what is the baseline audience, right? Why do you think most FPSs, even survival ones, don't have you load a magazine bullet by bullet? There are some, but they're very rare. For good reason. Myriad makes 10 spirituality wins? Huh? Faye, you know you don't get bonus damage against ranged infantry, right? Just want to double check here. I think you may have Spring or Brain. Mango. Good start. Talk about headbutt charging a bull there. Scud launcher is going to begin though, and this is a quick way of clearing out the infrastructure. It's going to do fun against range units. I mean, in theory, right? Because range have less health than melee, but in practice, like, it's much harder to get maximum pen because they stay further away. Nice damage. I like this approach from Myriad. Manganiques kind of look a little bit busted where other mango suck, right? It's not huge damage, but what it is persistent damage. You can't dodge these shots. So a lot of your army is just getting damaged all at the same time. Like, the collective percentile of damage is really not that much lower than a kinetic shot, but it's more reliable. Nimu, we'll be able to clear quicker onto the enemy siege though, and it looks like maybe an overshot there by Myriad. Angelique shots coming in. Repair crew's going to be there, but the villagers are getting low. Oh no! All that to kill one mango! It's all going to get wiped though! Numan now falling behind, and he's out. Game number 1, and Myriad takes it in style. Manganiques are wild. Bloody good start for Myriad. I think like I don't know. Like I'm not convinced that the Dervish loss was intentional, like a bait or anything. I think it was probably just like if there was one mistake in that game from Myriad, it was the micro on the Dervishes. They didn't need to die. But the rest of this game, you gotta give them a lot of credit for. That was clean. That was well executed. So, tricky situation now. Numu does have map pick. Got Dry Arabia or Rocky River. We're likely looking at... Do you go Malians here? Malians, it struggles with Mongols. But the other two I think you're fine with. And Mongols don't really play pro scouts well afterwards, but you can, right? I mean, if you think about it, like a lot of Numu's draft is weak against Mongols. Right? Of what remains. Malians, Byzantines both tend to have a bit of a hard time. A Myriad, like sometimes Mongols feels like a bit of a gamble, but when you're one game up, it's the perfect way to kind of flip the series. If Numu reads through it and goes Yon, that'd be pretty sick. You'd favor Malians versus Mongols? Maybe because of the pro scout meta now, right? Like the previous meta, it would definitely feel a lot better for Mongols because of the initial like outpost rush blocker play with the spears. But I agree, like the current meta, there's a lot of things that have changed with Malians. Matchups that previously they would have just got slam dunked in, they don't now. It's going to be Byzantine's Deli, so I think this is a Rocky River pick, right? No, yeah. It would make sense for Numan to pick Rocky River now, so that like you don't have to worry about that flexi of, you know, Mongols +1. Like I think, you know, if you leave Rocky River to last, Mongols becomes a variant pick that's a bit more dangerous due to the trade, whereas like Dry Arabia is way too RNG to lean on. So I can kind of see the sense in it. But I should be hopping in lobby. I assume this was Dry Arabia. Let me pay out the bets as well. It's game 1, Myriad win. Well played, Sonny boy. Mali versus Mongol trade war? Oh god. I think we've had a game like that before. And the most comedial part is they both traded with trade posts right next to the enemy base. It was definitely something to witness. I'll say that much about it. It was a unique situation. Oh man. I think it's the only time I've seen it play out like that actually. So lads are taking a sec to get into game. I just need to double check because I'm getting messaged everywhere at once. Sorry, just getting some background on something. I've been talking to a few sponsors about some things. My hopes is that I don't know if we'll be able to get brands involved in the midweek musters before they resolve, but my hopes is if the numbers continue to grow, we can get people on board for like a renewal of midweek muster. A lot of people were saying you are often being rude, disrespectful to players. We change anything to accommodate that feedback. Right, so I'm guessing one guy said it, but we're going to say that as a lot of people. I learned a very long time ago that you can't appease everyone. Some people are just going to hate the way you commentate. Some people are going to love the way you commentate. And welcome to the 21st century where most people who are negative tend to be more vocal than positive. Is the feedback up to you if you change something? I mean, it sounds like this is your feedback. No? Especially that follow-up message. So, do you want to just own that it's your feedback? I'd be curious how I've been rude and disrespectful to players, to be honest with you. Criticizing is not rude. It's very different. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. Some people will hate you no matter what you do. But apparently a lot of people, you know. Well, we'll see if something changes. Totally up to you, as I said. Okay, like, this is 100% your feedback. I'd respect you a bit more if you owned it. I'm going to keep doing what I do. Once again, any single person who's trying to appease to everyone in the world is doomed to depression. It doesn't work. Some people love my casting, some people hate my casting. Goal is to always have the amount of people that love your casting be bigger than the ones that hate it. And one of my favorite sayings about feedback: don't take feedback from someone you don't respect. A random Joe on the internet not liking my casting isn't necessarily, one, the target demographic I'm looking at. Two, there is a blunt argument of what do they necessarily know about casting. Stop hating your lumber count. Stop placing them in your freaking Arkan Chapel. Yeah, that's a big keck W. I don't know where that came from, but that is quite keck. Thank you, Sibo. Appreciate it. Like I say, like, it's something I learned a while ago. It's almost like... Actually, you know what? Like, I welcome people that want to try to criticize me. Because the thing I'd say is, like, realistically, I'd hope the people who actually enjoy it would be vocal. I mean, it's not always the case, but... it's usually more like to rile the people up. Because a lot of, like I said, people who are happy aren't going to say anything. They're getting what they want, so they don't feel like anything needs to change. There's always someone who wants something. And I love the classic one is like a lot of people. I'm like, uh-huh. Do you have like a list? Are we putting a petition up online? I've said before, I'm happy to take like feedback. I take feedback all the time, but rude and disrespectful to players is quite a keck W. That I know what that type of feedback is. That's, you said something I disagree with about one of my favorite players, and therefore we are at war. It's Byzantine time, baby. Numan saves it for game number 2. Faye is already in chat taking notes, hoping that this is a Pro Scouts build that she can try to iterate. Not sure if Numu is built that way. He plays it a bit differently. Myriad, in the meantime, has got the Deli. Decent sieve for Pro Scouting, gets it organically, but doesn't tend to rush it. This is going to be about the openings and how the Byzantines want to try to leverage that. Usually, it's a bit complicated against Deli. Like, you know, you'd think you want to go Silk Road with Limitane. The tricky part is if Deli go for an old Tower Victory build, they were quite favored. With the new Dome of Faith build, I think there's a bigger window here for Byzantines to punish by going Silk Road. Oh, did we forget to Gamba? Let's get your Gambas up as well, guys. I know you're Gambaholics. It was legit one guy in BC chat that said anything and everyone crap on them for it anyway. Yeah, this is what I mean, right? Like, the guy comes in, is like, are you going to change how you are? You're a problem. I'm like, okay, according to who? But it's some people, which means, you know, it's basically him and his imaginary friend. I don't know. That was Kick W, though. For those that watch this on YouTube, we basically just had someone in chat saying that I am the worst thing ever to happen to AoE 4. Discuss. Grand Winery now coming. I always thought the worst thing to ever happen to AoE 4 was herbal medicine and feudal age, to be honest with you. Even Age of Springwood wasn't that toxic. But we are getting that Dome of Faith build. So, Nimue should have that bigger window we were looking at and talking about. Looking at the spawn as well. Kind of a freebie for Myriad here, right? The wide deer spawns means he can snatch a lot away. Good news for Nimue. Backberry's quite close by. Other ones hidden in the corner. It could be wallable. And the entrance points, the alternate entrance points part of the south side, not looking ideal. The Sacred Site spawns are fairly open and exposed with the exception of this one. I think this is the type that you could actually quite eagerly wall wide. I don't know if it would really be worth it, though. I think my commentating is brilliant. My one thing is sometimes you can call the game quite early when I'm in the middle of wondering who will win. So, I think I've talked about this before. Like, would you rather have someone lie to you about the outcome for 10 minutes? Right? calling a spade is never a bad thing, actually. I think it's someone that commentators in esports have gotten a little bit better at in recent years. Not just me. A lot of us are like, you know, this game is over. This game should be over, right? Now, we can talk about how a person gets back, and that's positive. But what we shouldn't do is a spin of this is 50-50. In fact, I think when you still treat a game like it's 50-50, when it's 99-1, you do a disservice to the person if they actually do make a comeback, right? So, you know, we don't shy away from saying when a game looks like it's over, but we do then discuss why a player might still be playing, what they think they can do, or why they haven't called the GG. We then also take the time to explore what they could have done different, right? These are very important things about commentating. Especially in an RTS, like, I am traditionally a play-by-play, right? Across multiple scenes. And a play-by-play's role will be more to just take the hype angle and look for that, I don't say positive spin, but, you know, the anticipation. But the analyst will still try and break it down of, like, statistically, like, what is the comeback here, right? And then describe how they do. So, myriad, we have got the Kazi opening, right? And this is going to be the classic Silk Road. Criticism of this game is Numan did not go Hippodrome Pro Scouts. Okay, Faye, calm down. You know what that means, Faye? That means you need to start streaming for 16 hours a day. So you do more Byzantine Pro Scout games to offset the people that don't do the Pro Scout games. You see? That's how we balance it. Mercs is an interesting thing with the trade post, right? He could have had Magadai. Not really worth it here. Desert Raiders would be interesting, actually, against Ghazi as part of the formation. Camel Archers or Musafadi, not so crazy. I don't really know if there's anything he'd want against Deli. Maybe Sapahi would be the one thing that comes to mind, right? Because then you have a unit that can mirror against Ghazi, but also counters the Archer Wave the same way that Limitane do. The same way the Javelins do, rather. Which pretty much every day I think commentary is S tier. Oh, thank you, buddy. For the sake of this conversation, sometimes I think chat gets under your skin, and I think you could get better at shrugging it off. I'm just gonna ignore you. Ah, see what I done there? I don't know, I think sometimes I just try to... not over-educate, but I try to, like, explore people's perspectives a lot. There is an element of I just should discard things more, I guess, but... it's content. Isn't that how the brain's meant to work? It's like our own little mini drama alert. Drama alert. This matchup, Deli might still be a little bit goated. Pro Scouts is coming in what, 1 minute 20? Weird part of Myriad's build, he hasn't just been non-stop pumping the Scholars, right? We stopped at 5. He switched in the Archers instead. Turned into constructive criticism of me. It's fine. I'll just discard all of your opinions anyway. Just hide chat. No, I mean, I've talked about this before, right? Like, not going to respond to criticisms when I'm casting like a major event or whatever, but when we are doing the midweek musters, because it's like a pseudo of like tournament games, and then we're also, you know, live. I think something that's different to just a tournament channel is that we bring the tournament casts, but we also interact with the chat where possible. Right? That's something I really rate highly about Twitch. I think there's a lot of streamers on Twitch that maybe don't rate that as highly because either they've reached a scale where it's impossible to, or just like they just want to do their content and be done. But like the thing that makes Twitch so different from YouTube, makes live streaming so different from edited videos, is you guys get to be a part of it, an integral part of it, where you can actually interact with the system. The system being, you know, what we're doing, or us as the creator talking. And also, it's great for my casting skills in general, because I've talked about this before. Like, one of my biggest fears, the more I've been doing content more and more, I do think that content creators, on average, can make worse casters than non-content creator casters. At least from like a casting game. If your content creation is different, like you're doing breakdown videos or whatever, very different. But like the reason is that when you commentate on your own, you build up really bad habits. One of them is relying on Twitch chat to be your interaction point, which doesn't make as much sense in like a major tournament broadcast. But the biggest one is like you just don't know how to talk with another person on the mic. You just end up pretty much flooding words to the point that like the other person doesn't get a say. So Scholars have got the caps, man. This is looking really good for Myriad right now. Like, we might be on the verge of, like, 2-0 territory at this pacing. Numan has to do something soon. It's got quite a lot of Limitane. The Javelin count is lackluster, though. Has moved out to the second berry batch, but we don't have Grand Winery being used, right? He can't really afford to go Olive Groves. I think this is one of the tricky trip-ups for Byzantines in this matchup, is Deli floods troops so quickly, it demands you do the same. But by doing the same, it means you don't have that breathing room to go for Groves. It's a really big cripple point, and I think the thing that's made it more toxic in the recent meta has been the free value on the scouts of getting deer now. It means that Myriad can keep pumping an absurd amount of troops efficiently, which forces you into this whirlpool. And it means that the longer this goes on, the longer that Numan doesn't get a fight, the worse it gets. It needs to be a good fight. Interesting formation here. Numu kind of getting the most desirable, the Limitane at the back there. That was kind of wild. Mira's still going to commit, though. And Limitane, they're not exactly dying quick enough here. Javelins doing enough work. Only one of the jabs goes down, and that's really important. Remember, the Javelins are the valuable thing you can't afford to lose. Everything else can kind of be tossed away, right? Because Limitane, you just vomit them out. But the olive oil is your limiting factor. That was a great fight, exactly what he needed. He just needs to rush the decaps. He's already splitting up to go to the south side as well. Myriad has gone home to lick his wounds. He just has been experimenting with having me as an anchor instead of a commentator. KP is Overlord, keeping the whole shebang on track. Oh, you mean a host? Yeah. I mean, that was someone that I proposed in. And then because I brought a sponsor on board, it made sense because they could like afford it, justify it, right? But the tricky thing is obviously that has an extra overhead. So when you don't have sponsors, you're paying an extra person to be on the payroll for an event on extra days. Same with having like double observer, right? That's why I don't have guest casters. That's why I don't have an observer. I don't have the money. Oh, look at this, Myriad. After losing that fight, he just goes to the castle bailout. This is a bit scary. Numu's army is pretty big. I don't think he realizes exactly what's happening here, the way with which he's backing up, right? And the Ghazi is forcing a bit of an overreaction. This is not a great way for Myriad to be fighting, mind you. Killing the Limitane one by one is ambitious this close to the base. I have to back away now. There's an interception incoming, though, and it's an ideal one, right? It gets the decap on the sacred site, might even get some kills. Difficult to do with the scout information, though. But this is actually played out perfectly for Myriad. It looked like he was just going to burn a lot of cavalry pointlessly. What he just done is dragged the entire risk away. Had that tech up happen with Numan standing outside the base, a dive would have occurred. Villager losses almost guaranteed with that many javelins. Instead, Numu is completely out of position to do any punishment here. He's so far north, Myriad can even snatch relics away on the south side. Get counter work for exposure? That's true, the classic esports way. Wait, Johan, is that what you guys do at Paradox? I keep teasing it now and I know. God, don't. Esports and exposure is the grandest meme of all. Backstab. Less than ideal. I think there was a few more Limitane looking than he was expecting there. Yeah, it's still not out of the woods. And this is the thing, Numu's just inflated so many troops. Like right now, it's hard to directly contest. You can't trickle men at arms out into this many spears, it will just die. Javelins are arriving on that gold vein. Myriad has a lot of idle time here. Almost half his economy not gathering. Second wave arriving. If he hits the tree line right now, he surely sees it. No, he's just tunnel visioning in. It's a select army and chase. Villagers are trying to seek shelter. That's not going to be ideal. Numu now needs to get favorable trades while going for a castle play. And notice what he's doing. He's pulling his opponent now back to his corner. Alarm bell should kind of be going off for Myriad. Like, he probably feels confident that he's got enough troops to take the fight. But if he waits a little bit longer, gets the mass together, it's going to leave him stronger in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, especially the way he's kind of microing this away, right? Spearman, kind of okay to trade out into the men at arms. There is a Ghazi raid coming back, and also an attempt to go into the tree line. I think that might have actually been a scout. Golden Horn Tower down the way. I mean, Numan's dodged the bullet. He might not dodge the rocket launcher, though. We've got 5 relics for Myriad behind this. And Numu, he has at least found some space to add in Olive Groves. We're up to, what, 8? But 5 relics, and also still a Sacred Site is an insane amount of gold to work with. On top of all the free technologies coming through, the Men-at-Arms Home Blades will be able to beat out Varangian. I mean, Numu's going to have to switch into crossbows, right? And he's going to have to do so very aggressively here. He has got the potential to get, like, a few camels and go raiding with the Olive Oil. Doesn't feel great because your opponent went MAA. In fairness, like, it's kind of weird. Numan could just build crossbows, javelins to try and defend. The warrior have is, like, that's a classic, where's your front line, bro? Technically, building crossbows and javelins counters everything Mira's doing. Problem is, the melee units reach you, you're dead. We actually have him going for Varangian. I mean, we said he needed some front line, right? Like, statistically, this should be the tankiest option available to you. It's just the Home Blades is going to make it feel pretty weak. Dive comes in. Numan is waiting for the veterancy. Only 13 seconds away. Javelins will benefit a lot from that extra health, extra damage, especially with the vet archers in. And looks like it's going to be a firm hold. I think Myriad, he's got 20-minute arms, but they're trickling in. It's getting a bit scary. He needs to find some eco kills. Javelins aren't going to peel off to chase the archers. We've got just enough Varangian here to hold. TC Fire should assist. No ranged armor 2 coming in for quite some time yet, actually. We're talking about a minute and a half. The archers, not enough of them left to hit the back economy. So the idea was good for Myriad. I think the target point was maybe a little bit off. He dove straight into the choke point in the middle of double Rax production. Double Rax production with level 3 system at that. That's every 16 seconds Varangian coming out. So Numu gets a stay of execution. Myriad has at least taken that time to capture all Sacred Sites. He has not found additional damage beyond that, though, right? No worker kills so far. There's definitely an argument to be had that idling the gold would be the easy win here. Numu already preemptively stockpiled a lot, though. Like, if you look at the spawn, gold is his weak point, not food, because you got the back spawn of berries and the south side of deer. And not to mention the olive groves coming in. This is pretty effective for Numu, but he's probably going to want to consider adding in 1 or 2 outposts. Mangonel placements to protect, right? Myriad. No sign of switching here. I mean, why would you, right? Your opponent hasn't added crossbows yet. Doesn't really have the food to do so. Poor Myriad for not immediately getting the OP Techno's Force March. Dude, tell me about it. I've been begging for more players to do this. Especially when you just mass men at arms like this. This is the game, right? Like, prioritize ranged armor 2, but then immediately go into Force March. You could already be on top of all these jabs. Stage just go brute force his way through. And we do have the mass scholar pool, come on. If there were mango towers, I'd have faith in Numan, but this looks impossible. It's breaking through already. Varangian all dead. And only javelins left over. Javelins that are doing minimal damage here. That is it. Numan getting 2-0'd out. Myriad rising up and looking on hot form here as he makes his way into the quarterfinals with a dominant showing. What do you guys think about this, man? Myriad, I think this might be the best performance we've seen out of him so far in the weeklies, I want to say. I mean, last week was incredible for him as well, right? Yes, it was an ill doomer, but it was still a win over him. We're seeing a lot of players starting to make those deeper runs. Cat, Numu, Myriad now as well. All of a sudden, KPMM is heating up. It's not just the Puppy Paw and the Wham show or the B show. There's plenty of names now in the hats, and I think plenty more to come. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh. Myriad, what a legend. Man, myth, and legend himself. Golf clappers all around, guys. Myriad. Well played, mate. That was a sick set. 2-0. Good lordy. Good draft, good execution. That's true, though. You were missing Force March with docking points. I'm not going to give you a perfect performance. You did also lose those dervishes in the first game. All right, be honest, Myriad. Was the dervish loss as a bait or not? Tell you my favorite food. I'm kind of crazy about hummus, you know. I do like hummus. Hummus can almost make anything better. I'm not sure what my favorite meal is. A really, like a proper cooked tikka masala is pretty incredible. Wasn't planning on losing them, but they did win me that skirmish. They kind of look like they lost you the skirmish at first. No, we're not sponsored by Protein Works. We didn't talk about them. Got to pay for that, right? So, let's have a look. We've got an hour until B versus... Yeah, it was B versus Mahoda, right? So, with that in mind, I think what we can do... Do you guys want to see Kat versus Mia Micah or Core versus Avali? Choices. You want to see Core versus Avali? Das Battle of the Germans, yeah? Very important. Oh god, they actually drafted Mountain Clearing. Alright, let me get the draft. So... Let's have a look here. Yeah, Oases, Pigeon View, and Mountain Clearing. Okay, 1 second. So High View, and then finally Mountain Clearing. Interesting. Goddamn meme clearing. Wait, he let... You can't let him have GG. I mean, you got Roos, but on this map, Paul, you have got High View, right? Like, if you get High View, like, it'll be pretty good. Juji is definitely more broad. Abo's a bit weird. What's Core's Mountain Clearing serve? Malians? It has to be Malians, right? But wait, what's Avali's Mountain Clearing serve? That one's a bit weirder to me, actually. Roos, is he doing the classic Roos Kremlin drop? I don't know if the Roos Kremlin drop is as impactful anymore. It's the same with King of the Hill. I don't think these Rush, the sacred sites, are as good as they were. Roos definitely a Mountain. Do you think it's still as good as it was, though, Johan? I feel like it's kind of fallen off. Especially what Roos is best at doing right now. Like, I don't know. Malians versus Roos there, I kind of would take Malians. Passive gold from the tree lines, that's fair. But still, it's hard against Malians, no? I guess you could go for like a feudal all-in, maybe? Alright. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for the Battle of the Germans. That's right, it is time. Core going up against Avali in the midweek muster number 12. Round of 16 here. Kicking off no aces. And we've got another new Civ appearing. I didn't think the Civ would actually come out. Juji looked like the most ban-worthy Civ. In fact, I pulled the stats from recent SCN tournaments. Baffling when you look at the results. EGC Masters Winters, the only weekend left is the finals weekend, right? Up to this point, Juji has been banned a baffling 54 times. Only played 5. They are the least played Civ by far. Most banned Civ by far. And even despite all that, they have an 80% win rate. This is the Civ that will rarely ever be seen in competitive currently. The Pro Scouts meta is too good. Everything else it does is just too enablist around it as well. Definitely an interesting pick for Oases, though, because Pro Scouts is not viable. There's only 12 deer on the map. It's not worth the investment. I have wondered about meditation gardens on this map, but I don't really think there's anything crazy, right? You could go wide and get the 48 food and then like maybe 30 wood. But I don't think it's worth the walk. So don't expect the medi gardens to break this. I'm kind of curious what Core's thought process was with Juji here. Because he has got, well, he had Deli, right? He has Deli, Juji, Abba, Malians. Maybe he doesn't want French versus Deli. I feel like that's a matchup that Deli can win, though. Interesting. Well, French Definitely a civ that's looked okay here, right? You have the pocket economy, which is really good because of cheap mills. You can move out for all the fishing. And the fishing also has the extended value, usually berries or deer being nearby. So Medigarden, yeah, he's just going to play it safe at home. So it's going to be, what, 36 food, and then probably about, like, 30 wood, maybe? Would it save Shuji for another map, a Pro Scout map? Agreed, right? Because they did draft Mountain Clearing High View. So to me, this would have been a dead obvious ringer for High View. I do know that Core in the past has liked picking like Abba there. I just don't think it makes that much sense. So likely we're going to be seeing him save Deli for High View. And then he's got Marlians for Mountain Clearing, right? So you could argue the order of like where you put those civs, but I can kind of see the big picture. The only thing I can really think is that he was worried about Ottomans if he picked Deli here. Because Ottomans is a very interesting element of matchups right now. Is like Ottos are getting a little bit more play. People are discovering the flexibility. But I also think Ottomans are really good against Deli. Especially with the mass Dome of Faithing build, right? Like you only go Ghazi, and if your opponent goes into Meta plus Mass Sipahi, adds in a few Spearmen, he can just tear right through you. It's actually crazy how impactful that timing can be. Definitely not easy to execute. I think a lot of players have tried and actually failed. It feels like a very high skill play. But it is a risk nonetheless. So, Juji versus French. Win conditions. Avali would benefit from forcing a long feudal here. Long feudal means a lot of Juganu, means a lot of knights. Knights win that, right? The reason is that over time, you can't heal your mass, but the knights can heal, right? So if we see, say, like a 20-minute plus feudal age and we see 30 knights, Chivalry is going to be the game-winning play. So from that perspective, Juji's goal should be to pretty much skirt the age and get castle as quickly as possible. Obviously, we're going to have to add in spears initially to deal with the knights. First one's already on the way. Usually, you feel a lot better about going into fast castle when you have pro scouts. Not going to be here. So only 10 sheep to work with, 11 on the other side. We can go for the 2x speed. Just the first 2 or 3 minutes of the feudal as things are opening up. We do have outpost defense as well. And he is actually going archery. Is there a world in which Core tries to send it in feudal age? If so, kind of why? Because like you're going to end up building spears, Juke. Your opponent's going to end up building knights, archers. Maybe there's a small window where that strike is too strong, right? Because the thing is, the chivalry wins when you have scale. He doesn't have scale right now. That makes little sense. We have spear knights against you. Interesting choice coming out from Avali here. It's even more interesting when you consider the nature of the map. Like, you have a lot of wood to start with, right? Because you get 2 tree lines. Food is going to be a limiting factor spamming knights. So by doing this, Avali is going to have to accelerate his timing to get out on the map. Meanwhile, because Core is leaning into the Zhug, he can actually remain condensed longer, right? Yes, he's spending some food, but nowhere near as much now as Avali. Could be mass spear with the fire lance imp tech. Oh god, please stop. That's still bugged, right? I'm pretty sure they still haven't fixed that tech. It's a sad, sad life, as usual. They've got like 6 build orders, but that still ain't one. Alright, 1s if you think Avali is going to be favored here, 2s if you think Core is. It's crazy because this isn't like a traditional all-in versus all-in. Not with spears. That's better. That's what I want to see. I think Avali got baited here. For some reason, he was expecting horsemen. Which doesn't make much sense, folks, because, like, I mean, you could argue he'd done it so that he had spears to block the enemy spears and knights charge in, but, like, why not just put archers, right? I think he was, for some reason, suspecting horsemen. Because before anyone goes, oh, he thought it was a Pro Scouts game. Guys, Avali knows it's not a Pro Scouts game. Would you like to guess who made this map? This is an Avali creation. So he knew it couldn't be Pro Scouts. It wouldn't make sense for 12 deer. Even before Avali forgot how many deer he placed on this map. Yes, this is another one of Avali's creations, man. Credit to the lad. He really comes through with some bangers. Like, I really rate this map. I think from the map creation side right now, like Avali and Cavallo are carrying. If I was in charge of the budgeting, I might extend an offer of hiring to them at World's Edge. Winky, winky. Technically home field advantage. Exactly. If Avali loses on his own map, he should retire. Guys, I was theory crafting having enough Avali maps in the map pool so that you could have a full Avali draft, and then it's like either the ultimate week for him or the ultimate embarrassment, you know? Because, like, we did take out Bridges. Had we left Bridges in and then brought back, like, Scarguard, right? Or Mountain Clearing. Sorry, Mountain Clearing, sorry. Coastal Cliffs. We could have had, like, the full Avali comp. Too much power from one man to have? That's why someone else needs to make maps. Whoa, talking about power, though. Check this core. He catches him out on the fishing. Big hit there. Farm Villager will be able to shuffle away quick enough, but kind of a sticky predicament here. Avali doesn't have that many knights to split up across the map. Not that they would find anything right now. Core is remaining fairly condensed. He did sneak out for a dock play. Really smart play there. If this was the other way around, right? If you're trying to do docks as French, not going to work out well because your opponent has enough torch power to kill them almost instantly. But for Avali, he only has 8 torches right now compared to 17. Or 18, actually. Nice play by Avali to at least take the safe pond on the front. A little bit surprised we didn't get this sooner. He's every piece of food he can get, right? Like, he's already out of sheep. So if you have to go home, you're on the berries, which is not advantageous at all. Meanwhile, for core, it's a little bit better. This is the other thing I think that makes Yuji in China really toxic. Whether you have a meta that's around pro scouts or have a meta that's around lack of food. When it's around lack of food, these civs also don't suffer the same way other people do. Because the limited sheep and the limited berries he has 20% more. I think that's kind of the craziest thing about the Imperial Official. I don't think that's the thing you necessarily take away, because you can call that the unique perk. But having that degree of insanity, of like taking limited resources and inflating them by 20%, and then having the Imperial Officials do all these other things as well, is way too much stuff for one unit. I think one thing I suggested would be a cool change is if at least the supervision of techs, where you increase like research of veterancy or increase like blacksmith tech timings and stuff, and pro scouts as well, if that technology was locked behind Barbican or Jiangnan, I think that would be a really cool way of rebalancing the landmark choices for this civ as well. And face right. Like, Imperial officials should be locked behind the fort phage. Balance restored. The craziest part is that they come out in the Dark Age, but they're not only called the Imperials, they're called the Imperial officials. If you at least called an Imperial fake official, it would make sense, you know? Or Imperial superficial would be believable. The defense is looking a bit superficial here. Nice little dive in. Does find some worker kills. However, are you ready for the return punch? I don't think so. No, that is a lot of Zhu. Oh boy. The starvation continue. Avali's belly is rumbling. He's already been eating through those berries. Only has 750 food left back there. He's gonna have to take a risk soon. Had a core gain a Vil lead. He's been killing. Look at the worker kills right now. A 4 worker lead in terms of kills. And it seems like Avali, he just doesn't have the food. Look at it. He hasn't even queued up a new villager. Oh my giddy aunt. This is not looking great. Gaps emerging and the starvation being punished. I mean, credit to him. I didn't really know if the Zhuge timing should have worked here. I think Avali, just the spin and transition at the beginning, put him behind very early on, right? And he hasn't been to scale since, because at that point, taking pocket ecos felt too risky. Diver's coming in, so it looks like there's going to be some return fire. Credit to him, it's the correct move. You can't fight the direct army right now, but you can outmaneuver them. Fortunately, he maneuvers on the wrong side here. Core now able to shuffle out to the south side. Remember, east side is just docks, right? So these knights not going to be able to stop that. Won't have enough time. I think the dock play is really cool. It's a very different approach, right? Like, on one side you have docks. And the reason you do this, right, is you want your villagers condensed towards an Imperial official. So it'd be subpar to send them out to 3 different ponds and not have the officials there. But then on the flip side, you've kind of got the polar opposite here, where French benefit from bringing mills, because they're only 25 wood each. And because you have more villagers, you can get a little bit more risky, a little bit earlier with your economy as well. Yeah, polar opposite. It's pretty cool to see. I feel like a lot of the games we've kind of had, you know, oh, it's just a mismatch and there's no way you can play this, versus they're playing the same style. Whereas this is just drastic differences and potential for either. But right now, the game is looking thumbs up for Core. Shaolin Monastery now on the way, snuck all the way in the corner, far, far away from any prying eyes. And why would you place it nowhere near a relic, you might be asking? It's themic, you know? It's a really pretty monastery next to a pond. It's all about the zen. Can sink ships? Sure, but like the ship's just hide inside, right? So you have to torch the dock. And the tricky part is like, technically, yeah, 10 knights could torch a dock. The tricky part is how long is that going to take? And how long until the spearmen arrive? And then how long until you are turned into giant, mushy horse paste? I snipe him the archers at least. They do a better job. Aveline knows he needs to punish the tech. Cool. He has pulled most of his economy out of the base. So this dive won't find anything worth hunting. And Aveline at this stage should just be going, okay, where is he? Like, this doesn't make sense. I just dove in. I don't see anyone really on the tree line. The problem is Aveline doesn't know for sure he hasn't moved to the east tree line. But he seems suspicious. He does see the monk. And that is incredibly suspicious. What is this guy doing here? Aveline. This could be exactly what he needs to just starve Core out. I mean, cool, he does have the veterans to the Zhug. If he can get a fight, great, but he needs to have the army in position. And the move! Avali's been played like a fiddle. He didn't go wide, right? He didn't move knights left and right to find the escape route. He's now desperately checking the corner. Like, where are they? Where's the kill? Wait, could he have hidden here? Core, you missed the most memorable opportunity for Midweek Muster 12. If he had had the villagers hidden here, I would have lost it. Avali's slipping a bit, knows he needs to catch up in tech now. He's starting to stockpile. The villagers all made it out safely. They're back at home now. We have farms also being set up at home, right? So, of course, becoming a bit more condensed. Avali, meanwhile, has not added a single farm, so he's going to keep playing wider and wider. Dangerous at this point in the game because Core now has lancers coming in. Monastery in the middle of the Gobi Desert? I don't remember that one. I'll take your word for it. Definitely not going to be great for the tourist numbers, being in the middle of the desert. Royal Knight's now diving in, but you just can't hang around with the veteran spears here now, right? Like, he needs to get the age up. Guildhall is coming through. The Zhug are hunting, though. I mean, credit to, I think, Core's navigated a very dangerous map against French very well here. The reality of his play is, like, it's very dangerous because you get outpaced, right? Like, the reason it worked is because he found the right timings to idle Avali out. If Avali had unharassed economy throughout this, I think long-term the Knights just win out. But it's been a struggle for him. And this is getting worse. Knights. Auto aggro straight into the spears. Zhuganu are hunting, and he's got to be suspicious, right? This is exactly what Avali didn't do, remember, earlier with the Knights. He didn't check the flanks. Core, meanwhile, is not going to make them the same mistake. And Avali, get in the corner. Get in the corner. But surely you can't hide from the man who has half of the word corner in his name. Oh my god! It's actually working! Hide and seek, Age of Empires! Archers do step up. He just saw the villagers again, though. No! This was almost a 200 IQ play. But he walked back too soon. Oh my god. He didn't just let him leave. Ends up losing several villagers. Core now ahead by 3 workers again. Oh, this is brilliant, mate. This map delivers. Audi, it's almost like, oh my god, it worked so well. Let's get back to work. We can do this game, vamos! And then just all of a sudden you realize you've outbrained yourself. I can't believe that. And now we do have the monk shuffling out, right? So Core is going to start picking up relics. The goodies are already coming home. Meanwhile, the spearman found the guild hall. I think they got one or two villager picks as well. And the problem here is like Avali, he has got the archers, but they're completely out of position. The guild hall is going to die before he gets there. This is one of the saddest guild halls I think I've ever seen in competitive AoE. 100 resources and that's it. Now he might be able to pinch. Wait, no, he has to come back. Cool, he's forcing him to defend. By doing this dive, he gets the spearman out, right? You can't let Core just go into your base. The whole economy will go idle. So he has to react to it. But that means he misses out on an opportunity to chase down and kill off 20 spears. And the Zhuganu still pick apart 6 more workers and are able to just get out. Unbelievable. He's going to find even more. The rallying is not looking good here, and this game is looking grim. Avli now behind by 10. He doesn't have that scale point of a guild hall. He has to repair it. Meanwhile, this is looking like a pretty easy peasy 5 relic game, folks. Core right now has got 4 shallow monks. There's 2 relics still to be picked up, but they are easily grabbable here. Especially because Avli is slightly distracted in the back of his base. Zhuganu have been cleared. There isn't a counterattack point here that Avli, I don't think, is aware of, though. Right? It's like Core, he's in the middle of a transition, right? He's got a lot of wood coming in, farms getting added. He's probably also contemplating going Yuan for the pagodas. If Avli attacked, great. Avli has 0 food income. You're not going to rush an attack here. You won't feel like you're technically strong enough to do so. So the Knights are going to dive in. Jannan has been seen, so this is where alarm bells should be going off for Avali. It's like, it is the farm transition. Technically, he's weak right now. And this is the point, like, this is like someone telling you that you could invest in, like, Nvidia stocks at, like, 5% of their real market value right now. And then you check your bank account and go, oh, man, I really shouldn't have put in that big Subway order yesterday. It's not a good feeling, right? Like, you should be able to attack now, but you can't. Poor Avali doesn't want to sell his AMD stock because he knows that's going to be rising in value. Okay, that's too much stock analogy. TC's coming in now. It looks bad when you see a guy with 50 food who's just been regularly at 0 food income, but this is at least going to secure berries. He needs farms, though. And I don't see any farms whatsoever. Lancers are going to keep raiding in. Looks like he does address it and shoves it away. Crossbows now being stored up by Core. PG as well. Military Academy also coming through. It's looking a bit tricky. It's interesting to see Avali struggling to solve the food issue on this map when you remember that it's his map. Right? That's kind of crazy. Has he got the guild hall back online? It has at least gone up, but man, the missing opportunity here. You would have been at, like, what, maybe 600 food by now, I feel? Just so far away from the tech play. Meanwhile, Core, he's getting ready for pagodas. Right, this has to be Yuan. Once he has the farms done, you'll just switch Yuan and get the relics dropped, right? And he has a lot of farms coming. Give me, what, 25 farms versus... Wow, uncle. We all got a whole 4s over here. Are you guys talking about making sure that when you kill a trader, it should give resources? Dude, I think I recommend a long time ago. I do like these type of ideas. You have to be careful with them, though, because if they're too snowbally, you see the problem, right? It's like when we had the kill bounty mod. It's an intriguing idea. The negative can be is like, if you start getting an advantage, you snowball an advantage bigger. So Knights are going to try to shuffle over to the fishing again. There's nothing left there. But I guess if it wastes more of your opponent's time, right? Teen Secret Spin React. Looks like we do have 2 TC from Core. So this is going to be 2 TC, Yuan probably in the next 30 seconds. And then you just shuffle the relics over and drop them in. And these walls, good lord. The classic Core is like, okay, I've got a big lead. Let's just sit on it and play late. A little bit dangerous in some ways against French because of this crossbow timing. Like if you get into Imperial, crossbow stirrups, like all these techs make arbitrary really, really powerful. And in fairness, like you're not China. You don't have hand cannons, right? You do, however, have Nesta Bees with defined defense. The tech that gives an extra +1 range. Definitely not something to be slept on. It's now 3 TC from Avali. This is getting a bit nuts. I don't think Core scouted the other town center, so you might just have as 2. This has to be too greedy for Avali, surely. Because there's now like an attack point in Castle for Core. Like he's blobbing up pretty aggressively here. He's almost at 100 military. He's got more than enough farms to keep him afloat now. Going up to 35. Knights are going to shuffle in. It looks like that may be re-entry. Hold on. Oops. This shouldn't kill anything, but what it should do for Avali is buy time. So you get more transitions in. Keep drop is a smart read by Core. The poor man's Great Wall Gatehouse, right? Because you can't get that as a GG. I wonder if we are going to get those pagodas. I know it's starting to look like Core's bypassing Yuan entirely. I mean, he's not rushing it because you want to have more farms first to maximize Song Dynasty. But it almost feels as if we're just going to see Imperial here. Right? With probably Temple of Sun. Temple of Sun's pretty absurd for the Divine Haste. Means that right now these Spearmen would be gap closing on the Knights. Speaking of which, oh god, for the second time. Core just getting these pincers in the corner. It's a full surround. And it's going to pound down. Be lucky if a single knight gets out. Especially with that rally. He didn't actually click them beyond. So all knight's dead there. Avali is full infantry based. And wow. It's not even going to be Temple of the Sun. No, Core. Because he's got so many Zhug and crossbows. He's rushing the 10,000 bolts timing here. Pretty sick play. I mean, another follow-up that's pretty nice here is the Bombards. Right? With the Clouds of Terror. And then you just go into Temple of Sun on delay and then get Divine Defense. And all of a sudden you have like your kind of answer to Mango type plays, right? Avali? Buckle in, boyo. It's about to be a long road. This lad has got 1,300 food in the guild hall currently. The problem is, even if you had 2,400, you don't have farms set up yet. You've only got 9. So this isn't really late game ready economy at all for Avali. He has at least got the keeps to discount the cost of the arbitrary spam. For archers. But I think the scary thing for me is like, inflating eco, there's so many options now for Core, right? Like he can go back for the Yuan, or he can just rush the Unitex. The worry that comes in here is, especially with the supervision on universities, the technology unlock points are just a bit too fast. And there it is. That's what we've been waiting for. Mount Lu Academy's coming through. So there should be Mount Lu Academy into triple pagoda here. Pull a monk. Drop, drop, drop. Bob's your uncle. And then we spam the bald boy. Okay, let's not... Calm down. Let's not ruin a good time here. In theory, Shaolin monks can be pretty good against arbitrary spam. In practice, there should just be better options. Cap coming from the sacred sites as well. Just extra gold trickle, right? Let's kind of put up or shut up time, right? Double mango. He's going to have to stand on top of it just to guard it. As Core gets ready for the dive. Elite upgrades are in on everything. The Zhuge new. Mango shots are looking good, but the Zhugs are going to get deep enough to start shredding them. That's one down. Second one not being prioritized here. Cool. A bit of an ambitious dive. That's a lot of dead spears. What a throwaway. This is absurd. I mean, a ballsy maneuver. I'm not really sure what the grand plan was there. I thought maybe for a second this guy gone crazy and I'd roar the dragon. He didn't even have 10,000 bolts. All right, lecture time, guys. This is the perfect example of a game where this was the most pointless landmark you could have picked. These are the games that keep Juji players up at night screaming in terror. Why not just go for Temple of the Sun? Temple of the Sun would have given you the maneuverability to go wide, would have given you different options. If you aren't going to use the Juji library in the first 3 minutes of Imperial, you might as well just not build it. Because with the type of economy that Juji usually have in Imperial, in 3 minutes time, you'd be able to afford Ming anyway. So yeah, a bit of a missed trick here. Looks like he might be trying to justify Roar the Dragon now. But no doubt about it, man. Like, the Temple of the Sun probably would have had better warp for the initial engagement. Red Pass is now coming in. Admittedly, Avali isn't really securing anything with it. It's just another layer to his base to defend him. And that's also kind of worrisome, right? Like, the Red Pass drop towards this would be big. He did get a keep over here, in fairness. So decap is going to come through. Okay, you know, overall, like, after that fight, which was a crazy fight, like, I'm not sure what Core's goal was in mind with that. I think Avali's not as burnt as he looked, right? Core threw away an insane lead on military and gained nothing for it other than he can build better units now, right? Which, if that is your goal, there's probably better ways of doing it. This is the raid I was waiting for, right? Like, just pocketed raids on the flank. Another thing that's enabled more when he gets into Ming. The extra damage, the extra movement speed. I mean, at that point, Avali doesn't really have a comp to keep up. He needs proper walls. Full runaway here. It's a lot of idle time. Especially considering Avali only just teched up 35 workers not working. We have got Horsemen now diving in. He did go for the Deli horses. And Bolge is on the way. So, yeah, this is the Roar the Dragon play, right? 10,000 bolts first. Roar the Dragon does work on Horsemen now, if I remember correctly. It's Spearman that it's still broken on. This is adding up, though. Guys, can you remind me, has there been a point in the game where Avali's had more than 1,000 food income a minute? Because I feel like the answer to that question has been no the entire game. At least every time I've looked up there, I've never seen it look competitive with Juji. Which is kind of why Core is getting away with what looks like really bad trades militarily. Yeah, Avali... Guildhall can kind of supplement you a little bit, but he already done the pull, right? So that was a one-timer until several minutes from now. This game could be over in several minutes easily. Especially with Core's economy just being fully fleshed out, right? We have the double granary play now. We're talking about him being up to, what? Okay, 50 farms. And he's got almost all the ecotechs, right? It's just based on the tier 3. Silk Bowstrings is definitely an interesting angle from Avali. I kind of like the idea. Because if you Pavis drop, then your archers plus your crossbows are both over 6-star range, right? And kind of needs it now with the 10,000 bolts coming through, which sets back the Pavis play slightly. I mean, my concern is still just the bombards, right? But admittedly, he didn't go for it. No. Wait, did he go... Oh, we are getting Yarn Raiders here. This is sick. It's very smart, right? Like, Avali does have some spears, but he's not walled. Yarn Raiders could kill everything, because if you look at how wide Avali is. There's like a goalkeeper being required to defend a 30-foot wide goal. You just can't do it. Yarn Raiders is just the game-winning play. Remember, that's a unit that moves at 2 movement speed and has bonus damage against workers. While also, in fairness, having really good base stats for what it costs. It's really cheap, actually. Look at this. Yarn Raiders are only going to cost you barely anything to do Yuan. About 110 resources, I think it is. sick read if that's the case. Hasn't gone for it yet. The other reason why Yuan Raiders is really good is Dynastic Protectors actually has more flexibility than any other Zhuji library tech. And this is the reason why. You can either get the Imperial Guards. Okay, I'm sorry. They're very good against melee units. They have high melee armor. Yuan Raiders are the opposite. Low melee armor, but high ranged armor. And very cost efficient. If we look at Avali's army, we see why this is a problem. He hasn't merely got spears, but a hell of a lot of archers and arbitrator. He's already struggling with normal horsemen. Poke raids coming through, just dragging a lot of tension. Second wave is building up. Has he really got... Like, he paid for that tech, chat. He bought it, and he hasn't used it at all. It's almost as if he misclicked. I don't know, like, having 4 bombards and not having Cloud of Terror kind of feels sad. Bombards are now going to be moving in. But Mango's not going to be targeted. We've been here before, though. And last time it led to Core losing the entire military advantage. This time is even harder considering it now has Arbalest emplacements to double keep. So, bit of an ambitious fight here for Core. We'll have to back off. However, yeah, rewalls coming in. Avali is getting the solid defense now. Stonewalls is what you need here with mass PG. I'm a little bit surprised that we still haven't seen Core go for the extra movement speed. I think it's coming, though. We start to stockpile up. This should be the Temple of the Sun. And there it is. The Yuan Raider, boys. All right, you guys ready for these numbers? Boom. 50 extra HP, though. 250 HP. They have base 4 ranged armor. They're currently sitting at 7 due to the upgrades. Look at the damage as well. Base 15 up to 18. And then an extra 5 against workers. They 4-hit villages while having maximum movement speed. 2 movement speed. And these units, reminder, with the Yuan Dynasty discount, only cost him a measly 108 resources to build. This is the Zerg effect. Yuan Raiders now riding in. Gold workers need to run because they're about to get mowed down in the streets. There's no escaping the Yuan Raiders. Formation shuffling might minimize the losses. He's going to make his way back to the Red Palace. But this is where we're probably going to be seeing Avali getting gold stuffed, right? Like, if you look on the map, it's desperately gathering amidst all the Chinese villages over here. The east side is also exposed. And another thing that's quite interesting you might be noticing about these guys, they're not just like a generalist unit. It's not just workers they kill, they also kill siege. They're kind of like, I don't want to say a better horseman. In some ways they are, though, right? The better movement speed, admittedly worse ranged armor. But they're a bit more tanky as well. I think it's the variability that makes them good, right? It's like, if you know your opponent's got exposed economy, these things feel vile. Flash coming in. Mango shot was pretty good. The horsemen are trying for the wide rotation, and it looks like Avali is going to have to give way, but this Red Palace is still a problem. Temple of the Sun is coming in, though. Bombards moving in range. They're looking for the mangoes. And looks like he's going to have to stand his ground. Avali, he only has 9 spears to work with. That's not going to be enough. Siege gone. And Bombard's now looking on the Red Palace. Gallon gun mode is going to be activated and targeted under the siege weapons. But the Bombard chats are stacking up and the torches are out. He's going for the kill. He might end up losing the siege weapons, but they've done what they need to. Red Palace down. The floodgate is open. And the Yuan Raiders are ready to raid. Repair crews coming in, but at this stage, you don't have an army big enough to hold this location. Villagers are getting massacred. Remember, the Yuans are the ones that will make quick work of that. And this is not going back up. Game 1 is looking like a stomp out and a win for Core. It took quite a long time to get here. It took a lot of struggling, a lot of starvation. Avali scrambling for food harder than a German citizen pre-World War I. But in the end, the outcome is undeniable. What is scraped together is not enough. And Core will begin the Battle of the Germans with a win. Good start from Mr. Core. Much needed as well. Like, I'm still kind of curious about the Aber pick. Now, we have got a mountain clearing map that still has to occur. And it is my pleasure to say it is coming in game number 2. Late World War One, they before World War One, they were. I said post World War One. Post World War One, they were having a hard time. It's kind of why World War Two happened. All right, so game 2, it's actually gonna be Byzantines versus Malians. Did I say pre? I meant post. Did I actually say pre? I'm a bit hungry. Oh, my bad. I meant post. Oops. They call me a liar? Always. Alright, let's flip the score. Yeah, I meant post. I'm hungry. Leave me alone. I don't get to eat. We're 4 hours in. I don't really do the snack breaks anymore. Maybe I should. Alright. Look, I'll even make it part of the cast. Post World War One is what we meant. Boom. Could have went pre World War Two. That would have also worked. Anyway, it's time for another war. Core versus Avali, game number 2. Core leads. We head to meme clearing. Malians versus Byzantines on this very short map. Malians a pretty solid pick, right? Just javelin spamming, defensive enough that it's hard to dive them. I'm wondering what Avali's goal is with Byzantines. Dare I even entertain the idea of something like Hippodrome here? My thought is, like, Malians realistically are going to mass javelins. It's like the #1 play on this map. It's just such a short map, makes sense. If that's the goal, then theoretically your counterplay is to mass horsemen and get triumph. We have got the deer shoving initially. Another thing that makes Byzantines weird on this map and makes me think Hippodrome makes more sense is, like, there's not much in the way of berries that you can get, right? Like, there's 3 stacks of berries for you. And 2 of them are uncomfortably close to the enemy, right? It's not exactly a freebie. Nice map. Dude, I mean, I think mountain clearing can be fun. It's a bit of a weird one sometimes. I get why people probably wouldn't want to see it frequently. But every once in a while, these are the type of maps I feel like it's actually nice to revisit them, you know? Thank you. Yeah. Dude, like, I think some players, I was saying earlier that some players have voiced their concern that they don't like the maps maybe switching as often. My logic is, like, we keep enough similar that you can still prep for certain things, right? And in fairness, we've actually reached a point where we're actually circulating in previous maps that existed a lot of the time, right? So while we might have, like, one brand new map, like this week we had Oases, we also added in... I'm trying to think off the top of my head what we added in now. So many midweek musters. We added back, I think, Pigeon's View, which has been in before, right? So, like, we try to balance it now that we're getting deeper into the format, where we still try to look for new maps to test out, but we're giving players a situation where it's not 2 brand new maps you've never seen before. Now it's more like 1. I think it's going reasonably well. I'm exploring the idea of changing, like, the map drafting format. So maybe we, like, as we go deeper past week 15, we don't have a home map anymore. But possibly we offer up, like, a slightly bigger map pool and a more stringent banning phase so that people can get that diversity. Siren Trade Network is coming in, though. So Core didn't go for the Mansa. He just went for the Kill Secure on the center. Makes sense. We have got fat stacks of gold here. It won't come into play anytime soon. But it gives him control over the short length. On top of that, the outposts become pretty bloody strong here. It keeps Avali away from thinking ranged at all because archers, javelins, all these things will take bonus damage from these javelin placements. There's also one thing about it being a weekly. If the map pool for 1 week isn't ideal for a player, they can just skip. Exactly. I wish that was like... I don't want to say I wish that was the reason. I wish that was more of the excuse that would make sense from players. Like, actually, a lot of the time, I feel like players maybe will say that excuse, but the biggest excuse is, like, they don't want to sacrifice their precious tournament elo, right? But I think fundamentally that is a flaw of the current tournament elo system. I don't think that the midweek musters shouldn't count for tournament scoring to help you improve your rankings. But I also don't think that you should just be able to like sit out, let's say there was a 4-month gap between major events, but in those 4 months, there was 16 weeklies. You skip every single weekly and like keep your exact ranking? I don't know about that. Now, some people will be against that, but my logic would be like if you follow a logic of inviting top players based on the winners of previous tournaments, then it doesn't compromise the idea that you should have to participate otherwise, right? So it's almost like tournament elo should have a bit of a stagnant effect if you're not active when there's a lot of active opportunities. Once again, if you're that good, if you're the hot crap because you keep winning all the tournaments, you still be invited to these other tournaments. But it comes back to the idea of like circuits, right? Like events like this should be good ways for larger events that get ran by, Mareka and her team or EGC to inform who is worth inviting directly in conjunction with previous S tier tournaments. I think that's an ideal motion for the AV4 scene. Also allows us to kind of scale everything, right? It's like you have the baseline for a tournament scene and then things that spike around it. Big believer in circuits. Now, the other way you can go for players to not care about the risk of losing elo is saying, KP, why don't you just put up like 2,000 a week? I don't have a trust fund, kids. We scale logically. That's the goal. Man, great play by Core as well. Getting the fat pit mine, a lot of gold to work with twice. It's got enough room actually if you want to add an extra house back here, but obviously he wants to keep room for the mining camp. But great start. Javelin's already coming, and Avali, no. Spend 2k a week on gas. Buy a cow, it'd be cheaper. Hey. This is a taboo, I guess you could say. Building the unit that your opponent Civ can build is usually ill-advised because you can't keep scale. You'll never be able to build more javelins than Malians. It's impossible, right? Unless you starve their gold. There is some exceptions. We've seen some pushes, some timings for Byzantines versus, for example, English, where the initial lombos can shut your opponent out. But they are rare. And I think javelin spamming is a bit too difficult here. You can see what the real goal is, though. Avali's going castle. So the whole idea is he's trying to waste his opponent's time, probably force him to add in more javelins, and then we're likely looking at a Kata build. Has to be with this timing. Golden Horn Tower doesn't really make much sense because Core isn't rushing the age, so you're not blocking Sofa with camels, right? So this is going to be a bait and switch. Avali's goal, force Core to go up to 10, 12 javelins, and then he comes in with the first Katas. You spend 2k a month on premium air in your car. Have you considered driving it above sea level? All right, I'm not going to stop these terrible jokes. KP's only beaks? No. It'd be no. It's only claws. That's what you need. All right, ones if you think Core's going to win this. Twos if you think Avali's going to take it. Why do we have a Golden Horn Tower? I mean, maybe Kaz feels too risky, but Rankin could have worked with Sippy Cups on a short map like this. Maybe his concern is that Musafadi spam can occur in Age 2, right? So your opponent can count you there. Oh my god, he actually has to cancel the call. Honk if you're horny for a tower. Core most definitely is. If he sees it again, he's going to force a cancel again. The Jav count defensively should be good enough to win the fight. But there's more coming. And he's already tickling the villagers. Yeah, he has to pull away again. This could be a very quick entrance and exit on mountain clearing. He's not even finishing them off. Villagers do pull back towards the TC now. Steel Arrow's coming in. He's not even prying the undermesh. He goes towards the gold workers instead. He has to pull away again. Villagers get the shivs out, but you can kite them. Right, so now you're idling eco while being able to chase down the jabs. Instead, he goes for the kills on the workers. Kind of unnecessary here. I think you can actually just end the game if you just wipe the javelins. little bit of a miss trick. Yeah, he actually goes to 8 clicks on the front side. So instead, he prioritizes on starving Avali out. Avali, he's sitting with 10 sheep. No other food he can touch now. Javelin count is almost just gone. Only 3 remaining. And a lot more jabs where that came from for Core. What was the goal here with Avali's play? I mean, he's going to get Castlage, but now what? In theory, veterancy for jabs, nice. But that made sense when you had 8 to 12 jabs, right? He has 3. 2. Soon to be 1. That's 5 jabs. We'll be able to win that fight. Even baits him into it. Oh, God. Okay, so we have veterancy coming for 0 javelins, and we have to wait 1 minute and 40 seconds. I think the term that we're looking for is not good. Really not good. Sorry, that's not enough emotion. Really, 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 really bad. Like, oh my god, that house is on fire. All entrances are locked. And the only way I'm getting out of this is if my cat learns how to turn the key on the lock. And he doesn't have opposable thumbs. He does have the relics coming in. So in theory, I think I see what Avali's concept was. Like fast castle, you've got relics right at home, so you can immediately generate olive oil. In theory, it sounds good. In practice, like it should have just been the cat spam with sippy cups, right? I get why he was scared of that because, you know, Core would have scouted it. You wouldn't be able to hide that play, and Donzo's would follow up. The idea why Cataphracts can be good is a wide map. But then if your opponent goes Donzo's, like... I'm trying to figure out a way through this, and I think Avali is as well, right? It's not like he would have practiced Byzantines on mountain clearing a lot. Hasn't featured in an S2 tournament anytime recently. Last time it would have, Byzantines didn't exist. First Cataphract revealed, and first Cataphract not feeling good about it. He has at least got the healer boy, so over time we had to kiss the BB is better. But that... Oh, man. I think that's exactly what you couldn't afford to do there, right? Now your opponent knows. Core is already switching Donzos. So you could make this an elaborate bait where you now go Varangian, but the problem now is similar to the Cataphracts. If you see the Varangian switch, well, Marlians have answers to that too. They can just build Musafadi. It's tricky, right? It feels like there isn't many options that Avali wouldn't be countered or contested with here. I mean, in theory, if you at least had, like, Lombo contract, you can outrange the Javelins, and then you also have Landsknechter down the line. Keshix could have been intriguing as well. Keshix into Golems. I mean, your opponent's still going to counter you, right? But maybe you have a better window here than against Javs. I mean, the good news is in this game, Avali isn't looking as food-starved, at least yet, as he was in game number 1. Cataphracts are going to march up. Donzos reveal themselves. Now, remember, Javelins don't counter Donzos. He has no way of clearing Donzos right now. He's not getting anywhere, right? Like, in fairness, you do have a lot of wood. Archers, you'd think would be a good switch, but when your opponent has 18 javelins, it's kind of a no-go. And to make matters worse, the food line is full. Which I think is missing 1 ranch here, but this is good enough. So tech up now on the way. Cool. Looking like he's going to be booking himself a day into those quarterfinals. Up against either Count or Miyamaika. I mean, this has been clean. Sometimes watching this, it kind of felt like he was playing with the food, especially in game 1, right? Almost felt like he could end it earlier. This one, it just makes sense the way he's approaching it. He's done enough damage. He's a mile ahead. There's 8 worker kills guaranteed. What could Avali have done different in this game? I'm still stuck on whether Silk Road was worth it. Keshix could have been good here, right? Because your opponent, his tree line would have been in trouble. So you could have forced him defensive and then went for your greed play. Maybe his worry is it was too obvious that he'd want to go cataphracts afterwards. But then, like, if... God, it's so annoying with Marlians. The more you think about it, like, the options they have in solo buildings, right? Like, if you're playing any other Civ and Feudal Age, you know, if I build archers, you're going to have to build stables to get horsemen. And then I build racks, counter, you have to build archers. With Marlians, they get double value in each building in H2, right? They have spears to counter the cav. They have Musafadi to counter the armor. And then the archery range has javelins to counter the ranged, and archers to counter the spears. It's a big conundrum to try and navigate, really. And yes, you did just see the torches getting hurled. Dive's coming in here. Avali got about as many javelins as you'd hope for. But it took so long. The veterancies come through for core as well. And Donzos are not counted by javs. You're seeing that right here. It just takes way too long to kill even one. It's taking double flurry just to get a single kill. Now 16 worker lead for core. Avali, he's not going to just admit defeat in GG, but I feel like we're at that point. Like this... I think the classic statement I like to make is there is uphill battles and then there's Skyrim horses climbing mountains level of comeback. He would have to be the Skyrim horse here. Villagers, oh my god, they run back into the waiting arms. It's a 27 eco lead. But it's worse than that. It's not double the economy, it's actually triple because he's got the Fulani. Oh, God. What's the way back? Because Avali's just not calling GG, so we have to act as if there's like a way. I say act, right? This is... We were talking earlier about, you know, being realistic about game outcomes. This is a... You have 1%. And it is a mixture of your opponent making the wrong moves and you making the right. Mango in placements is definitely a solid shout. In fact, we already have one coming in. That slows things down. Walls would definitely benefit him now as well because Sofa Play is following this up. Your opponent already went Javelins. Going Limitane is not a terrible idea. If you think about most of the things that Core would build here, Javelins, Donzos, Musafadi, Limitane is very sensible for Byzantines. It's very cost efficient. So adding in a few Raxes is a good start to try and recover this. He might just try to anchor with Mango Towers and go farms, right? Because I think like long-term food is not great for him now. He's out sheep. He's got, what, 5 deer remaining. He's going for the Siege Workshop. Core owned Avali? Hey, it wasn't fair, okay? Only one of the 3 maps on offer was made by Avali. Delay the game massively. The problem is you can't delay the game with Sacred Site, right? So you have to contest this. All right. Nice start. Stops the castle going up. The problem is this. You'd think you'd be able to stand there and decap with 4 ranged armor. The problem is this thing has +4 damage against ranged. So your ranged armor completely just disappears. Core, come on. There's nothing left of him. He's a husk. 5 steps is like, time to raid. Yeah, there's only 30 villagers left at 18 minutes into the game. There's not really much you can raid at this stage. Maybe Core DCs. That's true. He might be like Crackety and have Vodafone internet. There's always a chance that, like, Core leans into it too hard to smoke his sheesh, and it just spills everywhere, and his keyboard just, like, melts, right? Depends what he has in his sheesh, I guess. Castle is up, though. Oh. Perfect time for me to whip out snack. Because this is a slow roll. And I need food. Because we have got a live series coming up in about 5 minutes between me and Mahodo. 5 to 10 minutes. If his connection fails, he loses, right? So, at this stage, Core would probably just call for an admin. Show him the game. And Tune would be like, I know I'm French, but we don't always drink wine till the point that we're drunk. And therefore, because I'm sober, this is a default win. No risk. Because like this game is, we already called it at 99%. I don't think that's like an exaggeration, right? At this level anyway. If you're talking about less skilled player, right? Someone who's not concrete, sure. Maybe 99% unfair. So, like, is 99% unfair? Maybe like 98. I mean, he does have a trebuchet coming. Gonna take a munch of this protein bar. Oh. Jesus, 99.9 seems fair. God damn. Poor guy. Imagine being sober at work. Screenshot that. We're going to blackmail him into tier 3 subbing. No. It's not only a 30 villager. It's only a 50 villager lead, right? Because he has got Fulani. All right, here we go. He left it a minute or two. Avali actually has economy to kill now. However, Avali took the advice. He's got the Limitane. We just need 40 more of those. With 250 food income a minute. It's going to be a long game. Heat drop coming in as well, so Avali. All right, mango and placements OP. Here we go, guys. Core's going mass Sprinkles. He's red through the Limitane. In fairness, Limitane's shield wall is pretty decent against Sprinkles, right? Remember, it's a percentile reduction, and this is a ranged attack. Still, it's a lot of damage. So far in again. Oh, God. Leave him alone. This is just officially bullying. Pretty sure everyone's just going to click on Core's account and report him for bullying after this one. It's kind of sad to watch this trebuchet try. He has banker repairs, so you only need like 5 more trebs and then it's good. Core? Wait, why are we marching him with Spring? Core, wait, no, wrong season. Springles do not counter trebuchet. You really want that one worker on the berries, huh? Wait, are the javelins attacking the... Oh, they're attacking the outpost. No. No, wait. I actually think he could have completed that. Avali didn't realize he wasn't killing the villagers. Well, respect to them for giving us a show. No one accused Avali of GGing too fast. However, I think it's GG in 3. Like, call me an oracle from the future, but it's not seeming realistic the sacred site's going to get decapped. The castle's still alive. If it was dead, I could believe. He found the sofa. That's it, guys. Snowball effect. Okay, no, I don't think I could convince myself on that. It's a lot of troops waiting for him to come to the sacred site. What do you guys think? Is Byzantines just trash on this map, or is there a way? I think Malians is like a hard counter solution to them, right? Probably English as well. English Malians just really solid picks. I mean, you could even be thinking like Atri is a classic. Atri Byzantines. I mean, there's no pro scouts, so Biz can maybe do something, but oh god. Right under his nose, like, hey, this thing here, if you don't dive me, game over, man. Train goes boom. Trebs are hitting. At this point, you're kind of committed, right? Otherwise, you're going to lose the resources. Trebs are reloading. I think it's just enough build speed, though, to stop it from going down. Yep. The Trebs weren't synced up quick enough, so the castle is going to complete. Spill's going to dive in. He's targeting on the villagers by the looks of it. Not really many millions to take out here. And that means that Core is going to be making it through the quarterfinals. Avali not able to put a dent in his fellow German here. So many sprinkles remaining. Mangonel outpost, not able to do squat here. Let me know what you guys think. Do you enjoy seeing a little bit of mountain clearing in your life? I mean, it kind of felt like this was decided very early on. It's just it wasn't curtains because Avali didn't like call GG, right? Like he lost way too much in the early game. I think mountain clearing with it being such a small map is one that doesn't allow you to really lose much and get away with it. But let me know. Do you want to see mountain clearing in an S tier tournament? I can already see the pro players appearing in just all caps typing God no. Should it be coming? Maybe EGC should pick it up. Have it in a few tourneys. I think it's time. We've done King of the Hill again. There was a little bit of mountain clearing between friends, you know? I mean, in theory, these type of maps are interesting when they're not default maps, right? That's why we're not going to ever have it as a default map. There are a lot of maps that are intriguing when you have a draft dynamic about it. Such as even Socotra comes to mind. I wouldn't mind necessarily seeing explored again. But, yeah, this is a grisly end. Even the boar can't turn things around. Make sure you're checking out these videos when they go up on YouTube if you don't catch them live. You are catching the recordings. Make sure you subscribe. Bring a friend along because we've got plenty more action coming. We're only in the 12th week. We've still got 18 more to go. King of mountain clearing. Oof. Undeniably so. So, that lines us up perfectly for our next series, which is going to be B versus Mahodo. Two top 16 players based on who made it into the EGC Masters Winters. So let me get the draft up, because they should have started by now. Got me in the background while you do some highly entertaining mandatory training for work. Obviously barely concentrating on your stream because the learning is so captivating. I'm sensing sarcasm there. Then again, it's easy to like fade in and out of paying attention to me as well. So mixed bag there, really. All right, so we're going to be getting Rocky River Dry Arabia alongside Oases. We do have a draft up on screen, so let me pull it up because it's about to happen live. What did I say it was going to be? Yeah, Dry Arabia, Rocky River. So let me enter that in. Fantastic. I hope this is not a bugged draft. Did it bug? It might have bugged. Oh, bugger. Whoop. There we go. Alright, I'm going to eat my snack bar because I am actually really freaking hungry. Had like a sandwich in the morning. It's now 5 p.m. Been live almost 5 hours. Make sure you follow on, and you know, definitely consider subscribing. You missed Black Forest? Why? I think trees are just... The way that trees are designed in AoE4 is kind of toxic. You know? Blocks off a lot of things. Not easy to get through. I know people hate the quick chop because it kind of made walls irrelevant. But like there is an argument to be had, like, in some ways is what we have better. At least from how you get through it perspective. Because unlike 2, we don't have the ability for mangoes to kill trees in Imperial, right? But like if we did that, you'd have to have a change where like you could kill your own troops as well. Sorry, just finally got a response from someone who I was talking about, like, maybe working with the channel. We were talking about, like, their new OLEDs, and they just sent me, like, some old school, Is that VA? VA monos. That's real old school. Damn. What's called rapid VA? Wait, is it? It might be OLED. I'll have to look into that. All right. Anyway, draft's underway. Man, Mahodo got some sick picks. H3 Byzantines, French Malians. Whoa. Mahodo's draft is better, right? I think Mahodo won the draft. I mean, Japanese is not favored anymore against French. Depends on the map, of course. Malians hunker down against Zhong quite easily. HRE could deal with Zhong quite well. HRE can deal with Deli. HRE Rus is like 50-50. Depends on the build HRE goes for, right? Byzantines can get destroyed by Rus. You guys remember we saw that really sick build by Numan that was able to kill B last week. He should be addressing that, though. He should be adjusted for that build. Interesting, though. So, let's switch over to the draft scene. Get ready for our live series. So, are the lads online? Yeah, B just got on. So, lobby should be starting a sec. Guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run 3 minutes as now, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we get in game, okay? So, go get yourself a drink quickly. And then when you get back, we should be close to being into game 1 live here with predictions. I am feeling a lot better now with that little snack. I reckon we'll look to go for how long? We're going to do this series. And then we can do... So don't Numan, Myriad, Core Avali, B Mahodo, Kazuyahan, Dimu, Lash. Maybe do Dimu, Kiljardi after this. And then the rest could probably be tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how the schedule goes. Depends how long the series are, right? What we'll squeeze. But did they remember to make it visible? Find out in a second. Either that or they got a potato PC. I'm sure they remembered. They wouldn't forget. I'd beat them with a stick. You've been drinking for 5 hours? Nice. So you're at the point where watching me is tolerable. That's what it sounds like anyway. Well done. I guess they crashed, so they're going to have to quickly remake. Because they didn't load. Alright. All right. Take a second longer. Just double checking. Why is B so scared of China sushi? Is it the maps? Everyone is scared of China sushi, dude. You make it sound like it's a B specific thing. China and sushi are the most banned civs. They're 1 and 2 most banned. China makes it through occasionally, but sushi will very rarely ever make it through. They are the best civ in the game right now. They're just way too applicable. Way too many options. Overall, really, really solid. Send a monk to the tree line and make them get struck by lightning, causing a forest fire. Jesus. Yeah, you've been playing too much Myth. Yeah, the idea, I don't know, like, yeah, I kind of like that from Faye. Like, forestry allowing chop-throughs could be intriguing. Like, you know, it changes the way that, like, the interactions work so that you can walk over trees that are chopped down. Might be a bit complicated to code, but could be intriguing. I don't know. It would be nice to have some sort of tools to like remove those elements a bit quicker. I talked about before, the idea that would be really interesting is having it so that you basically would have even cliffs that could be mined through, sort of thing. You know, trying to change the strategic nature of even maps like Mountain Pass. All right, guys. So we are 3.5 minutes out. Apologies on that. I think they made the lobby and then it just crashed or something, so it got delayed by like 2 minutes. What if siege towers could bulldoze trees? Jesus. Elephants could eat. Okay, dude, we're going down a crazy path here. I like the ideas, though. I don't think any of these will get implemented, but goddamn, are they entertaining ideas? Oh, blimey. Elephants could, yeah, elephants definitely need more things, man. You know, I was saying, what we should actually do is a logical elephant buff for the Civ that doesn't actually have the elephants by default. Let's give Mongols Karganet Palace elephants. Right? That's kind of reasonable. I mean, the only problem is right now I feel like the meta is Karganet and not White Stupa. Mainly because, like, if someone's going to go Imperial with Mongols, it's usually a game where they rushed it, or they just GG by the end of Castle, right? Can we have flying elephants? Yeah, dude. What we need, like, what Deli should be able to do is they should be able to catapult elephants. And the elephants just land, and then they work correctly. And that's how you get a flying elephant. I do still, to this day, wish another game would adopt the Supreme Commander 2 troop cannon. Have you guys seen that? So, Supreme Commander 2, it's exactly what it sounds like. Had a giant cannon that you could load your military units into, and it would shoot them across the map. And they'd land, and then they'd attack. It was so cool, man. I've been thinking about this recently. I just want more games that just... I don't know, like, I don't know what this obsession is with games taking themselves seriously all the time. You guys know what I mean? Like, I think there's perfect examples of games recently, even recently, that have not really even remotely taken themselves seriously, and they are phenomenal. The Talking Guns game, High on Life. High on Life is a perfect example of this. Taking yourself seriously is kind of overrated. I was thinking about this, like, from Call of Duty campaign POVs. Like, you know, I think why collectively Black Ops, at least on average, has been better received than especially the relaunches of the Modern Warfares, has been the absurdity of some of those missions. It's just almost borderline silly, right? Stronghold yeeting cows? Oh, yeah. I hope they're like beef. Freaking love that line. Red Alert 3 had the troop cannon. That's true. Yeah, but it was a very long time ago, right? But like Red Alert 2 is another example. Some of the absurdity of the unit types in Red Alert 2, Red Alert 3, things like mind control squids. Oh, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Being serious is overrated. I almost want the childish fun of some games back. I get it when you're trying to be like authentic and real, but like there's so many games that they're not being authentically real. So why are they being overly serious, you know? Dude, Yuri was incredible. And then, like, you had Tim Curry in the follow-up in Red Alert 3. Oh. So good. So good. Alright, Gamba should be up for you guys. Red Alert 2 was an authentic experience, right? Like, what was I was playing? I was playing a game recently where I just had this sort of like, why is gaming taking itself so seriously anymore? Can we stop? I can't remember what it was. It just felt absurd to play. It might have been one of the Xbox Game Pass games. I'm trying to remember what it was though. I'll randomly, spontaneously say it if I remember what it was. You know what it was? I think it was the new Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign. Because there's like there's some levels where you're pretty much just mind tripping, right? So you're like in your mind navigating it, and like it's absurd, but it's cool. I think I kind of remember that from one of the Black Ops, the one that like the train goes boom one, the one with the AI, where like you're in the AI world and things are just like warped and not like real life. It's very intriguing. All right, you guys ready? Ladies and gents, welcome back to your Age of Empires 4 dose of content. That's right, we are back into the midweek musters. Mahodo up against B. 3D clan members B pipped at the post last week. Had an unfortunate run-in with Numan that he doesn't have to worry about this time around. Sorry, I forgot to update it. News in, Myriad 2-0'd Numu. That's right, we've got some scary contenders on the way. Myriad will be going up against one of these two, and this week, he is looking fierce and formidable. Opening game is going to be Japanese versus Malians. We are on the new map Oases, and we already have the pocketed economies coming in. Smart play by B. Japanese can leverage this fishing play quite nicely because of how cheap their fishing boat's going to be. Malians, however, not really. Yeah, you don't have that same viability to just pocket fish here, right? Don't benefit from it at all. Wondering what the thought process was in Mahodo's mind. Like, what was the benefit of Malians exactly here? You could argue that because there's no pro scouts, you don't have to play that. So you're going for, like, what? A classic Mascow play? It's been a while. I'm trying to think, like, what was favored on average, Mascow versus Fast Castle Japanese. My feeling is that Fast Castle Japanese should struggle a bit if the cow thing is for free. But what I think is really interesting here is that Japanese used to have a really solid strategy in Field Age to stop Malians. And it all revolved around the idea of opening with Onobugisha into Horseman, or vice versa. Because the whole idea is if you go Horseman, your opponent then goes Spears, Onobugisha beats Spears. Then your opponent has to go Archers, but you already have Horseman, right? So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. In the meantime, you end up losing the Pit Mines because your opponent has a full melee comp of Torches that counters your whole comp. Times have changed, though. And now, there's an even more efficient build that you could potentially go into. Because it used to be that was very expensive going Onobugisha Horseman. Now, with Koka Township being so good, you pretty much replace the Bugisha with Shinobi. So you're already a step ahead on the production switches to the Malians. Curious to see if he wants to do it. It would be quite interesting for him to try to just straight up ego Chow Fulani, but he does have fishing, right? So his economy is going to be somewhat inflated. All right. How many of you believed in the power of Mahodo? 9% for Mahodo. Come on. Guys, they are both top 16 players. They both made it to the main event of the EGC tournament. And they both went out in the group stage, actually. So technically, I mean, B was slightly more like favorable, right? Like I think he went out a bit deeper, obviously. But I don't know. I think Mahodo has been a rising star. He's definitely got some potential. He's also part of the Volga Esports team, which means he's basically had this hive mind of meticulous strategists involved. People like Matisse, Dragavan. Definitely is a valuable tool. So, you know, usually I favor 3D Clan for that because they have that run through, right? They used to have Anatan. They've still got Cap. They've got a few others coming in that help with that. But I'd say both of these sides have their own little strategic minds that pull together to come up with new strats. Definitely want to see someone on a map like Oasis. Is Coca worth on this map? Yeah, military units. You have fishing, right? So you don't need the Kuros badly. And he's massing into fishing. Like, it's somewhat dangerous because this map, we have seen multiple people run out of food and get blocked off of it. And that's where Kuro's going to feel like a godsend here, right? But this gives him an aggressive leg to try and push into the Malians. And it also can force your opponent to react. And yes, Anno is now Fox. That's why I said formally. I think Anno may still practice a bit with B. Wait, where did the Space Marines, Necron, and Dark Elder conversations come from? What did I miss? Armies in Red Alert 2 can defeat any army in Warhammer 40k in Ground War. What? Actually, that's kind of semi-true, I guess, with Desolators. Although I'm pretty sure, like, Space Marines can resist advanced radiation. So, maybe. In a way, a Desolator is not like Necron rifles. Sorry, guys. We went through this whole interesting, deep discussion between games about how I think games in general should take themselves less seriously. I think so many people are worried about whether someone feels realistic or authentic. It's almost like devs have lost the opportunity to remember that they make games for them to be fun. Doesn't have to make that much sense. Like there is a kind of polar point where when you are so off the beaten path into crazy doesn't make sense that it doesn't get questioned or criticized. And nothing crazy about this. Mahodo, he has got the archers. This is where B should be following up with the horseman play. Instead, he might just rush castle. In theory, it can work, right? Your opponent has got ranches already coming, though. Instead, he's just blobbing more shinobi. I love that somehow we've got a war between Red Alert 2 and Warhammer 40k in the chat. There's usually like stronger competitions in people's minds that they come up with, like Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k. No, dude, we've just gone for like, you know, modern history with some alterations versus 40,000 millennia. Oh, brilliant. Archers are now blobbing coming out. This is where B would benefit from that horseman time we mentioned. And it is going to be coming in. So there we go. Stable's being dropped. This is pretty healthy the way he's done this. He's scaled so many shinobi, he's almost at the point where he gets Uma Bannerman. Hodo has slowed down the ranch escalation, right? He's definitely scaling. Maybe a little bit slower than he was originally aiming for here. The worry is that over time this benefits B because he's going to end up in castle regardless due to the fact that he's got so much fishing. He actually built 6 fishing boats on 1 pond. He has 2 other ponds operational here. That's crazy. 6 fishing boats. Great micro there. Targets one of the archers separated. Mahodo is trying to chase down, but the first horsemen are on the way. He's about to get the bad news. I mean, you have to run away, right? Upside is, like, right now, Shunshin's not available to Shinobi. May struggle to gap close. B is microing them away, injured 1 by 1, though. Nice body block there with the scout. Buys crucial time here to try and get a bit of space. Will allow him to get an additional Shinobi kill or 2. Nice idea by B, but the Shunshin a little bit late to get away, and the body blocks in return. B says, if you're going to play that game, so am I. Oh boy, I think Mahodo has sipped a bit too much of the Kool-Aid here. He's queued up additional archers. He's going to have to go Raxes. He's already got it set up, so Donzo's on the way. Meanwhile, look at B. It's Castle Age. He played him like a fiddle. Mahodo is learning a valuable lesson about weird things that B does. When B does something weird, do not interact. He's probably explored a lot more the permutations than you have. Just let him build his Temple of LoL quality so you can beat him in Castle Age. Oh god, he's doing it again. Yo, chat, want to laugh? Yeah, you can laugh at this. We have a video on YouTube, definitely worth checking out. This is the Temple of Doom. This landmark always changes the outcome of the game. But right now in this game, B was winning. Oh, good lord. New Bantam now coming, so it should still be the Mount Samurai follow-up. It's just going to be more for traditional pump timing, not the aggressive timing of the floating gate. Wow, look at that. Mahodo, he just got many more villagers suddenly. Oh, that's right. These aren't mine. Does at least move away quick enough there. And yeah, these worker kills are a lie, by the way. Remember, that's just because B deleted the fishing boats. So Mahodo has succeeded in killing no one so far. How very innocent of him. I mean, he took out a few shinobi, but they're so sneaky. Did they ever really exist? You got permaban for saying Marilla destroyed beast? Really? I mean, Marilla was pretty dominant in that series. There's just so much to still explore. The crazy thing, guys, right? Did you guys watch the Marine Lord interview I done with him yesterday? His words, he doesn't think anyone's playing that well right now. Because no one really knows the meta fully. There's a lot of things still being discovered. Like, oh, wait, this counts that, this counts that. Beastie backed that up in his interview when he's like, things that I thought counted, other things don't anymore. Right? This, by the way, is the importance of the midweek musters. A great way to experiment with new ideas and discover the evolution of the meta. It is no coincidence that Anatan is now in the top 3 after playing several of these. The only reason he wasn't playing the early ones, he wasn't feeling too well earlier the month. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have been here, as he is once again in the Midweek Masters. Shinchin. So I try to get the wall up. I'm able to. I mean, this is like the worst build to try and wall against, right? The Shinobi are just going to completely ignore and mitigate it. And now they'll even hang around for the torch through, just opening the path of entry for the Mad Samurai. In the meantime, we also do have Buddhist monks being spammed out. He's going for relics. Do you believe will be the refreshing adjustments made to Japan? New resource. Able to turn fish into sushi. Double the food. Okay, I'm capping on that. Maybe an ability for farmhouses to generate berries would be intriguing. I don't know if that'd be too OP, but like if there was an upgrade on farmhouses that made them generate berries at a slow pace, you know? That could be intriguing. Yumi be faster and have 1 HP. Sounds like you want to play puny peasants. Now Samurai now arriving. Mahodo, he has reached age 3. However, there's only 6 Donzos currently. Upgrades did just come through. A bit of raid damage being done, as it looks like B did find 2 worker kills additional. And we still have these bad boys waiting to dive in. In fact, I think B lost track of this. Had he shinshined into the tree line at the same time, Mahodo could have easily lost 5+ workers here. Now, in fairness, it's not a negative that B has just done it this way. He's still got the fishing that's scaling him up. And he also is going to have 5 relics at this rate. There's only 1 left to grab. He's already got 5 Buddhist monks. I imagine we'll be looking at that unique tech coming through soon of Zen, which generates gold with all these monks. Puny Peasants is one of the funnest mods out there. Yeah, but we need a modder to update it. That's why we haven't done it anymore, because Puny Peasants doesn't work with the DLC civs. Sadly, we need more modders in general, right? Like, the tools are kind of limited, but, you know, I think in the early days we had maybe some more expansive or explorative mods. Because people were like, oh, it's worth putting the time in, let's see how this goes. Now it's like we've got a few modders left. And they probably feel that their time is better invested just making maps more than anything else. Guys, I think Temple of Quality... No, we don't... This isn't winning him the game, right? This is definitely not why he's winning, right? Do we give it that power over us? Let's not. So what's Mahodo's game plan here? He's going to be moving out for additional pit mines. He needs the extra gold. This is a good fight for him. The amount of samurai shouldn't really be engaging with this at all. I mean, theoretically, if Mahodo can attack, B isn't that powerful right now. The problem is the Shinobi, right? Which I think he's actually mopped up most of them now. They've been getting cleared. Oh, they actually went in! Wait, did they kill any workers? I think maybe an extra 1 or 2. They barely killed any workers and he lost all of them. So this was the play, right? It's like now that the Shinobi are gone, Mahodo can come out of the base. The reason he couldn't before is that walls don't protect you. They just jump over them. But without Shinobi, without reinvestment into them, you can now get a little bit active on the map. This has been the thing missing from Mahodo. Looks like B switching into Samurai, which is awkward considering the Musafadi are already on the way. Be cool to dev spot on a mod workshop. Mod workshops would be cool. The other really big thing I've highlighted before is just modding tournaments, modding competitions. I mean, hell, I'd even help run it, right? But there needs to be funding, you know, several thousand that goes into a modding competition, and the top mods secure some money from the devs as a reward. And then the trade-off is like anyone can have access to the code they use, so that if the person only comes in to make you a really nice mod but then stops doing anything for your game, you don't go, oh, it's deadware, because someone else who likes it can take over the development, right? I think that's a smart play. It gives the gamers the extra directions that I think would be really good, actually, for AoE4. Yeah, funnily enough for Mahodo, just blobbing Musafadi now is like a winning play. He saw the samurai, right? I'm not sure he did. I think he instinctively went into some Musafadi, just in case. He needs to be blobbing them fast. Going sofas isn't a bad idea either. If you go Musafadi, Adachi means that your opponent trades well back at you. But if you go for sofa, he doesn't have an answer, right? Mass sofaing can also work. He wants in. Mahodo would benefit from switching tree line now. Or you just now move and you wall around it is the other option here. Sacred sites are locked though. Like realistically, Mahodo does have to come out soon. His army is a lot bigger. Especially when you consider that B, a quarter of his army is monks. Yeah, monks are kind of weird against Malians specifically. Because like the Buddhist monks are good against low military count, high quality units. But Malians are the opposite of that, right? They spam the trash with lower DPS output than other units. It means that the damage debuff from Sohai Sutra is less valuable here. Have Future Kingdoms now? Professional? Wait, I think I saw that Reddit thread. Wasn't there like... Was there some drama because they... I don't know, some people were losing their mind like, you're not employees, you're volunteers. And then I think there was also some additional people on the list that didn't want to go on the list. I mean, Future Kingdoms are doing some cool things with the DLC mods. But I don't think that's the correct direction to go with modding because of the limitation of the modding tools. We'll talk more about that in a sec, though. We have to focus on the fight because we have got Samurai diving in. I don't think they're trading well enough here. B, he has got the healing focused here. So Renois, he's not really using the Sohai Sutra, but the archers are going to target him down. We do have the poison arrows, right? Now needs to start targeting down those injured knights. So far, I'm going to have to peel back. So actually B able to break through there. The Bannerman Aura is actually carrying him a little bit deeper. I thought that there would be more damage coming out from the Musafadi. The cowl just wasn't good enough. B, can he keep the momentum going here? Admittedly, Samurai are going to be slow to reinforce, and the Mauer groups are falling. Second wave of Musafadi coming through here. B, there was a decap in the meantime, so no Sacred Site win condition anymore. And there's a lot of Buddhist monks being thrown away. Remember, everyone going down is just less gold trickle in the coming minutes. Just unfortunate, right? Like, I think this is the problem we see so often with Samurai. Samurai on the lonesome can't really carry to victory often because the pump, outside of the very beginning of Castle Age, the reality check is like your opponent is just going to be able to scale a defense force, right? You have to be on top of their production to really stop the reamassment. And yeah, to the point around the Future Kingdoms, I don't think that is the future of modding that works. It's cool having these different civs, but the problem is to make those mods work, they have to replace existing civs with those civs. So you're not actually adding civs, you're like replacing civs, right? It's very hard with the current mod toolset for new civs to be the way. And I'd be surprised if that ever changes, right? Because at that point, what you're basically introducing is the ability for someone to rip off DLC civs, and then that makes you less revenue, right? Mahodo needs to slow down a bit. I think he got this surge of momentum and he jumped the gun. There was a rush before when we were talking about a Sacred Site win condition, but that's gone now. Another interesting thing, guys. B is missing one relic. Oops. He never scouted it. So missing out on an extra 80 passive gold here. Mahodo is looking to fully wall himself in. You know, I feel like in these type of games, not constantly pumping Shinobi is a missed trick. Because you could have them be a more effective form of raiding. The reason why Shinobi is better is if you come with, say, 20 on the Bagisha and attack here, boom, notification goes off, I know you're doing this. If you go with Shinobi, hop in, disguise yourself as enemy villagers, walk in, stab, 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 right? It's definitely an underrated play. It's one that he could definitely afford. He does have farms coming through now with Daimyo level 2. So we're getting the type of scalability and food that should allow him to just keep pumping Samurai. Just not sure if Samurai is the breadwinner here. Not with Mahodo getting more and more sofa. Alright, ones if you're kind of regretting your bet on B to win this. And fives. if it's because of the Temple of Quality. I think we did have a big raid coming in from Mahodo, right? No, that's just the boat kills. Don't be deceived. Remember, when you delete fishing boats, they show up like this. So much gold gen from the Buddhist monks. I remember Mahodo, he just needs to not rush. Get the 200 pop, then go. And beat. This is why if Mahodo builds more sofas, he's favored here now. I mean, this is kind of your nightmare fuel, right? Like, most civs would see sofa and build crossbows. You can't as Japan. Where's the offensive relic usage? He forgot the 5th relic. Raid coming in. We got to catch a few workers here. You mean Mahodo should be making springles? In theory, against Samurai, it's not a bad idea, sure. I think Sophis is fine as well, though. Whoa, there it is! Buff up that damage on the monks as well, if they don't use it. Nice juice for damage. Remember, when you use the Wololol, it's a special type of conversion. 20% damage increase for 20 seconds. However, mistakes made here. He didn't have the Uma Bannerman. He does, however, have the Katana Bannerman. Buff now starting to run out. The archers are standing their ground in this. It's almost like the Buddhist monks are muddying the water. He's not actually taking out the samurai. He's just using the archers for that back line. Oh my dear God, it's so many dead monks. The tricky part about this is against any other civ is 150 gold. But the Japanese only spend 80 gold per monk. These are spammable. So if you kill an archer in return because of the time they waste to kill a monk, it's a worthwhile trade for B. And the crazier part still is every time you have downtime, these monks pay for themselves. They're generating 25 gold a minute. This is kind of crazy. Oh, look at that. Phased on our test. If you delete it before it finishes the Wololo, you can reuse the Wololo. Would you allow that? Of course I'd allow that. Like, that's a base mechanic, right? It's like, if you lose the guy Wololoing, you can pick up Wololo again. People already do that in competitive. If this is unintended behavior, yoke's on you, devs. It's a sick idea, actually, from Faye. Because of the way B's playing the strat, it makes sense. You should do it. Because you're having, like, 20 backline Buddhist monks here, right? So you could chain Wololo. Like, that's crazy. That's 400 seconds of Wololoing if each of them does it optimally. Realistically, it's going to be more like every 15 seconds to 300 seconds of Wololo. Mahodo's like, not like this. Out of all the ways. Castle drops coming in. Springles, they should be sniping the villagers, but he needs to get rid of the wall. The wall's griefing him right now. Remember, currently palisade walls block Springle shots. No, this can't be happening. Break on the wall. Shots coming in now. There we go, the villagers, they're going down. He's a target fire on the north side. He can shut this all down. Mahodo, he's losing way too much to this. The Springles are beating him back. Castle's gonna complete. But Mahodo's not going to feel very alive for it. He's down to just 35 villages. Economy's in shambles. And finally, the Buddhist monks do it. They cheer each other on in a circle. We've done it, guys. We were worth something. Oh, my God. You know what? This game was looking like they weren't going to matter, but I'm going to give them credit for this. The Buddhist monks were actually an integral part of this win. Oh my God. Never thought those words would come off of my lips. Insane. All right. So, point on the board. So do we have a consensus on the monk interactions? You rebuff by using another priest, just drop it after... No, because that like, the relics have the cooldown. So if the relic Warlord triggers, it goes on cooldown. So the catch is, if your guy dies before the Warlord completes, you can do it again. Because that means a Warlord hasn't completed, so it can't go on cooldown. So what Faye was suggesting is that you delete the Warlording Monk, and then you can pick it up again. Which I see no reason why it wouldn't work. Is like, if it's unintended behavior, there's a very easy solution the devs could introduce, by the way, which is to make sure you can't delete a Warlording unit, right? But that's why, for example, what you'll see most players do, instead of killing a Warlording Monk, a lot of the time players run out of range of the Monk and then come back in. Because then there can't be like another Monk that picks it up and Warlords. The Buddhists have individual Warlord cooldowns. Are you sure? Because when I've watched pro players try to use that, they've like used multiple relics for that reason. That's quite kick W if it's so. All right, so win for B. We'll start predictions. I'll put 5 minutes on the timer this time, so I can just start the predickies now. We're going to run 2 minutes ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? That's crazy if true. 99.9% sure. It looks like we're going to have to test this. Someone better get on it. That's kind of crazy if true. I mean, we've definitely been sleeping on monks if that's true. They're Giga Chads if so. Oh, man. That's crazy. Surely not. That would be crazy. Right, chat? Can't be real. It just sounds too good to be real. If something's possible, it's intended to be. Like, no. Like, that's a warp of the words, right? The point that was being asked is, like, would you allow that? And I was like, I'd allow that wall interaction. Because we already allow you to pick up a relic and wall again if your guy dies, right? Right? So if it's not allowed, it needs to be discussed and then mutually banned. But like, animation cancelling is not allowed in competitive play. If you are clearly blatantly exploiting animation cancelling, you'll get banned. You will get default losses. Animation cancelling is allowed? No, if it's being like clearly blatantly exploited, it's not. Which I think we've been over before. Feel free to consult with my admin if you need more details on that though. Like the thing we've said is, if we have a fringe case of like, oh, that person accidentally stepped a bit too quick, we're not going to slap them around the face and ban them. If someone's literally going to every single game like, animation, if they're like very clearly abusing the entire system, then yes, they will get banned. All right. While you guys have your brains melt at B's genius around Buddhist monks and you try to theorycraft it deeper, I'm going to focus on game number 2. We're into Dry Arabia. B, with his comfy roofs. Mahodo, he went HRE. This is a little bit surprising. He had the Byzantines. We've actually seen a build from Numan that can destroy Roos's fast castle timing. But Mahodo goes a different way. And Myriad, the Chad Lord that he is, Myriad, who, remember, just beat Numan 2-0, did just say in chat, he thinks that this is pretty much a 50-50 matchup. Either way. So there you go. We've heard from the legend himself, the Dumu Slayer, the Numan Slayer. He knows all. Pro Scouts and Pro Scouts, though, right? I love the approach from Mahodo. Some players sometimes try to open Spearman. You can justify the Spearman beginning to shove the deer in. It's not a bad idea. But instead, he's going to focus on the deer. He's just rushing the H2. And what is up, Sakabato? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Get those Prime subs in. I know you got them. It's the start of the month, guys. Be smart like Sakabato. Roos just slightly favored. We've seen a few different approaches to it. We've seen the mirrored fast castle off of Pro Scouts. We've seen the feudal all-in. I think the feudal all-in's pretty succulent, especially with Spear Horseman. Something I haven't seen enough of is mine work. I don't know if this has been practiced, but like mine work in theory, because you go Spearman Horseman, could be really, really good against the Roos. It's all about timing though, and I think another thing that matters is spawns, right? If you want to go for this Spearman opening, because Marching Drills makes you a good counter to Pro Scouts, you're still going to need a favorable spawn. And looking at this spread, it's potentially a bit too wide for Mahodo to block the greed. Another thing to keep in mind is B is going to have a lot of food to work with. He went for the scout cutoff, so he knows where his opponent is. He knows where he hasn't been. He's going to chase to the south side. Sheep count is looking pretty terrible for both of them. What the Guys, we're 2.5 minutes in the game. Okay, so B's up to 11. That's a bit more respectable. Mahodo has 4. Oh boy. And to make matters worse, B sees him. He's cut him off. There's nothing left to gather here. At least on the west side, right? It's just the corner here, which has 6 to 8 sheep down here. All he's got to do is mirror the move to just stay ahead of him. B should be able to do that just narrowly. All right, so Mahodo has to go Pro Scouts. It's not an option anymore. It's a necessity here. For B, he always wanted to. So next step for B, he's going to bring the Scouts back and shove this deer in to like here. And then shoot them down, carry them in. It's very efficient. It allows him to get the first Pro Scouts wave in much better than his opponent. And then you can just chase over to your opponent's side of the map. This is brutal though, man. 18 sheep to 4. Mine work can work, but purely for Ooga Booga? Yeah. Like, this is the thing though. Like, if you're envisioning your plan against Roos's HRE's feudal all-in, then mine work makes a lot of sense. Wait, so do we have confirmation that each Buddhist monk's Wallow is separate? So even if you use the Wallow, you can still just Wallow again with a new one? Okay, actually, like, dude, Buddhist monks are underexplored if that's the case. Because that is hella strong. That's very interesting. So what we're getting at here is B got laughed at for doing Springalds, and now people are kind of looking with raised eyebrows. And we've all been laughing at B for Buddhist monks. But now we're all reading what's being said in chat and raising our eyebrows again. I mean, dude, no matter how you feel about B, something you cannot deny is he is one of the most creative players in AoE 4. I mean, this man was even pro scouting before everyone else came back to that meta, right? Like, admittedly, some extra buffs came in by then, but wait, B, he's actually shoving Mahodo's deer further away. Kind of the opposite of what we expected here. Normally, he would go for his own, but he's going to look to shove the deer away, snatch some away from his opponent, and this is kind of cool because it delays Mahodo's efficiency, right? Good timing as well, considering that Mahodo did have Pro Scouts coming in quicker than B. Still not worth carrying a relic around though, so it sucks. I think one relic for infinite damage buffs is kind of okay, actually. I think that could be worth it. I've said this before though, like, I think the relic system needs to be completely reworked. I do think it's inherently bad. Right? Because like the relics provide an initial very interesting interaction and then nothing. Right? You pick relics up, you take them home, and then nothing changes in about 99% of games. They will just stay at home safely. I almost want there to be more reward for relics being present. Dude, that feels such a bad deal. One deer out of that. Oh god. But like a perfect example of this that would be really cool is, I think I talked before about the idea, like, imagine if relics gave more gold for being closer to an enemy base and less for being further away, for example. It's not worth APM. See, I think that's a trade-off in logic between different players though, right? Like, it might not be worth the APM to you, but then there's B, who is more, I say, more APM based, right? I think you'll admit that, Sass, right? Like, from a StarCraft background, like, compared to, like, if you start in AoE, StarCraft is more APM intense. I almost feel like for the StarCraft pros and formers, the idea of like these more APM intensive plays, like the unique wall laws of Buddhist monks, is going to be better. B, for all that APM though, may have forgotten about something. I think he doesn't know. One of these scouts is not like the others. And we have spear play from B. A little bit surprising. You expect it from Mahodo. I would have thought that B would go for archers, just to block the spear play, but then also you have the archery ranges for horse archer, right? We've got to realistically ask the question, has Mahodo actually got much off the map so far? Answer? Kind of feels like... no? Maybe one deer stack worth? He went north side. Unfortunately, the problem for B is because he had that one deer being carried by a scout, it slowed down his arrival time, right? He might have been able to deny like double deer instead of just one. Let me check his APM. Okay. Who had ridiculous APM? Cat. Yeah, Cat's like another one that comes to mind for this play. Like, guys, you know Cat loves water for that reason. Like, he's obsessed. Like, he wants more water maps in tournaments because it actually uses more APM. Man, he really wants to scout. Wait, no, he would have got it as well. It feels like Mahodo is pretty starved on the map right now. So a lot of spears, just I don't think there's anything really left for them to do. I mean, there is one deer stack left here, but it's kind of getting bait and switched. Wait. No, guys. The deer. All right, screw the deer. High trade house now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. What was the gamble like? You guys, 92% for B. I mean, it's kind of brutal seeing the way he lost game number 1. It probably didn't instill faith. Then again, like, B built a very big lead and then done a very unorthodox build. I'm not sure who would be ready for exactly what he done there. Another thing, could someone double check? Because I tried to check it, but I think we were too late after wall law. Do the Springles damage get buffed? Actually, yeah, they do. Because I don't think in game 1 he had any ranged upgrades. So the Springles also get buffed by the wall law. In your games, you have more APM than him. Okay, so do you think it's a strategic issue? Also, are you talking APM or meaningful APM? I think it depends, right? Like, was that on AoE4 World? Because I think AoE4 World uses meaningful... like, is it meaningful APM? Forget the term. EAPM, yeah. Interesting. Wait, but you're not talking about that... you're not referring to that Highview game where, like, he was just massing nested bees. Just want to check. Okay. In general, then. Yeah. I guess it depends on the matchup as well, right? Okay, but on average, you've got higher. That's interesting. I'd have to look into, like, the civs, and then maybe we could, like, dissect that deeper. Because, like, obviously some civs require a lot more APM than others. Some civs become a booga booga A-click, as Myriad described earlier. Roost and Pro Scouts has more. That kind of fits. I think B is probably one of the cleanest executors with the Roost Pro Scouts build right now. He has some really solid little moves, and part of that APM increase will be the deer shoves that they go for. I think another way to maybe look at it is, like, I think B and Cat in particular are much better at leveraging high APM in the early phase of the game when there's not as much to do. Things like these deer shoves come to mind. So, tech up's complete. You may be noticing no horse archers here. We've got men-at-arms switch instead from B. A little bit surprising considering that, yes, Mahodo does have pro scouts. He could be going horseman. But men-at-arms into HRE is a bit wild. This is a civ that organically will have solutions. Men-at-arms of their own will be better than yours. He's already prepping crossbows, which is also reasonable expecting horse archers. So a little bit flummoxed by the idea from B. And the Knights is the type of play that will reveal the men-at-arms fast. In fact, he already sees it. High trade house in the end, 127 gold. So nothing crazy. Numan APM is also wild. I can kind of see that. Have high stuff like 250, 300 on EAPM, but that's mostly spamming. Wait, but we just use EAPM for your comparison. Come on. Yeah, I've like said this before. Like, if I start playing, my EAPM would be, well, definitely APM would be insanely high. Because I click. Like, Dota brain in me, click, right? Like, instead of giving a unit one move, I'll give them, like, 8. Wait. It's hilarious you almost made it through. Alright, so it's kind of obvious now to Mahodo that he wants the relic. He's going to go for that safe relic behind his base now. He'd been leaving it until last, but he realized the risk here. And so far, Mahodo is going to be 2 relics home for him. The rest is being contested, but there's already knights down here. I mean, this isn't looking great for B. No, this isn't the Roos build that we've come to be inspired by. That's made him look like a spooky contender. A lot of 250 APM people are just incredibly fast at clicking. Interesting. Maybe we've just got those better mouses and keyboards from insert brand sponsor. See, brand sponsor, you could have been sponsoring this event right now and you would have got references. All on the back. Don't mind if I do. Always take a free scout. The Warrior Monk is going to get blocked out here. This is a critical relic as well. This is the one up for grabs on both sides. He's going to have to try again. I mean, he has got Spearman coming. It is close to his base. The Prelates are on the way, and they're not that far away. Seeing HRE Knights fighting Roos Infantry, right? It's kind of like the roles got reversed in this game. B is blobbing the Horseman now, though. So this has been something we noticed B likes to do a lot. He's very good at these feigned delay plays. And what I mean by that is it's almost like he shows you something and he waits for you to counter it. The most notable one has been when he plays Farimba. A lot of the time, he pretty much just commits to something that'll be countered and waits for you to count yourself. It's kind of doing that here with Spearman Horseman. Mahodo, though, is getting the golden answer. Mass Spearman of his own. You know what my favorite kind of like pro level gamer is? It's the turtle. You know the one that has like insanely low APM, but they're beating you because every single click is perfectly optimal. Like they don't waste any extra effort. They're like, oh, you want to play a best of 69? I can do that. Those are the scary mother duckers. They're just waiting for the day. The RTS day has become way too long. That's Kiljardi. I mean, it's funny because he usually gets tired. Grandpa wants sleep. Knight's now diving in. We've got to clear up the Horseman. I mean, the Spearman wave's coming in, but Beal, there's a lot of spears. They are going to be slow to arrive here, right? Is there a dive point? It kind of needs to at this stage, right? It's a 2-2 relic split. We've already got Spearman guarding the backside one, stopping him from getting that third. B is just full-on zerging him. I feel like Luciferon's that. Luciferon's pretty elegant in his approach, for sure. But Luciferon, you guys did listen to the interview I done with Vortex, right? If there's some big hype things around the DLC, Luciferon might hang up the programmer keyboard and pick up the pro gamer keyboard again. Let's focus on B. Because this is, weirdly enough, despite everything that's happened up to this stage where it didn't look that great, right? He blocked a lot of deer, but his opponent got the relics needed. The initial skirmishes looked good for Modo. B is just beating him with trash. It's just mass spears. Mass spears and mass horsemen. As much cost efficiency as he can get out of his comp. And Mahodo seems to be lacking the production. In fact, all of his production is front-facing here. Once it hits the farms, you're going to be idled up to the point you won't even be able to use these buildings anymore. He's hemorrhaging way too much. We're talking about 12 worker kills now at this stage. Kind of ridiculous. I mean, the worker count doesn't make sense for the losses in total. It seems like B may have actually been missing villager production himself. But he's done enough damage, he doesn't have to care about that. The mass Spearman Horseman was worth it. Well, Lord coming in isn't going to work either. Not even like you pick Japanese with Buddhist monks. You can't pretend that that was something else, like a damage buff. His horsemen are losing tonight. I mean, there's one Spearman in there. But that's it. B, after a bit of a back and forth in game one, A splash of water across the face, a wake-up call. He does not waste any time putting a swift end to this series. That was crazy. Let me know what you guys think. Game 2, definitely kind of a slobber knocker. Crazy how quickly he won that with just raw zerging. But Game 1, what do you guys think? Did he convince you? Are you getting ready for Temple of Equality? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. Oh, man. That was fantastic. That was incredible. So, we still have more series, by the way. I am going to need to update the thingy. And what we'll do, let me quickly, I'll open the Photoshop file. Let me check what we've got coming up on the docket. Because we do now know that we're going to be having B versus Myriad. I don't know if their intent was to play that now. But let me update anyway. So we've got 2-0 here. We had the 2-0 from Myriad earlier. We watched Core as well. So I'm just going to type all the names in for you guys so you can see it. It'll pop up in like 20 seconds. Probably tomorrow. All right. Look at this chat. Got to hit the gym. It wasn't enough to bench press Numan. No. We actually have to hit the gym as well. All right. Have fun, buddy. I can't do my type of gym, my climbing gym right now. I'm hoping to get back to it soon. All right, guys. So, what we'll do now, we're going to have a look at Dumu versus Kiljardi. And then possibly that'll be the last series of the day. We'll see how it goes. We're already 5.5 hours into the casting. And then that means tomorrow we'll have Kat, Mia, Micah, Voldemar, Scatterbrain, Anatan, Dragavan. Winner of those two. And then Core versus the winner of Kat and Mia, Micah. And we should have B Myriad as well. I think that's a nice balance. We've done like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm about to do 6. And that'll leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 to 7. Maybe we try to like have a long day of semifinals on Thursday. Actually, that's a pretty cool idea. So guys, we're gonna actually have front page on Thursday. Big pogs. So depending on the players, we might try to see if they're interested in like having an early start for semis 1 into semis 2 into grand finals. Last time we done that was a 9-hour day. It was a little bit rough, but depends on who you've got. Like they might be interested. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that, and we'll try and weigh it in as it comes. But yeah, we are going to be actually on the front page on Thursday. So if we don't have those early starts, we're going to have to find someone else to do with the time, someone else to entertain ourselves with. What we'll do now, though, let me open the data and we'll pull up the draft for Dumu versus Kiljardi. Oases, Rocky River, Dry Arabia. Fantastic. Let me just add that in. Train his fingers for more APM. Oh. Actually, change of plan, guys. You are right. Core versus Cat is happening right now. I mean, you kind of ruined the bracket mirror. People now know. Cat did 2-0 Mia Micah. So what I'll do, we'll do that instead, as that is a live series happening. We'll cover Dumu versus Kiljardi later in the day tomorrow, okay? So let me find it. Cliffside, Dry Arabia. Yeah. Yeah, wait to screw it up, Myriad. Docking your pay, mate. You owe me an extra series. Gonna be like, oh, no, sorry. Penalty. Got to replay Numan. He, offside. He's like, offside? Yeah, offside. What does that even mean? Offside. I don't understand. Offside. Anyway, let's get ready to go. We've got Core versus Cat happening now. So yes, Cat did 2-0 Mia Micah. I'll update between. Let's get into game. And we can even have live predickies. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for some more Age of Empires 4. Now, we were going to cast Cat series against me and Micah first, until someone in the Twitch chat decided to spoil the outcome. So we're hopping in live for Cat versus Core. God, look at this myriad guy. You know, he beats Doomy 1 week. He beats Numan on the next. He maybe beats B this week, and all of a sudden he just thinks he can get away with anything. Let's see if Cat can get away with playing anything this map. I think so far from what I've been seeing, when we ran the show match between him and Lash, he was looking pretty formidable in his builds on this particular map. Sorry, I'm thinking Numan. Cat hasn't played this yet. So Cat, English versus Japanese, I think is an interesting matchup. English technically could rush you quick enough to kill you in the game. However, did you, like, dry hump a leprechaun? That is ridiculous. I mean, it's admittedly double gold, but it's gold on the back, right? With a tree line. You can just build one outpost to stop a longbow rush. This is the dream. Cool. He's going to be going for the fishing wide. A little bit surprised by this. I know that it's good for Japan, but in this particular matchup, Shinobi's not really an option, right? Because of lombos. So realistically, you're looking at Kura anyway, so you should have extra food. But, you know, why settle for one when you can get both? Cat also is going to be going for pawn play. Now, I didn't check what Core's APM is, but we were having APM discussions earlier. Cat has ludicrous APM. But I'm assuming Core's APM is low because he huffs so much sheesh, he probably has to recharge the packet every 5 minutes, you know? All in Core with this pawn, right? Like, it's actually insane. I quite like Japanese against English as well when they lombo rush because you can play Horseman into delayed Yumi. And that's a gap closer right there. Like, there's no kiting with that because English lombos are too slow. So curious if Cat's a little bit paranoid about this. He hasn't scouted the enemy spawn yet. He's only partially scouted, so he knows the gold isn't on the forward left. If he blindly goes council hall here, I don't think there's anything you can do with it. I mean, the cool thing is, by going for the pawns, you actually delay your tech, as does your opponent. So technically, you should get a bigger window of opportunity to scout him. Fortunately, it's just not really benefiting him much here. He's not getting much out of it. He's not getting vision. But on top of that, he only got 8 sheep, while Core got 16. That's right. Let no one question how much a German likes his lamb. I mean, dude, like, Donna Kebab on every corner. So, yes, he should be finding more sheep. The sheep whisperer, if you will. Even doubles checks in case he missed one. So, that's going to be, what, 20 sheep? Just shy. 17, right? Good lord. 17 sheep with double pond. Life is good as Japan on this map, it seems. Moment of truth for Cat. Last gold being dropped off. It's going to be a council hall rush. I don't like this for Cat. Because this isn't an informed play, right? He's assuming that there's this forward gold that's exposed. And the crazy part is, like, if you're a Mongol player, this would have been the dream spawn, right? With double gold. In fact, I'm just double checking Cat's draft. No, he didn't have Mongols. It wouldn't have been an option here. How do you guys predict? 42% for Core, 58% for Cat. So pretty tight overall. Immediately out with 10. Pulls 2 back for the Kura. I mean, I'm liking everything about this for Core, man. He's also got wide economy against Lombo Rush, which means even if you somehow were to stop him gathering food underneath his TC, which doesn't seem feasible here, he'd still have food on the flanks. So how does Cat win this? Well, with it being a Lombo Rush, the most obvious play now is going to be balancing Lombos with Spears. Actually, I think in this matchup, because you expect fast castle, you don't even add in spears to begin with. Not until you see a reaction to stables. Instead, though, he balances it straight away. So Cat is assuming there's going to be maybe 4 horsemen built to intercept Lombos, right? So this is his protection to just get all the troops across, but it is going to mean that the initial Lombo push is weaker. I think there's an argument to be had that you can delay the spinman push because the Lombos are so slow, the spinman will catch up. No, he just looks to send it. And he just got the bad news. Now, Core is going to be greedy about this because he can. He's got enough time to wall. However, he will need to pull the villagers with the ships. The scout's going to block him. Yeah, smart play there by Core. He's choosing to be greedy by not building an outpost, but long term, this is now going to serve him well. Look to quick wall up. The scout's too late. Oh, that was so close to breaking the wall with the torch as well. So, wall up. What next? There is another route in for Cat. And it's all the way around the other side, past the trade post. Wait. After all that, we're going to build an outpost anyway. I mean, in fairness, it kind of makes sense, right? Your opponent has got spears coming. He will be able to burn through a wall. So you might as well just build an outpost in the end anyway. And the tree line is far enough away that Cat has found an efficient route through here. Doesn't have to wrap wider. Honestly, sometimes watching these type of rotations is like watching a lemming line, you know? Look at the way they fluidly follow each other. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Select all armies your enemy. Select all armies your enemy. Post up. Only downside of what Core's done here is he can't use the farms. In fairness, though, there's no rush. He's got plenty of sheep to work with. 15 total. He's even got a villager gathering on the berry bushes. Because the Lombos are going around the back, right? They're so focused on the gold, they're not touching the food. Then remember, on top of that, he's also got the double pocket of fishing. We'll want to think about... Wait, where'd the villager go? Did he pull it home already? Yeah, okay, so nothing really exposed. Game's peaceful so far, but that's about to change. Cat has got siege engineering coming. Apologies, I did just update from doing the Kiljardi. We're doing that tomorrow. Figured we'd do the Cat and Core live. There's a ram coming in. Bit tricky. You have, what, 7 longbows? That means you do 42 damage? You're actually 2 longbows short of insta-sniping a villager when they get out with the torches. That might be a bit problematic. Core has got the gold required already for attack. He's just over-gathering and then can pull away. Cool. We'll be looking to hide that floating gate right here in the belly of the beast. I mean, there's not really much to stop Core opening Samurai. It's a little bit unorthodox, but can work here considering what your opponent's done. Even Yumi is pretty sensible. And it would allow you to start scaling it now, but I imagine the amount of Samurai temptation is pretty high. Cat. He's actually just waiting inside with the Lombos. Yeah, a little bit surprised. Clown carring doesn't work anymore. Remember, there's a wind-up animation now when you get out of a ram, so you can't just cheese your way to victory. A bit of a weird jump out as well by Cat. Didn't need to lose a single Lombo, but there we go. Outpost gone. Gold options aren't looking great for Core, but he does have 400 to work with at the start of the age, and it is indeed going to be the Samurai. Yeah, and this is going to clear the way, right? Like, Cat... I mean, you have at least got higher base damage on your Lombos, so you can do a bit more damage, but we don't have Blacksmith play, which is a bit of a mistrick. Finally, there it is. Steel arrows coming through. Tech up complete now. Now, this is where what Cat needs to do next is bring the Scout here. Or a longbow. Like, anything there is a winning play. Right now, his Scout is just sitting in the back with a campfire. But there's a small gap here on the tree line that could be exposed. Seems like Core got enough, though. Yeah, he's got enough wood for, like, a second house. That would be 20... Well, let's be realistic, like 12 Samurai. Shinto on the move. There's so much food. Cool, he's already used all the gold up, right? Because samurai costs extra compared to men-at-arms. He's going to have to trade. If he doesn't get the wood for a marketplace, he's in trouble here. This is ridiculous. I mean, maybe he's just a sneak out to this gold here is worth the risk. Something has to be done. He has got a relic on the way home, but once again, he needs wood for this. Samurai at least vetted up, but it's not like you can afford a duchy here. So one by one they go in, and one by one they die. Goal should be to use the spearmen, keep the lombos alive. Steeled arrow is in, remember, so a decent amount of pen coming through here, almost half damage. Well, interesting choice against a lombo. Luckily, it's only one, so she better walk at home if he notices. Right now, he's distracted. Scout is going to go down. Okay, that's dirty. Guys, you've seen what Cat has done. Okay, Core does notice. It's like, why is my trade post... No, he... At some point, you have to look and go, why is my trade post on fire? I mean, the units would have A-moved it if he didn't right-click them onto the ram. Cat, in the meantime, has King's Palace on the way. He's slowed Core down quite a bit. Fairness to him, Core was at least able to get the one relic home. We've got our extra Euroshiras coming through, right? So it's going to be Forge, Mass Gold Gathering underway. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him just adding a Mountain Samurai next. And yeah, the Samurai was going, and then he basically selected it and clicked it on the ram. So right now, we just have free information here. Yep, just, you know, it's a controlled fire, guys. There's no need to send in the department, right? It looks like they're setting fire to, I think that's Brussels sprouts there. Everyone hates those vegetables. Totally reasonable. A bit of a slowdown here. Cool. Actually switching into Onabigisha. That's a good map for it, right? He has got the triple pond. I think one of them is, yeah, now ran out. He has got the Kurosawa House adding in a lot of extra farms as well. Well, would have. He's still quite blocked at the moment. I mean, look at this free information. I know which relics he's taken. Guys, you want to know how much he paid for this OP vision, which is telling him his opponent has gone Onabigisha? 25 wood. He literally, he just saw the transition. Oh my god. This is going to be like a face-palming moment, right? I mean, he has at least got Mountain Samurai coming as well. But, like, Cat knows to keep building longbows now. Is he going to see the Mountain... Wait for it. He sees it. Okay. The Mountain Samurai have not been revealed. That one lady put her spectacles on. She's like, oh, I see. Does it mean it was Cat's army kind of pathetic, though? Considering the timing he should have had, yeah, it looks like he was choosing for the farm transition. He's going wide as well, so there were big gaps here walking out the resources. It's kind of crazy he's got such a small army forward here. I mean, Koru's waiting a very long time. It's almost like he wants to bait more forces in before he goes and kills. Diver's going to come through, though, and no, take that. That's as good as it gets. You're going to lose the army anyway. You might as well take villages for it. Instead, he tries to back away here. I mean, this army's way too slow. Cat, he's getting cute. Follow me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. He's imagining a world where he actually beat that army. Come on. And the knight stopped moving. Cat, he actually blundered the ball there. That was perfect for a second. He could have even technically started sniping down those units, which I think would have been a bit better. Warlord's going to be coming out. That should stop core chasing for a moment. However, that does feel like a relic that doesn't belong to you anymore. I can't believe this. I mean, Cat, this looked so good. After that opening, it felt like core couldn't touch anything. But it seems like his economy just wasn't streamlined to continue the push upon the tech up. And now he's in peril here. You need mass men-at-arms. The veterancy's coming through, but you don't have armor clad. The Ona Bigisha are going to be in and for the party. And he went crossbows, right? Crossbows, okay, but not crazy at countering out the Bigisha. Not for the cost efficiency. That Samurai also going to shuffle through, so Core going hunting. Cat, he only has a 4 villager lead and also 30 idle economy right now. This is ridiculous. Ona Bigisha, definitely not an easy comp to make work these days. It feels like so much food required, but Core has found the amount. The question is whether he can do enough damage to justify the investment now. Good kiting so far from Cat. Has cleared most of it up. Not much loss for it either. We have a few Bigishas splitting up. Caught. Okay, I was about to say, that would be bold to try with 31 HP against shortbow villagers. So it's looking like a 5 relic game now for Core. This is Kushki. This is good. He just needs to keep the pressure going. Things are slowing down a little bit, though. It's not like the Bigisha numbers surged crazily. Military Academy is now on the way. We do have some farms, but those are the ones from Makura. He hasn't actually added additional farms, so no condensed economy just yet. Yeah, I'm not convinced that was the damage. And the Bigisha will provide a bit extra, so he does get in the end. Crossbows are on the way, so it looks like it's going to be maybe 2 worker kills max. Yeah, Textile is saving a lot of lives. And this is where Cat's remembering when you play English, what's the point? Just build farms, you know? Why take these risks unnecessarily? Second TC is in from Core, though. Cat's greed knows no bounds. Yeah, you say that, and then there's Core. 5 relics, still goes 2 TC. Bing chilling, no rush. I'm starting to lose faith in the plan.
What will thou?
I can't believe this game has done a 360 or 180 like this, right? I mean, it feels like Cat thought he was doing a 360 slam dunk. He actually 180'd and scored in his own goal here. He just has to play the classic English, oh no, what have I done? Let's go Imperial. I love the screams of the Bigisha. I wish there was a way to actually amplify certain audio noises. I feel like almost all the Japanese voice acting, I would have double the volume of everyone else. It's that good. And now my smart choice by Cat. Remember the Bigisha heavy damage mitigation by getting melee armors. Really important as well. It's kind of a race, an arms race, really, to get those melee techs online. You have Core now moving out for the fishing as well, so just trying to avoid that full-fledged farm transition. Kind of tricky, right? Like, if he goes to the farm transition, he can just keep zerging on a Bigisha non-stop. But it means there's a crippling point in the game where you're just not spamming into your opponent. And that's dangerous against English because of the way they can scale for Imperial. Cat. Kipping like a cat right now, sleeping the keyboard. A little bit of a slow reaction there. Japanese voice acting across the board. Oh, dude, like all those people deserve a raise. I'd be like, you know what? I like these guys' vibes. Let's bring them back to voice every other faction. Like, but sir, Japanese people don't usually sound Spanish. They'll figure it out, man. They've got the passion. It's like cool. Does actually still have some flank raiders back here. The rewall needs to occur. Cat didn't get it actually complete in the end. The hilarity is like most of this situation, like, oh, I'm kind of cool. Then there's English. The obnoxious civ that's like, oh, it's never really truly over, guys. So obnoxiously good at playing that type of frustrating game style. Yumi now from Core. Interesting. I don't think there's anything better you could be going into. It's kind of awkward, right? Because like to deal with the men at arms, you have to do samurai now or mounted samurai. Mounted samurai is going to be a bit slow. Yumi's kind of intriguing to deal with the crossbows, but absolutely atrocious into men at arms armor clad. Like, congrats, you're a veteran Yumi and your base damage is 6. Meanwhile, men at arms with armor clad can have up to a maximum in this age anyway, 8 armor. Your damage is going to cap at what, like 10? Just under 10. And yeah, he's keeping the fishing boat so he can get extra info. It's fine. Like, I don't mind this. Because he's patrolling them, they don't show up as idle. And this only really hurts you once you're at 200 pop. That's when you need to delete. Some players just like the nuisance gone. Like we saw B earlier, would just delete them the moment they're used. So he knows which economies he needs to protect, which he doesn't. But Core's just trying to make sure he gets extra information for free. Pop looks better, so Core feels better. It's only 8. Backstab. He can't get the outpost. Yeah, he's gonna have to pull back quick hit. The problem is when you try to retreat away an independent unit like this, you're actually feeding the beast, right? Because you're giving them the charge to chase in quicker. Split the army though. Some goes to the reinforcements, the others go for the main. It's a lot of samurai. And the wait, what? The crossbows ran all the way away. No, this is exactly how you can't afford to fight if you can't. The Yumi split the fight up perfectly there. And the crossbow count is non-existent in this case, but they're just not doing anything. Oh, that's not true. They are dying. Only 5 left over. And Samurai Wadachi will definitely be the bee's knees answer to mass men at arms, even with armor clad. And this game looks over. With this type of military mash, you can just dive the enemy. It's not like he's got a white tower. It's a small group holding back the reinforcements. I mean, Core can just rally now. We've got the Swiss bank macro going on right now. He's holding 3,000 gold in reserve, as you do. Enough stone to easily go for some extra daimyo levels. In fact, soon it's going to be Shogunate. And from there, it should just be a Zerg. Yeah, I mean, he's got 2,000 food income. In theory, this is enough farms to survive, right? Has he got the production, though? Adding in a lot more. We've got 5 Raxas so far. We've got 3 Archer Rangers, if you include the Council Hall. It's not great. He did at least get Military Academy, right? But still. If Core just spreads himself wide, like a knob of butter across some bread, he can harvest it all. Alternatively, we could run into a choke point 1 by 1 against men at arms with extra armor. You guys know not to do it as well, though, right? Nope, they're gonna do it too. Oh god. I mean, surely not. From this position does this turn into a cat win. He's trading with the backside now, so the Yumi are targeting the thing they should. Cat is pulling the men at arms away, but not the crossbows. Guys, this is pivoting. This is 1-8ing again. Core just threw away the entire military lead. Admittedly, half of it was in Yumi, but still, from Cat's position, how did this ever turn around? Hodor, baby. He's got the farms ready to go. It looks like we have got the Shogunate coming through. Farm mass for Core. So he's at least going to be able to mirror this now. But no killing blow for the Japanese. And Arms will chase through the few stragglers that did get to that backside. But it shouldn't be significant damage. Cat is looking pretty damn healthy now at 42 farms. Actually, make it 58. He's idled out some right now. And he's got more coming. He's got up to about 65 farms here. Reality check is Castle Age is overrated. It's time to move Imperial. Just needs to move out in the gold. And he's still got a 4K sitting in his base here. And on top of that, he's got crossbows moving out into the open. I can't believe that. That was ridiculous. I mean, 300. No, Kiljardi. This is the prequel. Free. 3 men-at-arms at any given time, holding the entire army back. Castle the Crow is now coming in. So Core is going to beat his opponent to the punchline. You have some villagers being sniped, but nothing too crazy. Remember, Core is behind on economy. He's only got 93 villagers committed 102, but competitive enough. The Castle of the Crow is interesting, actually. He's looking to just all in on the Sacred Site win condition. Unfortunately... Wait. Well, it was meant to be, unfortunately. Sacred Sites are being decapped. But Cat has selected all army. Villagers being found as well. That's a lot of economy. 20 villagers. The Castle of the Crow is going to go up. This is going to be too late to scout, right? Yeah, good idea from Cat. Just bad timing. Select all military just betraying him here. So Cat, he hasn't stopped the timer. If he stops the timer there, different game, right? You won't have 5 minutes to try and fix this. You've got 10 at least. And that allows you to go Imperial. But now, your opponent's gone Imp. Your army's equal in size. You can't now just mirror the tech play. You have to go in. And if Core just bides his time, which he can do sitting on his throne with a rocket launcher, Elite should win here. Oh my god, we even have a Takebune coming. What? Rocket launcher in. I mean, he's very fixated on the Siege Workshop. We've got Rams coming from Cat now. Meanwhile, the entire army deals with that 1 minute arms. And then it is time for the Takebune! Which I think has enough range to hit any one unit that comes out here. And we hit them for a pretty damn lofty 240 siege damage. Oh my god. Cat. Not like this. Corny's Expos. Great idea, Horse. Let me just check my archery ranges for those. Here we... Oh. Anyway, back to building melee. We've got 2 Takebune. What? So hear me out, guys. If we keep building a Takebune, they'll push each other out of the pond. They'll become land stuck. But they'll be closer to the Sacred Site. Well, Cat is split up. He's got bad news ahead of him, though. That Castle of the Crow is going to stop him. He does see it. I don't know what his grand plan is here, though. And the Takebune is revealed. Who needs crossbows? Just get a giant rocket launcher. Villagers are going to scramble inside here. The dive is going to come through, but Cat, I think this is done. He looks cooked. He's going for a Berkshire. Wait. This is kind of sick. Remember, a Berkshire is going to be a siege production building. There is a very thin wall. A very thin way of narrowly going through this, right? A small gap in the proverbial wall, if you will, that he can sneak through. 37 villages is the start of it. It's going to have about 2.5 minutes to work with. The north side is not an option. What is happening in this game? I think he's got something special in his sheesh today. Cannon placement is on the way inside the Castle of the Crow, but he's going to need to pull the army across there. You've got flank raid attempts to try and find the gold sources. Crossbows are marching forward. Cat. He's got the Botcher online. Cannons immediately queued up. The Crow Trader is not being used. Core has completely forgotten about treasure caravans. Which is worrisome considering his economy. I mean, he's trickling troops at this point, right? At least reinforcements will be trickling. Men-at-arms are going to spread out now. The upgrades are not in for Cat yet. He has no elite techs here. Meanwhile, Core, he's got elite Onobagisha, elite Samurai. Star Step Away is looking good. A rush to the outpost would maybe balance things out here. I mean, I don't think there's enough to get Core out of his base. So the Bombards should be able to wheel and deal. They're moving in now. Castle the Crow being targeted. On top of that, Core has a grand total of 0 villagers out here right now. Core should have no army. You're right. Like, the Takebunes cost 5 population. That's 20 military pop that's alive right now. Actually, more than that, because he's got the explosive junks as well. 24 fake military pop. Core still has 3 fishing boats alive. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this. We 180'd into 180'd into 180'd into 180'd. We have 720'd this game. Blaze it. Oh, this is so rough as well. Like, how... this is not enough for Keisha to dive in and kill the Bombard. He does need to pull troops now to go onto the Sacred Site. Really, what Core needs here is villagers. If villagers were here repairing, he can still win this game. Speaking of villagers, there is going to be a repair crew to deal with the Onobagisha that are diving. Clutch repairs coming in here. Castle the Crow. Oh my god. No, 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 no. His own landmark's in the way. The Castle the Crow is more important. He's trying to stop him from diving, but also this is kind of clutch, right? He's got boiler oil in 30 seconds. He's got a cannon in placement, so when you get tight like this, you're going to take a lot of damage. But still, Cat is getting in. Let's go to the decap. It's going to start. Cast the Crow on fire. You can't repair it either. There's just too many crossbows. Crow is down. Black Crow down. Core is just left with mass Onobagisha. He's going to try to flood out here, but it looks like it may be a little bit too slow. Hold on a second. Men-at-arms are coming through. The perfect counter to Bagisha. The attack speed aura is going to be there, and it's Gatling gun mode. With a network of castles. A key drop now on the way. Core, he's trying to show his conviction here. But it might just be stubbornness. This is trickling troops now officially. There's just too many crossbows. There's no big wave coming. There's just one by one we go and one by one we dive. He's flanking and finding some villagers here, but the decap all but guaranteed at this stage. Core is going to be scratching his noggin, wondering what the hell happened with this game. Cat almost killed himself failing that decap. He gets it in the end. And now we have a problem. Core's army is pathetic. 33 military versus over double that. And Cat obviously having the counter with the men-at-arms wave. Game isn't necessarily immediately over. Core does have the 5 relics, plenty of gold coming in. But the army tactics now in the way. You know, if you couldn't win with things like the older tactics through the university text, what happens when Cat gets them as well? Attempt to break through the walls, but good reactions. Cat seeing the reinforcements there. He can't rush the dive, right? He needs to wait for the bombards to clear out the shogunate. Insane. I can't believe this game. And this, by the way, is only game 1. And I don't really know what to expect for game 2, right? A lot of serious games like, well, this is probably going to be a 2-0. Even if it is, if game 2 is anything like this, I'm going to lose my mind. Starts to seize the Shogunate. 13k HP. It's not going to be quick. Starts to fill up the farms. It's going to get idled out here as well. I mean, this is classic conundrum for late game Japanese. Like, what do you do here? I mean, hand cannoniers would be the logical play, I think, potentially. It's his only play, really. Samurai and under Bagisha is just you flailing the same way and dying the same way you have for the last several minutes. Bombard on that Shogun Castle rather means that the gates are about to open soon. You want to confirm 3 fishing boats are still alive? They are. They've been vibing the whole life. They're down, what, here you go. Patrol group. Sees the raids coming. Can't really do anything about it, but they at least know. The farms are untouched. However, the farms are about to get debuffed. The only upside right now is there's not a tower buffing. Oh. Who walked in range? Who done it? Dives in as well, just trying to stop the repairs. He's going to force the fight. Hides him back, though. That attack speed aura really is the game breaker. Still only citadels, no network of castles. Should be good enough. It's a big melee range. Or melee mass, rather. Into this range, but the kite is good from Cat so far. He's got just enough men at arms to kind of muddy things as the gap close comes through. And hello, BC. Thank you very much for the raid. Perfect time. How about a game that has done a 720 spin? Both of these players has been in a winning position at least twice. Could we be about to spin the bottle again? Who's getting kissed and who's getting rejected? Cool, most of the Bugisha are dead. It's mainly just samurai versus crossbows. Cat is now switching to hand cannoneers. But don't worry. Cat cannot win by Sacred Site, guys. It's an impossibility. There's no way he's getting that Sacred Site. As I'm telling you, Alex, this is what you're missing out on when you don't play the midweek musters. Moments like this. Possibly the first time Atakebunes have looked good. It's on a tiny pond. Those ships are working together to make more ships. They have to be careful, though, because if the Robin gets a bit too aggressive, they might set fire to each other. Dive underneath the Shogun again. He has repaired up quite a way. Bombards are back in play. Hand cannon is diving in now, and cool. Has to defend the food or it's over, and he knows it. There's no attack speed aura right now. Cat did lose the forward outpost. So there is a bannerman edge for core, but the problem is the military count. This is just ridiculous. He's quadrupled on land, and he is out. The 720 reversal. Cat with the opening win. And even in the best Atakebune game I think we've ever seen, it's still not enough. I can't. That was only game 1. The most well-defended pond I've ever seen. Oh. Incredible. The boats did do their job. You should castle the crow that failed you. Should have got a castle the pigeon. They're more reliable. All right, let's get ready for game number 2. Can't get over that game. All right. Oh, whoops. No, not a win there. Let me just mark it up. So, yep, Japanese versus English. Win for England. Hums Royal Britannia all the way to the bank. Game 2, we're going to Dry Arabia. It's going to be Rus versus Abbasids. What does Abba do here? those boats should be my CPU cool animation. True. Right now, we have got the good old Smash Bros in there, though. Is KPM games the only games you play per week? And damn, do you... I was like, let's get work. Let me flip score. There you go, guys. These KPMM games are the only AoE4 games Core plays per week. And damn, does he enjoy himself. Best way to spend his hours. That's a long game. He might not want to spend any time on this one, but he's forced to. Match point for Cap. Core needs a win. And this... I don't know if this is it. What did he have alternative? He had Deli, he had Chinese. Was he expecting Roos here? I'm trying to figure out like what the play is, right? Because we're in a Pro Scouts meta, and there's no denying that Abrov looked pretty bad in this meta. Like, what do you do? What is your play? I'm not entirely sure if I'm being real. Like, I have not seen many strategies that make sense. We have seen some wins for the Abbasids in this matchup, in the KPMMs, in the current meta. But I feel like that was more a slip of the ball, a slip of the play rather from their opponent than the correct play for Abba. For Roos, this should just be organic Pro Scouts into Fast Castle, and you can't stop it. And yeah, Core with the insight. So he expected Biz or Marlies, which, I mean, based on the map pool, like what was the farm map? Cliffside? I don't know. I can see why maybe you wouldn't expect Marlians on Cliffside. It's a bit of a weird map for them, but Biz could work there, right? Roos used to make a lot of sense for Cliffside back when we had the Kremlin meta, because Kremlin/Barbican was OP on Cliffside to break up the map. But with the new Golden Gate meta, I don't think there is a lot in terms of pit potential. Dry Ray Beach makes a lot of sense. And now we have a problem, Corp. Have you been studying and researching a new Pro Scouts build per se? There is a way. Culture Wing Pro Scouts can be a thing. Admittedly, not sure if it's good enough against one of the best pro scouting civs in the meta right now, though. Have a look and see how he's going to cook this. Military Wing is going to be coming in, first of all. So, Millie Wing's not the craziest idea here, right? Like, you get the visual units to block out the deer grabbing. You've got 2 archers, 2 spears. Nice beginning. Tricky part is, like, for Cat, if he just adds in an archery range and adds 3 archers, you're countered. And that's within the realm of acceptable for Roos player, because you need archery rangers to go for Castle Age anyway. Sheep Hall is also looking a bit grim. Cat is one of those true believers in the triple scout opening, like B. It can be very effective if you scout the enemy early and then you mirror their scout, because you can cut him off. It looks like Cat didn't see where Core Scout went, though. But admittedly, hasn't really been able to gain that much. It's 16 sheep to 9. And reminder, this guy starts on the berries. Win condition for these two. So Core needs Cat's PC to disconnect. Okay, but in serious, like for Abba, Castle Age is your friend. I don't feel like Feudal helps you here, because there's all you can do. You could theoretically do the military wing into a stables play, and that would give you a counter to that archer play I talked about for the Roos. But the problem is, if you look at this spawn, it's too wide for you to block. Your opponent's probably going to get 1.5 deer stacks, which is enough with all these sheep. So Castle's definitely your friend. Did military wing ever win against Pro Scouts meta? In theory, the concept is there, right? But like, it's the type of play where it's almost like you do it to go Pro Scouts yourself. And once again, if you want to do Pro Scouts yourself, Culture Wing feels better. Because you go Culture Wing, Preservation Knowledge, costs 100 resources, but you end up saving 70 straight away. And then with Fast Castle, you save another pretty lofty 270 resources. So like, not a terrible deal, really. Not to mention, Fresh Food Stuff's going to save you, like, what, another 25 resources? Like, the savings add up. It's still a niche build, and I don't think it works against the absolute best pro scouting civs, of which Roos is one of. Right, I'd say like Roos is probably 4th best pro scouting civ in the game right now. So, wait, Core, did you start this series early? For us to be behind like that? Because I literally clicked observe live, and it was game 1. Alright, archery is coming in, so this is what we expected. And Core has decided to do 2TC. Would anyone like to guess the success rate of multi-TC against Pro Scouts currently? Alright, do me a favor and definitely communicate that in future then, mate. 7%. 7% seems reasonable. We had like 1 win, Kaiser Johan versus MSN? No, I think it's Gully. Gully won against the Roost Pro Scouts, but that was different. That was all-in feudal play. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like Fast Castle. 2TC just doesn't do anything. It doesn't really stop the win condition of Roost. I mean, the thing is, like, from here as well, if the scouts come in for this last, they're taking away probably for the deer. He has got 2 spears here, but... And even if you do get that 1 deer stack, right, it's still going to be 3 deer stacks for your opponent, which is almost 7,500 resources. And he's already snatching it away. Core, he's trying to go for the wall-in. I've seen this idea before from Abbasid players. It usually feels too slow. Like, on old meta in Season 8, the walling would be quick enough that it would be viable, but Season 9, hey, you'd have to be Speedy Gonzalez to even think about it. Oh, there's no doubt about what he's going to do here, right? It's just a matter of where you want to play your high trade house and what the number's going to be. I don't think I've ever seen Colt. Ouch. I mean, he's definitely not been having that many wins recently, right? Like, EGC Masters was definitely a bit rough for him. I think he actually had the record for the shortest series of the main event, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it was very quick. Last week, Core done okay, right? I'm pretty sure Midweek Muster 11, Core got fairly deep. So last week, Core, he had a 2-1 over Lash in the round of 16. Oh, sorry, no, he got 2-1 by Lash in round 16. Yeah, so he's been taking a few games here or there. It's actually kind of crazy because, like, this week we had Core versus Avali battle the Germans. Last week it was Core versus Lemonos, which are both German. And then Lash versus Core, both German. So, yo, at least this week, Core got to see some nationality other than Germans. I'm looking for the positive swing here, guys. He has at least got a village lead, but it's going to feel short-lived. With High Trade House coming in, the gold trickle alone is going to offset the advantage. Remember, Relics is next on the hit list. So far, Core's only protecting 1. Alright, so what's the out for Abba here? Well, he has used Military Wing already, so Camel Rider's opening is not an option. Eco Wing might be forced. Unironically. Culture Wing, you could theoretically get away with because you've got the double berries behind you. You're still running on limited fumes compared to Roost, right? Because you're going to get, like, what? 350 times 6. So it's going to end up being, like, what, 2100. And then this one's going to be an extra 2, right? So you get 2800. So, like, this is still less than the Pro Scouts value, right? He has still got some deer left over here, so could theoretically be good. And yeah, okay, so he knows. Eco Wing it is. Trade? Do you really want to try to trade against Horse Archers without a full wall? Right? Trade Wing is very hard to negotiate as a Bassus now. With the Pro Scouts meta, with the changes to walling. Not that viable. So yeah, he takes the predictable choice. Like, this now is a game of survival. What happened to $5 sub? I don't know. Are they not $5 anymore? Has Twitch inflated the cost? I mean, even if it's $6, it's definitely worth it. Let me just check to confirm that for you. Yup, I'm looking at 115 hours of being live this month. Definitely worth it. Is it up to $8? It must be Canadian. Smart by cat to kill your deer. Oh, because you want to deer shop them, right? Yeah, this is something I've noticed. A lot of players have stopped killing deer in favor of just waiting for the pro scouts, but the Fruity Clan members still murdered the crap out of them on the enemy side. If they don't kill yours, they shove their deer in. So either way, they find something of worth. It's ridiculous though. We've got min-arm spam coming. Cause we kill the economy. He's got Archer Rangers coming, so there could be a crossbow pivot here to survive. And admittedly, Cat is just staring at the gate looking intense. We still have the burn starting to come through. And keep in mind that he could go off the TC here. There's no villages to repair. There's already 6 men-at-arms, plus the scouts. And we did warn about this. We'll take whatever scraps are left over. So you remember that food difference I talked about? Like, the reason why Core has to go eco-wing here is it's even bigger than what we talked. There's the boar as well. That's another 4,400 food. And that's before we even talk about Cat's own berries. Like, there's way too much food for you to contest Culture Wing. You either get a farm transition and live, or you die. Few men at arms are going to be left to try and torch things down here. Only under mesh level 1, but no blacksmith decks from Core. Because, you know, Abbasids, who needs blacksmiths? Just get more villagers. And then when you're 30 minutes in the game, panic rush every blacksmith deck. Do you have relics now being hoovered? Kind of tricky, really. I mean, in some ways, kind of an expected outcome. By Core's own admission, right? He hasn't been able to practice or prep as much. Cat has been hard on the grind. We've already been highlighting him as a clear upcomer here in 2025. But it has to be kind of draining, exhausting after that crazy game 1 for things to end like this. I know people have had some mixed feelings about single elim or best of threes for that reason. But I'm open to the idea of altering a format. I don't think we'd ever do double elim, but like more BO5s. But for that to be feasible, we just need to see a track record of people signing up ahead of time and then playing their games on schedule at a reasonable pace. It's not meaning you have to play through to your quarterfinals before the weekend's done. It's not what we want. Firm live. It just means people actually being fluid in scheduling. Because we still have a few people letting down the team. E5s and cores and we're good. It's definitely something I want to do. And like I said, if we see good scheduling frequently, then we can do it. It's definitely something that I want on the agenda. And then we upgrade the best of 7 grand final to a best of 9. There we go. We figured it out. Best of 7 semifinals. I mean, hell, I'd be happy with that because that's more content, right? Is matchup playable with Eco Wing? You have to go free TC to feel good about Eco Wing, right? In Feudal. I feel as if you give way too much food to your opponent, right? I mean, in fairness, your spawn was decent for it, right? With the berries, and you could have maybe walled this quickly and then TC dropped down here. Find 2 TC Eco Wing. My worry there is like you're not able to do anything to even remotely block Roos. In fairness, the military wing didn't do much because it wasn't like a horseman follow-up or anything, right? It's tricky. I don't know, I still want to see the culture wing route explored. Maybe not against Roos, Sushi, Chinese, even HRE, but other civs, I could actually kind of see it for Abbasids. Look at that. Voldemar is sipping my Kool-Aid. Alright. Burnthrough's coming in soon. This is a lot of horse archers. Core kind of got baited to go crossbows to count them in arms, and that means the archer pump is slower than you'd like. We don't have compass bows in yet. We have a full vacate of the main area and 40 TC Abbasids. Core has returned to the groovy days of 2021. It's been a hot second since I've seen this much scraping. Oh, good lord. Well, the good news is, Core should be capable of producing villagers quicker than he loses them. The bad news is we still don't have a farm transition, and the berries are running out quite fast. Tries to yoink the relic. Oh, come on. No, now we're just going to be generously donating this, aren't we? I mean, there's quite a few troops coming. A monk could easily sneak in. Does keep the vision, gets the kill near man. Cool. At this stage, man, I think that the food is going to kill you. A lack of, rather. I like the idea of massing archery ranges, just trying to get the archers online. He has got the gold to afford composite bows here, plus the blacksmith techs. Kind of feels like the timing is slightly off, though. It's also awkward because your opponent's already into mass horsemen, right? So you still have this necessity to get a lot of food online. Meanwhile, still gathering sheep in his base. Cat at 15.5 minutes with complete horseman spam. And deer, by the way. He's also out on the boars. In fact, I might even consider moving down for this one soon. Fayetteville Lean, we're talking about the dude being behind. Pro Scout's ridiculous. I mean, because he hasn't got a farm transition, right? Like, this is the classic, you have too many villagers, but what do you do with them moment, right? That's why more villagers doesn't always equal win. If he can survive the farm transition, Core has hope. So, like, it's not completely over. Things could look catastrophically worse, but it's still really uncomfortable. Like, all of his economy exists in this tiny little phallic slab of the map where he's got 2 TCs. The rest of it isn't really going to have much to do. The other problem is with that tiny little slab, Core has stone but not gold. So no quality units possible here. Like at this stage, Cat could technically go back to men-at-arms. I mean, yeah, I've talked about this before. I'd love to see more frequent patches. From a build order perspective, I'm going to see maybe people's reluctance. I just want it in general more regular content. Rotate the maps more frequently. Let's have a bit more fluidity, adjusting things that are clearly detrimental to fun metas. Like, I don't think Pro Scouts currently is fun. I want Pro Scouts to be viable. I just don't think the playstyle it forces is engaging in the right way. It's engaging in the same way the TC meta was, if you think about it. Oh, you TC. I'm going to have to TC too. That's basically what we have right now. Cool. I'm going to let you on a secret. I wish we had a meta where everything is viable. Pro Scout TC aggro. I'm going to let you on a secret that there's games that have achieved the perfect meta. And you know what happens? People still get bored. People just want change. People genuinely want more change than perfect balance. We're not like football or chess, but even those have changed over time. We don't want this game that has a linear set of rules for years and years and people are happy with it. Gamers love things evolving. Keep drop on the south side. Cool. We talked about the need for gold. We have 15 garrison slots. Yeah, someone tells me this isn't going to last long. Cool. Without gold, what are you really? I mean, the trash units at Bastards are quite formidable, but we talked about the risk here. Cat is going men-at-arms. This will counter all of the trash units Abba have. Villagers coming in with repairs. I mean, at this stage, the horse archers just need to dive in. Cat hasn't noticed yet. This could work out well for Core if Cat continues to neglect himself for like the next 2 minutes. He's noticed though. Core's like, but what else am I meant to do with 2,000 stone? I just want to repair. The lesson here was, Core, build more keeps. Kind of feels like you might as well at this stage. Pretty much saving for a 1 day. He's got another keep drop on the way. He's making a state claim on the north side, but the scouts are already in position. And the horse archers are nearby. That's going to be a butcher in the 10 villages at top. While the castle on the south looks like it's going down. There's going to be a jump out by the archer mass, but that's a losing fight. The Saint's Blessing buff comes through. And this is going to be curtains. Core will be going out in the quarterfinals. Cat looking on course to make another deep run in the Midweek Masters. Last time, Grand Finals. Can he emulate it back-to-back? And this time, maybe Frost Trophy. Definitely off to a solid start in this series against Core. Pro Scouts nerfs, there's loads of things you could do. You could nerf their speed, you could nerf the cost, you could nerf them with an effect where like they have damage vulnerability or they drop the deer when they get hit. There's definitely a lot of things you can do. I think another really cool approach, actually the change that I've been begging them for, that you could do, is you evolve it so that what happens is when people think of the issue of Pro Scouts, we've had maps where it doesn't exist, like Oases, because there's not enough deer. The problem is, how do you solve for that? Currently, it's by adding shoreline fish or by adding berries. And if you add berries, Deli, Abba, things like that, it just could be really good. Why don't we just add a new food type? A generic food type, almost like a static sheep type, right? Not literally sheep, but I mean in terms of a food that you can't move, that changes it completely, right? Fish and chips, there you go. Apple trees, yeah, like something like that, right? Just think of something. There's plenty of things we could have. Melons. Let's Minecraft it, you know? Or like wild wheat, right? So it's like a limited farm. Dude, someone could actually set that up modding-wise, I imagine there's a way, right? Is you just have unowned farms that you can gather from. They exist in the middle of the map, but when they deplete, they disappear. And by the way, that should be possible because if you look at farms, they actually have an internal food value before they deplete, which I think is 120, right? Something like that would be cool. Just get new food sources. And then deer, Pro Scouts can be viable on certain maps, but it's not oppressive on practically every map in rotation, right? Like, here, proof point. Open up ranked and show my sick big rank. Pro Scouts viable. Obviously, you're going to do fishing there. Pro Scouts viable. Pro Scouts viable. Some people say it's Pro Scouts. It's a mixed bag. Pro Scouts viable. Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts. Hey, you do fish. Pro Scouts. So, like, basically, all the maps are you do Pro Scouts, you do fish, right? And these are all ranked maps. Tournament maps are the same case. Like, I think we've done a good job. And EGC, like, people... For the players that tried to flame EGC's map pool, like, shame on you, dude. Like, I don't think that was needed. Like, you can argue that you don't like the maps, but, like, the maps are the maps at that stage. I don't think I've been over this pool, they shouldn't have changed the maps that close. Because at that point, you punish people with practice. But, like, look at ours, right? Borderland is admittedly a Pro Scouts map, right? This is Midweek Muster 11. Bridges was 2. Cliffside, Dry Arabia. Yes. Honestly, like, Wilderness and Mountain Clearing were the only ones that went Pro Scouts. So what did we do? Week 12? Pro Scouts, no Pro Scouts, no Pro Scouts, Pro Scouts, no Pro Scouts. So we started to recalibrate, right? You can't really, with the current maps on offer, fully eliminate Pro Scouts, but you can alter the potency. Create your own map. Oh, God, dude, cow. What is this crap? Oh, I definitely haven't looked at this before. Oh, God, what is that? What is that weird? Why is it blurry? You want me to log in? Oh, my God, you filthy data scraper. I think EGC map pool, the change was decent. Okay, I can see where come from their core. I still am of the belief that they shouldn't have changed the maps when they did. I think you either change the maps like over a month in advance or something like that, or you change it not at all. The maps definitely should not have been changed that close to the event. That was bad. Because like you basically what you've done is you rewarded people who sat around moaning, and you punished players who actually got on with it and practiced, right? Now you can argue whether there was feedback given and it wasn't listened to, whatever. Sure, but like my point is, it shouldn't have happened when it happened. Yeah. Changes were good, sure, but they shouldn't have happened when they happened for sure. Also, I still find it hilarious the amount of players sock moving out, screw moving out. We hate it. Community seems to love watching it. It's hilarious. It's freaking it's so hilarious to see a game where no one really knows what's happening. Just don't practice win-win. Huh? Core, you just said you only play KPMM. You don't practice. I'm not going to dive deep into that. Anyway, ML was pissed. Yeah, he should be. Dude, he practiced. I think Anna was another one. Like, these people practiced and they basically got punished for practicing. That's not good. That's really bad. And I've given this feedback to EGC. This isn't controversial. I've bluntly said to them, I was like, you shouldn't change the maps. If the feeling sentiment was they're bad a month plus in advance, you change them, sure. But not a week or two out. 6 custom games for EGC's tourney. I mean, I even, like, it's funny, the amount of people who didn't want to, like, play in the KPMM didn't want to reveal their strategies. But I even intentionally adjusted the map pool to cater to people so it'd be viable, it'd be useful to them. And then I was still like, secret strats. I was like, oh, okay. I guess won't bother with that in the future. But let me update the scores here because we have had some more series. It's going to be a 2-0 for Cat. Cat is now through to the semi-finals. Looking at, I guess, looking at the schedule, that series didn't take too long. We can do probably one more. Which series do we do, guys? B versus Myriad, I think, is scheduled for tomorrow, or is going to be. Should we do some Dumu Kiljardi? Yeah, let's do it. We're going to check in on Dumu versus Kiljardi, guys. Not worth if you invest too much time in playing the game. Sure, like, I mean, I've said this before to people. They don't find it fun, right? Don't do it. These type of games continue to exist more based on... I'd say, like, with the size of AoE4, realistically, the game continues to exist more based on the enjoyment you get from playing it. Not based on its financial capability to provide, right? We know the way near as big. I don't know. In some people's eyes, my $300 prize pool a week might look small, but it's because I'm not doing dumb esports. Dumb esports is let's blow $1 million on this, right? It's not sustainable. Someone I tried to be really balanced with is like, if you think about it, technically, what I'm doing provides more bang for buck to World's Edge than probably any other tournament, right? That's not me ego challenging like where am I talking, like in financial viability, like the value for them, yes, right? One guy show with an admin part-time and then some graphical work, and then 30 weeks of content for under 10k. Sell myself short. So let's get ready for the set though. We're going to be doing Dumu versus Kiljardi now. Let me update the title as well. Trick is not to sleep. True. That's what the energy drinks are for. Insert energy drink brand here. I get sponsored by one then. EGC pulls the big names? Sure. But like, sorry, I had to put it this way. Compared to what they spend on an EGC event and then what the minutes watched are generated, if you compile the minutes watched across every single week together, which is fair to do because of the budgetary constraints of both, which generates more minutes watched. So we are averaging probably 2.5 million minutes watched per month. We can times that by 8? It's 20 million. Wonder if AGC generates more than 20 million. Would be interesting to see that. Maybe like some events, yes. Like Elite Classic, the last one. But obviously the last 3 AoE4 events have been down on like viewership averages. Because I think people are tired, they want new content, right? Obviously there was the team tournament as well, which is always going to be less popular than 1v1s with the current way that AoE4 is built and designed. But opening game, we've got HRE versus Deli. Okay, so this is pretty good for HRE. You're not working from home, you're doing things wrong. Alright, Mr. Elitist. It's true though. Like, I work from home. Just get on with it. Get a home job, mate. Any update on the new thing? Glad you asked. I'm working on it now. There's some details that I need to scrape this week to get a full picture on what the hell's happening, because there had been plans originally for a certain time frame to do the thing, but now someone else's event maybe conflicts, so it's making it tricky. But basically, the goal is to prepare something ample and very desirable that rewards players who've been playing in KPMMs. And the goal is to make it so that people who just don't bother to play KPMMs are kind of excluded, which is, I mean, dangerous, because if you're a big name, sure, I'm missing out. But like, the logic to me is I want to reward the people who actually turned up, provide us with content, provide you guys with entertainment, and, you know, wore the heart on the sleeve and participated, right? That to me is very important. Versus just, like, creating that classic narrative of, like, oh, this person just gets a free pass because they're X. So, is it punishing play? Yeah, I mean, you can say punishing. It's not exactly, like, punishing isn't the right word. I like to spin it the other way if it's rewarding people who participate, right? It's rewarding effort more than punishing lack of. Positive spins. When we wait, I mean, dude, if we're announcing before week 15, it's still 15 weeks, right? Like, there's still, in fairness, there's still, you know, I still think it's fairly fair. Like I said, the goal is to try and get details announced within the next week, 2 weeks maximum. I know I said that before, but the difference is, like I said, there was plans to start talking about it and exactly what the details are. But because of some changes in the roadmap for, like, events, I need to talk to certain parties and figure out what the hell's happening so that I can then squeeze it in. Because otherwise, we're going to have 2 events running at the same time, and that's bad. Right. Alright, just catch up in chat. I think we're good to go. What for job do you do? I am a full-time content creator, mate. Full-time content creator and caster/host. So this is my living. Feel free to support it. Alright. Let's get to. We're back with a fun one. Ladies and gents, it's Kiljardi demo time. Always a fun matchup, whether on ladder or in tournament. And here in tournament, they're going to be meeting up in the quarterfinals. Benny Boy looking favorable with the HRE into the Deli. But this map is looking quite scary for Deli. And the difference is HRE have been taking a dump on Deli on Pro Scouts maps. That's right. We need to get a shot clock for every time I mention those words. We're not on a Pro Scouts map. We're on Oases. Only 12 deer in total. So Deli might have some potential plays to lean into here. Sheep count on the beginning is going to be fairly even. It looks like actually Dumu's going to get a slight edge with his rotation. And we do have the Dome of Faith build, so not trying to pivot into some Tower Victory shenanigans. Arcan is going to be coming in on the gold, has got the tree line as well. Likely we're going to be seeing the classic HRE farm build up. A little bit worrisome because the thing that's been making HRE look good in this matchup is their ability to go spears and then flood men-at-arms after some horsemen as well. Can't really do that without Pro Scouts. He's not cleanly. And this right here, the Hourglass is Piety. Piety is pretty busted. So a lot of the time when you think about the text from the Deli mosque that seems absurd, the one that people will reference is Sanctity, right? I actually think the more broken ones are Piety and Military Efficiency. So Military Efficiency is pretty obvious, right? Like, you know, you drop a Scholar inside a building, double production. That's wild in the opening of the game. It allows you to surge more units than any other civ can really match at a cheap, efficient price. On top of that, you can ungarrison, regarrison different buildings. You can basically adjust on the go. It's like a micro economy within the economy of efficiency. And then there's Piety. Piety to me is still also wild. You're taking a 90 health unit and giving it a 40 health increase. That's almost a 50% increase health on a unit that has no counters. Which is pretty important in the early game because unless you're playing a night spamming civ, that means you don't have an easy way of killing scholars. So yeah, Piety, very, very good. You know what? Deli so far have looked really, really good on this map. Especially because of this. I said it's a map where you can't pro scouts. There is an exception. When it's for free. And no, the counter I say you make to Piety, same with military efficiencies, imagine how different Deli are if you can only get these techs in feudal. That kind of changes the game, right? I'd say still let them have their mosque and they can research wheelbarrow in Dark Age, but like, slow the other crap down. Or maybe you just experiment with one, like put military efficiency into feudal age. Changes the game quite a lot. Because then, like, your sanctity timing gets delayed. And, you know, previous Deli, I kind of understand why you wouldn't want to do that. They were kind of all in feudal as the only play, but new Deli, capable of bigger and scarier things. Now, people are going to object to this because currently Deli are pretty abysmal. When you look at the win rate in competitive, in the EGC Masters Winters, they were sitting at, like, what, 14% win rate? Not great. However, what I would remind people of is that we are neck deep in the Pro Scouts meta. Deli also is just kind of being misfielded, I think, in the tournament. And once the Pro Scouts meta gets nerfed, this Civ is going to go back to top. Gazi definitely a good step in the right direction as to why. Raid already coming in. Dumu has immediately committed to the double racks, and we already have men-at-arms coming through. Dumu has made this work before without Pro Scouts. I think it was usually delayed. But he does eventually get it, right? In this game, it doesn't seem viable, so what's the goal? My worry here is if you're just going to men-at-arms flood, can your opponent not play wide and block you when you come to food? Which means you have to go farms, right? Farms is going to hinder your push point. Nice raid in there. Even gets a worker kill. I'm the best British caster for AoE4. Wow. I mean, there's not really many of us, but thank you. It's weird, actually. You'd think us British, we're kind of everywhere in esports for commentary roles. We suck when it comes to competing, but boy, do we make a lot of grand finals in the caster booth. Notice Dumi likes the barracks heavy HRE. I've seen it as well. It's not the first time he's done it, but once again, to reiterate, like the games where we've seen him do it, you're talking things like Rocky River, where you can do Pro Scouts, right? Not Oases, which is a bit more limiting of a map. Benny boy. He's going to have to worry about the Pro Scouts play hoovering up the goodies in about 30 seconds. No wonder. I mean, Kiljardi, does he ever have to stop building just Gazi? Right? I think unless you see a lot of spam and you don't actually care. He has got the archers out. But it's not really your scale point here. The good news for Dimmu is he's at least blocking Sacred Site caps. Right? We're 8 minutes in. There's not a move out for them. Bad news is he still has to make that farm transition. It is currently underway. So he is starting to get the economy stabilized to allow for more men-at-arms spam. Currently, he doesn't really have enough to beat Gazi. Another thing that's interesting is the melee techs are on the way. Dimmu, he only went for the undermesh. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense against the archers, right? And for a dive. We've already got the Scholar Pool here, so Kiljardi is going to have to heal in the fights. Like the extra little bit of tickle damage coming in. Gazi are going to pull away just in time. The archers. Getting rid of the limited spears here. And that top off. I think this is the awkward thing about posturing early against Deli. It's like when you don't have that ability to force this big mosh pit where a lot of things are going to die instantly, that's where the healing for the Deli looks most absurd. And then when you have to retreat like this, I mean, sure, you got marching drills, but it's no match for the cavalry. This wallop's definitely hurting a lot. Just backing the entire way up. Does have the melee defense. I've got the melee attack coming. He's not going to want to turn around at all now with only one spearman left. And that does mean that Kiljardi now has access to sacred sites. Maybe at least formulating. Kiljardi, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing him move out into the pocket economies. In fact, we already see that happening onto the berries. He's going to have the fish nearby as well. I'll be surprised he actually should go for the drop there to make it a bit more efficient. But I guess with the east side leaning, it's not worth it. You might as well just build 2 mills. All right, 1s if you think Dumu's going to win this. 2s if you think Kiljardi's going to take it. I get the idea from Ben. I don't think he stopped the Gazi scaling enough yet, though. It's also a case of if you ever back up, the Gazi raid easier than you do, right? So you kind of have to commit. Hucken's at least fleshing out a little bit. Ben now up to like 13 farms. And we're doing some weird old school hybridization HRE with the mass farming. I mean, this was kind of the way they used to cook the mass men-at-arms build back in the day, right? Before Gazi was added to the game, this strategy was the best way to just annihilate Deli. You'd scale up to 40 men-at-arms and go castle. And they had no answer. Then the Gazi got introduced, and all of a sudden this was a matchup, once dominant for HRE, which just became almost impossible to win. Good interceptions. Just kind of using that maneuverability again. We do have a blocker on the sacred sites. I feel like we're at the point where Dumu could consider castle. It would actually be a really solid move from here. He's definitely starting to macro up for it, right? Has the walls up. Has kind of divided that raid potential. However, the villagers do get stuck on the outside. Okay, this actually matters a lot. A 6 worker kill losses so far in this game. Now, HRE's economy is still very powerful, can make up the difference with the 40% buffer. But with the inefficiency of the earlier trades, you have at least admittedly stopped your opponent getting sacred sites, but you haven't stopped him from now being efficient on his tech timing. Right? Because he's still been scaling scholars. He's always getting the Ghazi away, so you can always just pull them back to heal. And once that tech up occurs, remember, this is an HRE Deli matchup. It's volatile on the relics. HRE needs them. Deli can immediately get all of them. How's Dome versus Tower of Victory affect the matchup? I think Dome is just better in general now against HRE here. Like, TOV, like, what you're really doing, you're still going to be blobbing archers into men-at-arms. You could argue the Spearman can test MA better, but you just get this healing factor. I think against HRE specifically, because of how good Ghazi are at dealing with what HRE usually try to do here with Long Feudal, Dome of Faith should always be the superior choice. And there is an argument for if your opponent goes mine work. But that very rarely gets explored in this matchup. Bergrave now coming in. Dimu, he's not playing for relic control at all. Which is surprising for a man who has 17 men at arms right now. And the dive comes in. He sees him. He stops the timing. What a hit point here. And the rally. Wait, what the fuck is doing? He traps them against the house. Kiljardi on fire in game number 1. That's an additional 5 worker kills. A blocker to the tech up. And now a raid onto the farms. Dimu's entire game plan now in shambles. Mass Spearman coming in to try and pad the difference, but the timing has already passed here. It's the rise of the Finn and the fall of the fake Swede. Game 1, and Kiljardi seems to have it in the palm of his hands here. With a 16 worker lead. That's crazy. That's not even the full army. The second wave is now coming. You're seeing a commitment on the other side as Dimu looking for the dive point, but House of Learning is now on the way. Unbelievable. I mean, it wasn't as much pathing partially, but the more important part is that house. Dimu, he didn't delete it, right? If he deleted it, he wouldn't be able to maybe get away from that. Tricky detail to realize in that type of fight, and still a delay of a few seconds to get it done. All of a sudden, your forward army just not really feeling that viable to get damage done, right? Like, the Ghazi mass is still big enough to conflict against you. Same with the archers. Veterancy has been queued up. Men-at-Arms upgrade coming in 5 seconds. Spearman can be mirrored as well. He has got the gold for it. However, I don't think he has the dive point here. Not with the fact that Kiljardi pulled the army home. This could have been a dive-for-dive interaction, but it would have been bad for Kiljardi considering how much Doom already lost. So instead, Kiljardi makes the correct call to come home and defend. Only 7 spearmen. Tech up, complete. Archers, just one of those spears gone so the guys can commit in. We haven't got veterancy queued up. Kiljardi's more focused on getting the crossbows out. Spear count, looking non-existent. Only 3 left, and the Ghazi are in. That's way too many. He's even thinking about maybe get the shivs out. Instead, he's running past, just looking for resources. This was meant to be Dimu's timing. The mass men-at-arms into the flood, into the kill. It achieves nothing. 2 worker kills is pathetic in the grand scheme of this game. And there's the relic snatch. Kiljardi immediately starts pulling back 4 of the 5. Crazy how different this matchup can be when you haven't got pro scouts on the menu. Just not the food pump. And, you know, it really is the difference here. When you can see the Dimu added 17 farms. Lofty amount of food investment, over 1,000 in fact. That puts you like 10 MAA plus weaker than what you'd be with pro scouts play. Warlord's now coming in to slow things down. Dimu, I don't think he's going to be able to stop these relics. Kiljardi, he just queued up the veterancy of the remaining Ghazi. Not really as much about them anymore. It's about the fact that Dumu just doesn't really have an existent force. Burgrave is not a build for HRE that's beneficial for long play. It's a timing attack. And we've been looking at this castle play for a few minutes now, right? Like 2 or 3 minutes. The timing has passed. The crossbow counter is already in. Kiljardi will be opening this series with an impressive display of Deli dominance. Yeah, at this point, Dumu's just kind of processing it, right? I mean, in theory, like 840 food income, you kind of want to go to bat for it, but the crossbows need to be answered, and he doesn't have the ways of answering that, right? He's got 8 racks' worth of production. What do you build against crossbows? Wait, you guys actually take the fake Swede thing that seriously? Got a whole discussion about nationalities going on? Blimey. So wait, if he becomes a true Swede though, does that then make him a fake Brit? He's gonna start pronouncing words with the funny A's and O's with the squigglies on top correctly. Sorry, I don't know the official name for those like letters. I just know it does weird things like turns words like trolls into tools. There they are, the AAOs. Ooh. Aren't all Brits fake? Well, aren't all Americans just fake? Aren't they all just secretly British people speaking a different accent? Checkmate, sir. Checkmate. Drop coming in. Also, I'm pretty sure the argument would be the fake French. Fake. It's complicated. Migrations and crap. Keep drop now coming in from Kiljardi. I mean, the move is maybe like, I can play the long con, I can go Imperial, pass a Swabia. Against Kiljardi, I don't think you have that type of time. He does see it, which means he's gonna have to dive out into, oh god, it's a War Elephant. Now, you'd think a War Elephant would lose against spears and heavy maces. Think again. One elephant versus the world. I mean, the Lancers are at least dying quick enough. But this bad boy is eternal. That should be enough to convince him. I mean, I guess he was like, there's no elephants yet. There's hope. He will be able to bring it down, but there's too much army loss. Keep dropping. And with double tree line forward, Dumu now is officially out of critical resources. He need to go straggler tree lines, and they're too far away. I mean, props to him, right? I think this game was borderline over. He did at least try to find a way back in. But with double sacred site control, village fortress is on the way. The army size difference, and the fact that your farms are now pinned. Right, that this should be the unrecoverable point. Who would want to willingly speak Scottish? You're right. They're trapped in the hills. They just couldn't escape it. And then, yeah, doesn't that mean like everyone is technically fake Africans, I think? I'm pretty sure that's how that like chain of thought ends. So we're going to speed this up a lot. Because once the farms are accessed, this is over. I mean, he's oh no. He tried to pocket eco, he got seen. Wait, is Dewey just sending it into the enemy base? I mean, I guess, like, if he's going to attack your base, you attack his, right? It's like, if someone calls my mum fat, I'm calling their mum fat too. I don't care if she's a lovely lady. Warlow coming through. Oh, we got another Warlow. Oh my god, no. I'll just leave before that happens. Oh god. Yeah, so, I mean, I did feel like Dimmu was playing a low percentile chance. I don't know. I don't think I called that too early. He's probably like down to a 5% chance. It's definitely close to over. I respect him for trying to find maybe a way of doing counter damage. He's lost so many villages, he can find some return. But hey, guys, remember what I said about Pyre EOP? There you go. That's like your #1 example of why. That was ridiculous. Any other scholar would be dead then, right? Not Piety. Oh, no, no, no. All right, so let's get ready for game 2. Kiljardi, opening win, rubber dub. All fun on the dub. One sec. You healed the monk? I saw you heal the monk, yeah. Like, I was like, there's an extra monk next to him. The other one's kind of ignoring him. Oh, there we go. Well played, sir. Ben and his Order of the Dragon. Mate, this man is obsessed. So we're going to Dry Arabia next. Sorry, Rocky River. Rocky River next. Dry Arabia for final. In fact, let me put the civs in. I mean, you guys keep arguing about me Swedish. He's picking HRE and Order of the Dragon. I think he's actually German. Just mark that in. Deli win. And then we head into Rocky River. Order of the Dragon. There we go. Wow, we're really going deep tonight. Well, this is all going really deep tonight, isn't it? Now we're getting into discussions about the origins of mankind and whether it's Africa. I'm still debating that Dimmu is actually becoming more German than he is actually Swedish, considering we've got HR into Order of the Dragon. Game 2, Iabids versus OTD is an interesting one, actually. Relic race orientation is what you're expecting, but OTD plays a little bit different. We're going to use 2x speed just to get into the feudal age. Typically, for Iabids, it's about relics. For Order of the Dragon, less so, unless they can play a longer feudal. In fact, more recently, we've been seeing a lot more Burgrave builds for OTD instead of Regnants, considering it can save you, with Military Academy, about 400 resources in production costs with non-stop pumping, right, per minute. So it kind of gives you that Regnants-esque effect. Admittedly, isn't just all gold, but still has some flex. Everyone here all come from a Drongo stream? No, they came from a Beastie stream. Shout out to my boy for the raid. What part of the UK am I from? I'm from Suffolk. I'm a tracker boy. We should sound like this and we should be farming in the backlands. I'm basically your stereotypical English picker on the ladder, my lover. Just don't sound that way. Nah, I got the nasally, unpredictable voice. What? Okay, this is a counter to Pro Scouts, right? Someone in the chat was just saying they hate Pro Scouts. Welcome to the game where it's going to be coming out. Rocky River is the map. Order of the Dragon are looking for that play. It's actually what's really enhanced them to be a more lethal threat. And you know he's going for it because we already have a mill. All right, so gold being gathered up. Pro Scouts seem to be on the way. Kiljardi, the Desert Raider will be decent at poking, but like the chase is going to be a little bit womp-womp, right? You're going to need additional units here. I feel like this is still going to be like Desert Raider for blind harass and then go fast castle. In theory, the idea is kind of intriguing against OTD because the counter would be build a horseman, idiot. But hey, don't call me an idiot. Those horsemen are expensive. They're 240 resources each. So that might make it difficult for Dimmu to just knee-jerk say, screw these Desert Raider, I'm going to build a pony. Recent studies have shown KP is 1/8 Danish and 3/7 Icelandic. I can't believe you would suggest that I'm 1/8 pastry. And 3/8 ice cube. Where do you get these metrics? So, Gilded Horsemen are on the way. Looks like he actually made the wiggle space for it. That's really important. I mean, Kiljardi is still going to get his cast lage timing. He's having to build an outpost that... I don't know. I'm not sure if the Desert Raider was even worth it with the way this is going to play out now. I mean, in fairness, you did force your opponent to build a Gilded Horseman for 240, so you've slowed it down a little bit. But the alternative would have been Dervish into growth, right? which would have given you a great timing to vacuum relics. And they're widespread enough, like, this is a weakness of OOTD. OOTD suck at crossing the map entirely, right? Like, at this early phase in the game, if you really hard push it, you could, by the time your opponent gets castle, get 4 to 5 horsemen. In theory, you could block out all these relics, but with the damage debuff on the camels, it doesn't play out that way. KB is watching Twitch or YouTube in terms of support for casters. I'm YouTube Premium, so I prefer it there. My recommendation, if you can, watch both. It definitely helps. So YouTube, from an ad revenue gen perspective, is better. But Twitch, from a metric standpoint, is better. The reason is that Twitch, the numbers impress more to advertisers than YouTube numbers because YouTube doesn't have a different way of publicly displaying live stream statistics, if that makes sense. Instead, what it shows you is views per video. And, like, although having 80, 90, 100 people watching on YouTube is strong compared to Twitch numbers, what it shows up as at the end for a stream might be like 1,000 views, which by CPM logic to a sponsor is bad, right? It's not a big number, really impressive. Yeah, like from what the platform pays you to watch ads, etc., YouTube better even with premium. I always recommend VODs. Guys, if you want to watch the VODs later, they are available on Twitch. I've left them there. There is currently a meta going on with Twitch streamers where they delete their VODs. Now, the reason for that is quite fair. The reason is that the VODs don't generate any revenue, but they have ads. Whereas YouTube VODs do generate revenue. So as a content creator, actually, I totally understand why people like getting rid of those. Anyway, we do have a tech up on the way. Hope that answers your question. It is going to be Dervish, so no growth wing advantage, but he's going to have the triple Dervish play. Interesting. And Dumu, he did go double spear as well. So really solid answer to the Desert Raiders. Not really a diveable location here with just a single outpost. We do have Raxes on the way, so Kiljardi going to be going to the Ghoulems. 2 streams in the same time and mute one? Yeah, I think it still counts as a viewership as long as you have like the volume on Twitch on 1%. The way I always describe it to people was like, you know, I get what people are saying YouTube has slightly better looking streams. My point is, like, the way I see it is like people who watch YouTube, and I do check YouTube and respond to them semi-regularly, right? But the thing with YouTube is I feel like a lot of people watching there are maybe in the more chill, they're not looking to interact element. Twitch is still kind of the place to go if you want to interact, right? It's not that I don't look at YouTube, it's just like when I do, a lot of those people seem to be a bit more calm. I see YouTube as like the most obvious one would be when you're at work, you can watch YouTube live, whereas Twitch, you can't, because Twitch is more likely to be banned by your workplace, right? Whereas YouTube, they have to allow because you need that educational video on how to file under form 66B0156. So checkout complete. Desert Raider is going to be able to poke this away. We don't have the Ghoulems yet. Interesting. Dumu is about to mirror the tech. I mean, you could just go Rignets from here. Can I have volume on 100% mute the tab? Not sure. You might count as a viewer. I know it keeps changing with Twitch. But it might work. But yeah, I think this is a game where Rignets could be viable. Yeah, like there's not enough pressure, right? This isn't the type of game where your opponent has 20, 30 military and Rignets is a death sentence. The problem is it's triple Dervish already. So it could be a lot of relics already gone by the time you get your first Monk out, which is going to make this feel like a Monk-S build for Dimmy. And yeah, I know it's crazy that Twitch VODs don't pay. I don't know why, they literally have no excuse. But like, this is kind of a recurring theme with certain financial elements of Twitch, right? Like, why does Twitch take 50% of a sub? Why does Twitch require you to have 100 unique subscribers to get 60% of the sub? Why does Twitch require you to have 300 unique subscribers subscribe themselves to get 70% of the sub? Right? And then there's a cost of bits and blah, 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 blah. Obviously, they need to make some money along the line. But also, just the ad revenue split is quite weird, considering it's much weaker than YouTube. It is polarizing, because, like, I think it would be fair to say, yeah, we're definitely, based on our statistics, in the top 1% of streamers on Twitch. But from Twitch alone, I don't make enough money to cover all my expenses. It's a very polarizing platform. Nice little blocker here. I mean, Dimu has got a lot of deer back already, right, with the Pro Scouts play. he went for the center ones first. He's got the ones in the corner that are going to be there. So, I need to work with. Wait, what? Why can't I hear myself? Is YouTube playing audio? It is. There we go. Sorry. Survive off sponsors. That's the goal. The goal is to bring in some sponsors that can help generate revenue support. One of those key things, though, is a lot of sponsors will look for commission-based things. Like, a perfect example is a lot of energy drink sponsors will do commission-based things. The reason this is easy for them to scale, like, the thing is to get big deals, the contracts are involved, and then deliverables have to be targeted. And that means there's a lot more money involved in just monitoring, which is why a lot of different companies don't regularly support smaller streamers. But, you know, with the commission-based ones, it's about finding something that resonates with you guys, right? Like, you know, energy drink powder that you guys would want to buy, and then we get commissions off of that, for example. Other one is games. Games is a very obvious one for gaming creators. We talked about this before. Like, it's interesting with esports fans because esports fans are quite used to not having to spend money, right? So it's that balance with what we do as a content creator to trying to not be, well, we are like obviously esports based, but obviously trying to lean into the content create side as well, which is why compared to when you listen to me in EGC, I'm right now talking to you guys, not just us casting the game. Now, speaking of the game, we do have Gulum Spam coming out. It's very late though. Dimu already has the crossbow counter. Kiljardi at this point, he has got 4 relics, so he's pretty healthy with that. But now we need an eco escalation here. Likely we're going to be looking at 2 TC play. Is the classic one for Ibids. You have to probably take a good fight first, because otherwise Dimu could just go Imperial with Pastor Swabia. Shadow Legends and Horde. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is if you get baited in to what you see on like some platforms, where like you can earn up to $10,000 with this mobile game. You might notice the words "up to." A lot of those offers don't even give a base rate, which is bad. I mean, the best way I've heard sponsors described is like sponsors. Going and taking a sponsor is like spending a currency. The currency is trust that I build up with you guys. If I do it too regularly, and it's definitely not above the board, like perfect sponsor, etc., then we have a problem, right? And the challenge with gaming creators as well, is, especially if you're not like Shroud sized, getting traditional sponsorships is difficult. Because like the logic is, what does for example Coca-Cola benefit from by sponsoring me or Beastie or Dumu or even EGC? Versus what they potentially lose because they don't have control of the campaign, right? So what you end up with is like the situation, like look at YouTube right now, the controversy around Honey. These almost more shady ones. It's not always shady, and that's what I really try to work my ass off on. It's not just taking the easy buck, but making sure that whatever brands I bring to you guys that I get involved with are brands that I trust and you can be able to trust too. Because if I compromise my integrity by bringing you a brand that is not trustworthy, and I've not done what I feel is fair diligence to make sure they're trustworthy, you now can't trust me. You shouldn't, right? Now, it doesn't mean I'm always going to get it perfect. It doesn't mean there's not going to be one that slips through occasionally, but it means that I make sure I do my damn well best to think about where the money's coming from and how any of it makes sense. Mango coming in from Kiljardi. Interesting play. Gilded Crossbows should be able to snipe that, though. Uh-oh. Gotta be a little bit careful. Has to basically throw away a lot of spears to try and trade out against crossbows. If Dumu wants to be disgusting about this, scaling prelates is sick. Inspired warriors plus the healing completely negates the play from Kiljardi. Retirement home sponsorship? True. That's the other challenge. It's not like I can go for Fortnite Zuma type sponsorships. I don't know. How many of you guys actually drink energy drinks? I'm curious. That's an interesting thought because of how big Red Bull is in the sphere with their event they run, right? But how many people act like ones if you drink energy drinks, twos if you don't? It's a fair, like, there's a fair amount of twos, right? Reasonable amount of ones, but like more twos, interesting enough. But that's to be expected, right? So like, Because we've got a little bit of slow game, we can explore it. So, because basically, guys, this is going to be Imperial from Demu, and Kiljardi doesn't have an ability now to push against mass gilded crossbows. So, let's explore a bit. The whole idea is like, and this is an interesting kind of statistical breakdown for you guys. If you're an influencer and you have a 5% conversion rate, as in 5% of your audience will go and buy something, you're a gold mine. 10%, you are the North Star, right? 20%, you're Jesus. So like, if you can get a 5% conversion of your audience into a brand, that's good. The sponsorship should be more than willing to pay for that. But then that also comes down to what sponsor you're looking for. The dream for any particular like streamer is exposure sponsors. Those are the ones that just want people looking at their product. It's baseline marketing. But a lot of sponsors at the moment in the last 2 years have switched over to sales-based performance. They want to see the money make money. I think there's a lot of examples where that's delusional, but I get the logic. It's like tight time in their mind, right? It's like, especially with a lot of the energy drink sponsors you may see on different people's channels, if they're not a billion-dollar company, they are most definitely on either only a commission-based deal, which I think are kind of scammy, in my opinion, unless you truly want the product, or they are basically on a flat fee that's being negotiated month to month based on performance, or quarter to quarter. AMD and Corsair pay me well. So AMD and Corsair, this has been a month integration we've done with them. I'm definitely looking to explore a deeper relationship, but we're coming to a close on this, and this was to provide parts. So between those sponsors, we got $4,500 worth of parts components for the PC build. So that was the deal there, and that was worth it in my eyes because we're still a growing stream. We still are, and also I wanted those components, so I was gonna have to go buy them anyway. So I didn't mind doing that. So there are some brand integrations that make sense from a, they have something you want, go get it. Like if someone needs a new chair, you might do a shout out for a brand. Those are what we call gifted campaigns. They can be good. They're also a great way, if you know you already want it, to use it as a stepping stone to build a deep relationship. Like I am very happy with working with AMD, Corsair, Gigabyte, Micron, Kingston, Haven. Like everyone involved in the process has been phenomenal. So my goal now is with like AMD, etc., to now explore a deep relationship, get them involved in AoE more. Maybe get on their internal teams as one of their ambassadors. Yeah. I think you guys, I don't know, like, I assume you guys like these type of conversations. Fives in chat if you do. I think this is like, makes it very unique, especially in AoE4, probably in general. There's not many creators that talk about these type of things anymore. Devin Nash used to be a phenomenal one, but he doesn't really stream as much anymore. And you know that I know what I'm talking about because I run my own agency. I'm a content creator myself. Esports for over half a decade. So yeah, I know a few things. Can you stream in 4K on YouTube? I've not tried. We did try setting different encoding pacings for two platforms, but OBS didn't like it. My hope is this year, there's an expectation that Twitch is going to be releasing new techs like AV1 and HVEC, HEVC, which is X265. They are more efficient encoding types, which means that with the limited bitrate you're allowed on Twitch, you could start streaming 1440p or 4K. Hopefully they bring that soon. Because YouTube has an insane bitrate limit. You could stream 4K. Like, the bitrate limit would be high enough. I might try and do it again. We tried last time, and it freaked out on the encoder. And yes, there is a... The weird thing is there is a beta right now for certain creators to use higher bit rates. The weird part is I don't know the qualification process. You'd assume it's the biggest people, but I kid you not, I saw a streamer with like 4K total follows who had 5 average viewers streaming in 1440p, while the rest of the directory, with 10 times, 20 times his viewership, was stuck with 1080 or worse. So I'm really not sure. If someone knows someone at Twitch that could direct me, I'd love to get my hands on that because I'm all about increasing the production quality. You stream in 1440p? Wait, so you have a higher bitrate limit, Crackety? Because there's a difference between being able to stream at 1440p and the bitrate making it look like crap, remember? No, you don't. Okay, yeah. So you can stream, but it'll look like crap, right? That's why I don't stream at 1440p. It would look really bad. So, quick update on what's happening in the game. We've had the hunker down point. Kiljardi has gone for the 2TC. Demu is now stockpiling for Imperial. His army is big enough and scary enough that Kiljardi should not be able to dive him. Mass crossbow and mass crossbow here will favor OTD. The extra range guarantees that. And we even have the Inspired Warriors blessing. Sorry, Inspired Warriors, which is fantastic. Like, this tech is wild. 15% DPS increase on a unit that already has high base damage is crazy. Sometimes Twitch accepts 7K bitrate. You can actually push it closer to 8K. Don't know if you knew that. So I'm currently sitting at 8 to 8,500 kbps. You can actually get a bit more out of that, Crackety. What can I say? That's just the beautiful efficiency of my 7900 XTX. Kiljardi. Is there a tech play to be had here? Technically, if you can get Growth Ring, it's like being a mini Order the Dragon player. The 10% efficiency is rarely seen. More likely, we're going to be seeing the Advisor Wing, just so you can get the Atabegs, which is going to inflate his health to make him feel like a mini Order the Dragon player. Checking the OBS side, yeah. Like in OBS, you can set your bitrate. So my bitrate is at 8,000 kbps. What we're talking about, guys, is like there's a bitrate limit. If you go too high, Twitch cuts the stream. So you can flirt the maximum, but like if you go beyond it, you're gonna crash out. Like they won't let you stream. The problem is if you don't go beyond that limit, like you can't really do 40p. It's impossible. It's really bad unless you're playing a static game. This has been a very static game, by the way. We're 21 minutes in. There's been probing, no full all-in. I mean, Kiljardi in an ideal world would have loved to ascend it. He just kind of got locked down and slowed down. Hasn't Twitch banned people in the past and revealed how much money they make on the platform? I'm trying to think they might have a long time ago, but there's no real point in doing that anymore. There's literally people who will, on Twitter, tell you their earnings on all platforms. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Twitch hadn't banned people for that detail. It would have been something else they were doing. I think part of it is showing the back end, certain platform, like certain screens you should. Because by the logic of like, oh, that person showed their earnings, ban them. There's been plenty of streamers that have accidentally leaked their subs. Or some intentionally. Man, the Manjani damage. He's killing off the villagers too. Man, these things are insane. Mangoes are trying to creep up here. Dimmu, the age up. Kiljardi knows he needs to punish, but breaking in here might be problematic. Especially the Mangoes now. Remember, the Inspired Warriors tech does work on Siege. Beautiful little buffer. We do have the trebuchets behind, so that's adding in a lot more damage. He does get the snipe. Kiljardi able to start creeping up here. Does need to deal with the other outposts. These are only Springles now, so no big threatening cannon. My worry is he needs to find a way of macroing up. It is on the way, and it is going to be the Growth Wing. So remember, that's going to be a 10% buff. That basically makes you feel like a Bastards with a 10% gathering rate plus another 10. Another thing to think about here is, like, long-term, the idea of... What are you playing to? It has to be Horsemen, right? Which means Kiljardi needs a lot of farms. He's got more coming in, but he's still going to be under a 20 in total count. Get half the $5 have been tabby to talk about? I don't think it has. Considering that Twitch itself has literally got a little thing. If you look below my stream, they'll tell you how many subs we need to reach the next level of the split, right? The partner plus thing. The plus goal basically tells you how far off I am from getting more revenue share. It's really not taboo at this point. I think people that treat it as taboo is like, it's a Western culture problem that people don't like talking about they earn. I'm happily transparent on it. I've literally been transparent with you guys about what I earn from casting. It's not something to be ashamed of. So push coming in, Dimmu. It's a little crossbows, so it's not going to be the quickest push per se. And we don't have incinerator arrows yet, right? Which is a big deal. The Scuds are helping quite a bit. We're up to 5 Manjaniques. The problem, though, is with these Prelates, it's pretty much offsetting the play, right? It's offsetting that limited damage. board. Big hits in the incendiaries as well. But he needs to get so many of these in. And the good news is this isn't mine work, right? So we haven't got bodkin bolts. Never see that tech anymore. Never see that play. Gonna start shoving in though. That's fine on the mangoes. Just Kiljardi back. Now he does have his own Imperial play, but nothing upgraded yet. Crossbow's the primary focus. Take a while to get that upgrade in though. Culverins are also moving in, so the mangoes are starting to fail him a little. Kiljardi now down to 3. Dimu. Good staggered formation, kind of trying to minimize the damage you take here. Now neck and neck on military population, but that does mean that Kiljardi has double the force to push with here. A lot of it is crossbows, which struggles to stick on top of this. Dimu is going to have to fall back. Will not be able to crack this boy open with this push. So good reaction by Kiljardi. I think for Dimu, maybe just kind of skipping a trick here. We don't have uni, right? No uni. He forgot, I think. At this stage, he definitely has the gold. It's coming in now. Had he had incendiary arrows in that fight, completely different outcome. So he's going to find some workers on the flank. Kiljardi is looking a little bit better on farms now. We're up to 30 farms. So we're starting to get that late game economy in. Of course, for Dimu, we're feeling a little bit better. 21 farms, not as high, sure, but the efficiency of each, much better with the Arkham plus the OTD. I say it's much better, right? It's... much is a bit deceptive, right? It's 28% base plus the 50% increase, but your opponent now has a 20% buffer as well. Which has mitigated some of the concern. I bet there's going to be a bidding war for Twitch at some point. The problem is trying to figure out how to fully monetize Twitch. Amazon, I think, still struggles to see Twitch as a profitable venture. I mean, we could dive deeper in this if you really want. There's like a very big controversial issue around the value of advertising right now on Twitch. Because you have to keep in mind this is a platform that has political agendas being aligned, right? You have just chatting streamers that are talking about what's happening in elections, etc. That's scary, controversial, and something that brands don't want to be associated with. So that shrinks the amount of spend that you get and the amount of different ads being ran from brands on the platform. So crossbows on the back. Did actually poke at the farms a little bit, but Kiljardi was able to shift away for the most. A lot of crossbows to be throwing away here for Dimu. Especially considering the lack of long-term gold in this game. For the time being, he does at least have the 8k vein to work with. There was an interesting leak about something that originally Amazon was going to do when they bought Twitch. We highlighted it, I think, the other week. It was an intriguing idea. Imagine you were watching this stream and there was a pop-up that came up that said, enjoying the game, why not buy it yourself? And then it would link to an Amazon page to buy Age of Empires 4. That would have been a very cool integration. And then that could also have benefited creators because there could have been a kickback, like a commission, for converting sales on games. But it never happened. I don't know why it fell through. Still to this day sounds like a pretty smart idea and a win-win. Raid coming in. This could be a big win. I mean, right now we're talking about a very exposed player here. Kiljardi doesn't have the walls up yet. He's been desperately trying to get them up. But it's only palisades. No stone walls all the way across. Only 2 of the 5 sections actually have that proper layer of protection. Thank you for the bits, Kirsty. Appreciate you, mate. Mind by the way, guys, if all this is outraging you and you think you don't want to give as much money to Amazon, you should probably stop giving Bezos that extra money on the Amazon Prime. I.e., why not use the Twitch sub to give me the money instead? Prime subs, a smart idea. So far, Dimu hasn't really been able to find that big wallop, right? I mean, Horseman is semi-spammable. I say semi because on Rocky River, we see the game is decided more by a lack of wood than gold. The trade posts are pretty easy to work with, but the tree lines quickly can become limited here. Still not complete. Donate directly better? I mean, there is a donate link if people want to use it. So it is definitely always an option for people. My hopes is to hopefully in the next month get a few more brands on board with the channel. And then maybe we'll have ways that can be mutually beneficial to you. Products that you guys want to get your hands on. How much do I want? You know, I'm not greedy. Yeah, if we can, if you want to give me 2k a month, I'll be happy. Thank you, Mr. Dubai Prince. Faye, that's greedy. You don't ask them how much they got. Push coming in here. There's not that many crossbowmen right now for him. He's switching to hand cannoneers. It takes a long time to actually make this transition occur. Oy, oy, oy. That's a lot of expos from Kiljardi in the back. And we also do have adjustable crossbows on the way. However, the front line for Kiljardi is gone now. And these horsemen are insanely tanky. 450 HP on each of them. Definitely takes a while to kill just one. Kiljardi, it means that he's not actually clearing up the hand cannons. He's getting mopped up by them. Hand cannon is hit for 47 damage every 1.12 seconds. Little mini Gatling guns at this stage. Still not able to crack him. Has to back all the way up. Overruns are looking to be targeted. I mean, interesting enough, there's no ballsy play here on the other side. Right, so these horsemen not that tanky yet. Kiljardi still needs to get additional attacks. Greased Axles is going to be on the way. Elite Army Tactics just completed. Dimu. This isn't looking good right now. Kiljardi, if he can just get on the farms and block the food gathering, this comp is not cheap. It's insanely expensive on food. 240, 200, 120 for each of these. Look at that switch. Dimu. He's trying to go Gilded Archers. Interesting play. With the scale armor, plus the silk bowstrings, you completely outrange and outgun your opponent. I actually like this idea. Definitely very demanding on the wood, and we already mentioned the issues of that long term on this map. No trade coming in from either side, so gold could still be the limiting factor in the end. AO4 development fund and proceed? I mean, we literally have a fund for that as well, by the way. So we have a Patreon, the coffee. The coffee money always goes into new tournaments, show matches, etc. The thing that I'm working on, by the way, there will be a crowdfunding element to it. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. So you might be wondering, where's Kiljardi's army right now? This is where your parents would probably have you own a goldfish until it dies to explain how life works. Kiljardi burn a lot of troopers on that push. Hand cannoneer switch up is intriguing, but slow. I'm also not entirely convinced it's going to feel great into Dimu's own hand cannoneers. Village is also now being raided, and he's just going wide. He understands, like, all the gold veins are north side, right? And in fairness, Kiljardi, I mean, he would benefit from segmenting this map more into a corner with stone walls. Or at least maybe just going for the palisade walls. This game is still very unclear as to who's winning, right? I mean, Kiljardi spent a lot of troopers getting wiped there, but now he's getting to the quality hand cannoneers. He does have the gold advantage long term with the relics. Dimu is indeed getting trade ready. Okay, so all of a sudden the gold advantage may not matter that much. Kiljardi is going into mangoes. Adjustable crossbows is still very strong. It's a little bit weird against OTD specifically. Just because the health balls are so large on each of their units, right? Doesn't feel like you get that initial kill like you would against normal hand cannoneers. Awesome. Oh man, he's actually finding the siege. Very difficult to clutch repair against the Gilded Horsemen. We do still have the potential, by the way, for Kiljardi to go age 5. Right? Trade Wing Advisors would be a really big deal here. Definitely could be worth it. Bazaar, not really something I would expect in Imperial. It doesn't... I don't think Bazaar and Imperial really provides anything you want. Right? Skirmishers at that stage, not great. But going Swordsman, not insane. But getting the 20% increased health on mass horsemen, mass hand cannoneers, even mass spears. Ghoulims as well is another great one. If your opponent can't afford hand cannoneers anymore, 20% extra health on Ghoulims goes hard. Horsemen keep getting in. If he's quick and get additional mangoes. Oh, he's going to try to pull it down. Just about keeps it alive. This is getting annoying, though. Kiljardi, if he just gets these stone walls up, very different looking game, right? Like, right now, He's never able to get that push in because he keeps knee-jerk reacting to these flank raids. Bazaar would just eat gold? Yeah. It's, I mean, if you have trade, you don't care, right? But it's still like, what do you do? What do you get from that? It's not like there's an extra unit. Like, imagine if you got a special kind of hand cannon here, unlocking if you went Imperial with it, right? Different landmark all of a sudden. And I wish I could say a different type of fight here, but we've seen these before. It's so insane watching these spearmen try to kill Gilded Horsemen. The hand cannons are the ones actually doing the killing. Mango Wallop, pretty good one there. Dimu, just trying to be efficient about the health bars. Mangoes need to retarget, but they're not able to do so in time. So the Horsemen are on top of the siege here. That's Holamic on again. An opening to now push through. This is getting a little bit shaky. I mean, Kiljardi is on borrowed time here, right? He's still got the gold to work with, but he doesn't have that permanence. He doesn't have trade set up, right? Because he's going hand cannoneers, 5k gold is going to disappear very quick, even when you have the relic buff behind you. There'll be siege tech for hybrids. Oh, what? You mean the one with the armor, right? When you come out of a siege workshop? Please tell me no. Yeah, there you go, baby. Siege carpentry. 20 melee armor and 5 fire armor for 10 seconds. He does not have it. It is a sad day. Technically, that tech got buffed when they made the string change, right? Because before it was really bad because string would just kill you because there's only melee armor and fire armor. The problem is it's only 10 seconds. It's really, really weak. It's also Gilded Horseman is still murder your ass, right? Like normal Horsemen, you put them down to, you know, 2 or 3 damage maybe. But these guys hit for a pretty lofty 38. And that, by the way, is because there's a camel here. Normally, they hit for 42. Wait, is it a shed cooldown between all your siege? What do you mean by that? I thought it was each new one spawning. Oh, wait, no, it's the tech, isn't it? Oh, so you activate it on... Okay. Yeah, 10 seconds is weird. I think... I always thought... So I never see it. I always thought it was new spawning units get it. Because it says upon completion, right? But yeah, I see it now. So you activate it, but it activates all. Yeah. Maybe if it's individually used, Siege Carpentry could be good. That shows how little I've seen Siege Carpentry, and I've cast more games at OE4 than anyone at this stage. And I never see Siege Carpentry. I don't think I've even seen it once in a game. Hey, things are looking pretty stable for Dimu. Kiljardi is just pretty much dancing around his own territory with no long-term plan here, right? Like at this point, he is kind of on the clock. Invade is such a slog. Yeah, I've talked about the desire to have like almost super weapony-esque effects. I mean, credit to Myth, right? Giant tornado fixes the problem of no one doing anything. I do sometimes feel as if it would be nice to see more game-ending effects in Imperial. Like units that are capable of wiping quicker. Always a tricky balance though, right? Because the issue... It's kind of similar to why you couldn't really nerf HRE's Archon to be like 20, 30, 40% per age. All you do is you encourage people to go Imperial. It's like if you don't find the correct solution for what reason these units like kill quicker in Imperial, like what the solution to make Imperial faster is, all you end up doing is encouraging people to rush the age. And that's a negative experience, right? Because then the early game doesn't matter more. You want... The perfect RTS is one where early, mid, and late game all matter even. Losses matter, moves matter. All these things matter. I think one big thing for the late game to stop the slogs, it's pretty blatant. You shouldn't be able to queue units up like this when you're popped. still don't know why we haven't changed this system. Right? Good guy Kiljardi is just like trying to almost not have a back queue, but like, you know, we've seen it so many times. People have 20 Raxes and they have 20 spin immediately spawning. Now, you could argue that that's their reward for building additional Raxes, but it trivializes the game. It means losses don't really matter the way they should, right? It's very deceptive. By the way, all that talk about sponsors earlier, if people do have connections on sponsors, definitely hit me up. I'm looking to find ways to get more to participate. I mean, the interesting thing is, yes, we run esports events, but like we run esports events in an influencer-esque fashion, which I think for a lot of brands is maybe more valuable currently than like big, bloated, $1 million esports events. All done. It should be fine. Had to wait for a whole production cycle. You're never getting through a castle with emergency repair. I mean, we can address that as it comes to it, right? I don't know. I find usually when you make these type of changes, the resistance is this will become dumb, right? Like, oh, if we nerf Springles and they don't count mangoes anymore, mangoes are OP. Look at what's happening now. Sure, but the argument I'd make is the direction we're moving in better than what we had? And the answer is yes, right? Finding a new role for Springles and making it not just a Springle war is an improvement. That doesn't mean the devs are going to get it right in one swing. That's not the goal. The goal is whether we're moving towards an improved version of the game. That's always the goal. Perfectionism is overrated BS. If you're a developer and your goal is to try to make the perfect game on the first bump, you're going to really burn yourself out in the career quick. Now, admittedly, there are devs that would use that as an excuse to not even bother. I.e., let's release our game incomplete and then patch it over time. Unfortunately, welcome to the world we live in currently. But there are ones that also take that the correct way, is like, let's let people do what gaming is about. Playing. Play, discover what works, evolve. That's what we basically talk about all the time with a meta. A meta isn't something you just discover on day one and it's good or bad, right? It's something that you evolve. So this has been non-stop, man. Dimmu has just been trying to drag him down for a long time. We're now up to 109 eco kills. Kiljardi has desperately tried to wall and wall and wall again. We have additional wood walls coming in, but the stone walls just keep failing him, man. The culverins making it seemingly impossible to get that proper line of defense. Late game is fine? Is it? I think if every game goes Imperial, you got a problem, right? Luckily, we've moved away from that meta, but it doesn't mean there's not room for improvements in it, right? I said, the current way that late game works is like, if it's a meat grinder, and the argument is he runs out of resources first. Here's my contested argument then. Why is there so much resource? If you want it to seem reasonable that you can end the game, like, the way it's reasonable is have less safe resource. Have less wood, for example. I've talked about this before, the idea of like wood. I'd love to see a version of the game where instead of it being 150 wood, it's 100 wood per tree. That's crazy. Taking a third of wood off the map means you can't just carelessly throw away everything. Like punishment is real at that stage, right? Instead of punishment being real 20 minutes from now, punishment is real 12 minutes from now. That's a huge haircut. Well, let's see who's going to be able to cut whose hair here. Looks like Dimmu's ready to give Kiljardi a buzz cut, though. This is a lot of hand cannoneers. The mangonels are the really real thing that can carry Kiljardi. They're really the only thing. I mean, gilded hand cannoneers buff like this get absurd. Still fun believe that jump from feudal to castle needs some work. It is kind of weird sometimes because it feels like we had a feudal meta for a little bit, but I think we're seeing now just a return to this idea that you do damage in feudal and ending the game requires you to trigger castle quite often. It's not impossible to get a GG out of someone in feudal, but it feels very hard to continuously die. But that goes back to the idea that AoE4 is a very defensive RTS. Nice little raid coming in again. I've got 124 worker kills. This is getting insane. His food income just doesn't really have the disposable force to it here, right? Mango shots are going to be coming in, but spin count is what? 20 total, 10 in the fight? Horsemen are just so damn tanky. Nice spread as well. The concave from Dimu. They're going to go in. The horsemen on top of the hand cannoneers. Frontliner's already failing him, and Kiljardi. Whole army about to get scrapped here. He's taken out a few hand cannoneers, but not really many, right? Dimu being able to maintain the 19 gilded hand cannoneers really is the game breaker. The ball buster that he needs to push forward here. And now Kiljardi, we're officially in peril mode. We warned about the gold. We've reached that point. He's on passive gold, no active, no trade. Meanwhile, Dimu, the reason he's been looking so cozy here is 31 traders behind it all. I don't know, mid players like me enjoy late game and hate the thought of finite resources. I get where you're coming from. I was once upon a time that type of gamer. That's why when I was younger, I loved games like Dawn of War. But the reality is you have to balance the systems to make sense. Like Dawn of War and Company Heroes done this in the way that when you have more units in the field, you get less income, so you can't build subs and reserves, right? It's like they thought of an elegant solution, per se, to that. Let's hold 1 million resources. AoE4 doesn't really have an elegant solution. And AoE4 doesn't really have, and yeah, Warcraft has it as well, you're right. Like, AoE4 doesn't have super weapons, right? Like, if you want to have this type of economy, you have to have super weapons, I think. And Wonders on, I've said this before, Wonders to this day, and guys, I am in my 30s. At every stage of my life, RTS has been a heartly part of it. I have never experienced an RTS in which the super weapon is so underwhelming. It starts a 15-minute clock. That's a long time for your super weapon to pay off, you know? It's very bloody expensive as well. You know what? This has been a long bloody game, but I can't help but feel we're starting to reach the conversion point. The win condition for Dimu. Raids before, but now a bit more of a permanent presence here. Cannoneers are going to be a little bit exposed. Spinman get pulled fully back. Surprised by that. It's going to send them back in now. Can't let the horseman touch you. Now keep in mind, one thing that like usually makes these type of games harder to end. No full production. Dimu doesn't have additional Raxes, additional archery ranges coming in. The weird thing about Rocky River is the wood starts to kind of go a bit dry. So it makes it very difficult to afford full production. Isn't it the same in AoE2? What, the Wonder Victory? I believe so, yeah. But like, I stand by it. It's kind of underwhelming. Like, you can look at other games that kind of have an obvious solution to this. I'm not saying this that we should be StarCraft, but like StarCraft 2's solution to this late game slog that they have is you have to move out into the map to get resources, right? It's like there is a world in which these problems are solved by just very good map design in AoE4, but that's not always guaranteed. A lot of AoE4 maps that we use regularly in rotation has a lot of safety net to play with. And then there's designs of civs, like things like Infinite Gold Gen gives you that extra safety bandwagon. Like, if Kiljardi didn't have 400 gold income per minute passively for the last 30 minutes, would he still be alive? Pretty sure the answer is no. He'd be boop, 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 flatlined. Gone. And good eyes, Dimu does have 10k wood. This is definitely a situation where you could get the full production. Instead, he's switching into Gilded Knights. He's like, maybe I just need units that are more tanky and quicker to arrive. We also have men-at-arms on the way. Makes sense, right? Like, your opponent doesn't really have the gold to keep spamming hand cannoneers, so the only play left potentially is archers. Then again, he doesn't have the wood for archers either. So how does Kiljardi win this? Landmarks type? emergency repairs, the obviousness of it, right? Like, this isn't a game where Dumu is being ignorant. Look at his vision on the map. You wouldn't be able to get anywhere near his base before he'd see you. So Kiljardi needs to win the fights. Mass Manjaniques is probably his best bet. Manjaniques and, what, spears, right? Just in case your opponent has horsemen. With enough Manjaniques, you can crack their noggins. Even though they have 250 HP, they should still die. Dimmy should go for a Sacred Site victory. Well, this is the thing that makes Rocky River a semi-flawed map. I think the one change I'd recommend for Rocky River is every Sacred Site should be in the center passes. It's very deep. It doesn't look deep, but it feels deep to push for. Especially when you're spreading yourself wide diagonally across the map. Push coming in here. Been here before. Someone tells me we're going to be here again. And again. And okay, get your predictions in. How long is the game going to be? Infinite resources can drag out fights, but lack of resources can have the same effect. Well, that's the value of like min-map objectives and the orientation of resources. If the resources are allocated to a position where you can directly fight with each other, it changes the game drastically, right? I'm personally feeling that, as I said, I'd love to see them adding more mid-map objectives. Another way you could solve the slogger late game, very simple. Sacred Sites resume timer. Change Deli so they can't start that condition until they're in castle stage. But literally have it so that if I capture Sacred Sites for 5 minutes and then it gets decapped for 20, when I come back, it's only going to take 5 minutes. Boom. That's a perfect example how you reward presence instead of inactivity. Oh boy. What's that coming over the hill? That's a monster. Gilded Knights that are capable of 2-hit walloping textile villages. He's hunting deep. He's looking for it all. Let the massacring commence here. Only 2 wallops from the sword required. Kiljardi. Last time it was horsemen, easily blockable, easily counterable, but this many Gilded Knights could be the irreparable damage that Dumu's been looking for. Now, admittedly, Kiljardi does have 6,000 surplus food in reserve. There's still a hurdle to climb over there. This might give him the push he needs. Does he look to leverage it? Like, right now, Dumu just seems to be interested in more and more knights here. He's sick of the direct fight. Black Prince on horseback in video games. Wait, I just realized how tiny their capes are. It looked like they stole a bib from a baby. It even has a wind effect when they charge. Oh, I can't. Now that I've seen their bib capes, I can't unsee them. They're so tiny. I mean, you know, I always joke that they look like they played for RuneScape and trimmed their armor. They trimmed the cape as well. Oh, God. All right, so Dumu is marched up now. We still don't have full production. Please. For the sake of game end. You'd think Dumu would actually, like, want the game to end quicker, considering it's getting later in the day and Benny Boy does like his sleep. But he's like, Kiljardi's an old man too. So, you know, I'll just pour a beer out. I'll feel pretty content about this. Kiljardi's going to hate it. Where has this military flood come from? Kiljardi, he just spent all the reserves. I mean, this is kind of it, right? Like, you either win this fight and push on in, or you are now scraped clean. 60 villages only. The count is falling right now. He doesn't have the economy to replace losses anymore. He has mass spears. Mass spears and the hand cannoneers. This is over, man. This has to be. He has traders coming in now. But this feels a little bit too late. No, I think the issue might more likely become food at this rate. Only 32 farmers right now. Meanwhile, for Dimmu, mass men at arms, hand cannoneers. Can easily keep affording Gilded Knights if he wants to. He's got a very stable 1,400 gold income. Kiljardi does have a push going. But remember, so far we've seen the fights on Kiljardi's side, where production's on his side. We don't have a backlog now. We don't have full production. We are reaching Dimmu's trade here. And now Dimmu also has production on his side. Could be the big blocker. In theory, if he can wipe what Dimmu has. Gilded Archers. They do have the silk bowstring, so a lot of range to work with here. Antonix are looking to stop the Culverin counter here. Dimmu needs to lose some units right now. And locked out of getting more things out here. Only one Culverin. I don't know, man. Kiljardi out of nowhere. Kind of looks like a desperation play. Could it pay off? It's time to find out. The big fight, the big clash. The big finale. Horseman Knights getting around the back here. The Mangos aren't fighting anymore, and they need to assist that front line. Just a handful of Knights in there, and the men-at-arms are just too tanky, though. Hand Cannoneers, they get through the back line, but they get reached now. And the Gilded Archers are going to mop the floor with them there. Kiljardi has spent it all. He's desperately queuing up Camel Lancers, but that ain't it. No gold, food income that feels underwhelming, and a wood income that feels non-existent. He's got, what, one small tree line left. Dimmu may have taken some hits on the traders, but he still has 18 to work with. His own economy has sunk heavily. 46 workers left. But now a counter push. Absurd. 210 worker kills on one side, only 95 on the other. Collectively between them, over 300 murdered, butchered in this game. Dimmu may have just noticed the open goal. Kiljardi, collective income, what, about 3,000 resources a minute, but most of that in food. Gold not really where it needs to be. I mean, he's trying to go crossbows, but why? You've got Gilded Archers coming through. Realistically, I get it, right? The men-at-arms, but Dimmu, if he just switches Horsemen plus Gilded Archers, this works. And what is up, Fowls? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Someone moaning about ads there. This is why you subscribe. This game has been an hour long. I couldn't do anything about that. There was always going to be an ad running. Welcome to AoE Gaming. He's in again. This time, men-at-arms. Camel Lancers are trying to react to it. But this is once again going to be a butchering. Farms like to get idled out. Army starting to give way. It took us an hour. And it will take us more. Because Dimmu is now on the precipice of forcing a third game here in the quarterfinals. Dimmu has been a consistent force for deeper runs so far in this year of Midweek Musters, but Kiljardi always returned to the Musters. Looked like a man who couldn't be denied in game number one. Looks like a man who's just been burning the candle very slowly into defeat in game two. Why does it only constantly feel like half of Dimmu's army is fighting? Because they have so far to run. That plus double bit pop per military, right? It kind of looks deceptive on numbers. He has also split up to deal with the trade. The range mass left over just carrying this through. We hit the hour mark. Kiljardi's like, okay, nap time now. We've been live now for 8 hours. I was like, oh, you know, we'll just do one more set. That'll balance it out really nicely for tomorrow so that we can go in and do Anatan, Dragavan, Voldemort, Scatterbrain, you know, all these other sets, beat Myriad. Yeah, nice balance. Oh, God, what have I done to myself? We're still going. 8-hour mark on stream and still one more game between these two. And that is what I call value for your subscription. Thank you very much. All right, so game 2, left side win. Deciding game upcoming. Dry Arabia, most likely we're going to be looking at... Do you trust English or Malians? You trust Malians, right? This is Malian versus Rus. Has to be. I think Kiljardi just tricked him. Yeah, let's get this. May have missed it. What were your thoughts on OTD? It seems like people are taking another look. I think Pro Scouts has helped them a bit, but they're finding their footing. It's definitely a civ that has some volatility to it. There's potentially some areas of weakness, but like I think they're doing okay. I think Order the Dragon are performing reasonably. In fact, if you look at the statistics for the HC tournament, they're a 47% win rate. They're doing decently. Definitely whenever there's water, they feel a little bit better for sure. Alright, you guys ready? What's on the CPU cooler? It was Victory Scene of Heroes 3. It was before. We're currently, because we went red theme for a few days, we've got Smash Bros on there. So it's a Pikachu and Super Mario testing each other. Remind me after the game and I'll show you. This is kind of wild, actually. Kiljardi had the Rus for this deciding game, but Rus versus Malians feels a little bit weird. Malians can play Pro Scouts, and they also have counterplays into Horse Archers. You can't play Horse Archers into Javelins, right? So what does Kiljardi do? He goes for a classic counter to Malians. Mongols. With a correct spawn and a Rax Rush opening, you can make Dimu's life a living hell. Looking at the spawn, it might be actually what he needs. We've got one pit mine up the north, and then the next one is forward of the tree line. Yeah, Dimu doesn't have a great secondary option here. I'll have to see if he's able to hit fast enough. I mean, realistically, Dimu should get what he needs for attack. The play here, realistically, should be Saharan. Instead, he goes for the Rax Ego Chow. So I've seen this play a lot from the Malians historically. I want to say it's a negative win rate play. It's not that it can't work, it's definitely hard to make it work. The problem with the Donzo play for Rax, you only have 3 trees straggler. That's going to be 150 wood per, 450 total. You spent 150 on the Rax. You still have to add in houses. And then on top of that, these Donzos cost 30 wood each. Now, against a normal spear spam, like if a French player was doing this, granted, it could work. What Mongols do differently is passive stone. They get the extra production rates going. That's what can make this really difficult. It's going well, Emma. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I should be done soon. Shout out to my partner. She's probably cooked me something delicious. I'm going to need it after what could easily be a 9-hour stream. Belly's already rambling again. I don't know. I think this is a type of game that doesn't go that deep, though, right? Either Mongols win early or Malians win late. I mean, a Malian player could technically drag it late, but realistically, Mongols aren't a civ that hangs in there well. Because if you're hanging in there, you're defending, right? For Mongols, it's all about aggression, and we do have that villager pool. 2 Donzos so far. If you can get them quick enough, you can stop the tower altogether. Kiljardi, a little bit greedy here. Yeah, and I think he knows it. He backs away with a villager. How awkward. So what was the idea? Wait, is he fake backing? This is a fake back. He's making it look like he gave up on the play. Oh my god. But do you see the straggler tree disappear? That's what I'm wondering, right? From the vision, it's weird. Me, Kiljardi. Yep. Old man, wake up. Dimu. What is going on here? What? Okay. This is getting weird. Was this all of a fake bag? Is this a bait? Are we about to call Kiljardi the Professor? Because these mind games are on a certain X-Men's level right now. Like, in theory, the idea of, like, forcing your opponent to overreact with Donzos and then just going feudal would be cool, but no, Kiljardi is legitimately adding in a lot of spearmen here. Dimu's at that point. He had to drop the lumber camp, so it slowed down his production a little bit. Clash is going to come in. Donzos are more tanky, remember. They have got the melee armor as well, but Dimu, not an efficient pull away there. He was blocking his own retreat. I don't think this is enough from Kiljardi. Nowhere near enough. The villager is still trying to look for the opening. This has failed. This is catastrophic. Dimu gets enough Donzos to guarantee a villager cannot sneak a tower. And Kiljardi is just going to have to go for feudal now. I mean, was this part of the plan? Did you want your opponent to build a load of Donzos? I mean, in theory, you can open archers, right? But in reality, now Dimu can just mirror with javelins. The only downside, of course, is still the spawn, right? He doesn't have an easy-to-reach second vein, per se. That is going to be an exposure point. But yeah, this is terrible right now. This has gone absolutely not according to plan for Kiljardi. You know it's bad when a Malian player is so confident with a win in the fight that he runs his Malian Donzos to your side of the map as a Mongol player. That's when things have gone terribly. Now, upside for him, if he's going to go archers here, he doesn't need gold. So you won't be able to do too much harassment. The TC will protect all. Downside is you're probably going to lose the racks. That is crazy. I can't believe that. It almost feels like it would have been good for Kiljardi to just walk away when he had 4 spearmen and wait for Dimu to overreact, right? And just you bypassed H2. And we do have a re-spearman blow here. 12 versus 8. Heavily injured. Okay, so yeah, Dimu will have to run. The Mansa's on the way. It's coming in quicker than the Deerstone. Malian King was the richest individual ever lived on Earth. Yeah, like when you adjust for inflation, he was one of the richest. Another one that I believe is in the top 3 or top 5 would have been Marcus Crassus, right? He was probably the richest Roman to ever live. BC gets that much by string. Yeah, he's... BC is the real Malian king. When he said he was the Malian king, you all had the wrong idea. It's not because he played them a lot. It's because he's rich. He lives in a golden mansion in the middle of Serbia. He can afford a business internet line more than I can. Rich. Okay, so Kiljardi, are you kidding me? He's actually coming back for the outpost rush. After all this. And Dimu's switching into archers, but that's slow, right? He didn't keep scaling to the Donzos. This is so almost, I want to say brain dead that it's good, right? It looks so obnoxiously silly the way this is played out. But the Zerg is real. We've seen this earlier today. If you guys remember in the B series, he just flooded through crap tier units. The counter quality archers just wasn't good enough to clean him fast enough. It's the same thing here. So outpost is definitely going to be going up. We now have Musafadi being added in by Dimu. Oh my god, I can't believe he's done this. I mean, you have to back up soon, right? But the outpost is complete. Garrison inside, walk away. You know, Kiljardi, like, for you, mate. Why are we leaving? Why not just build archery ranges here and then you'd have your units in the fight? Pretty smart, right? You've even got an Uvu right here that you could turn into a double production chain. I mean, just spitball them, but plan seems simple to me. No proxy base, though. Instead, a long walk home. And now, an outpost aura to kite and play with. No pro scouts. We are just going to have deer gathering. I like this. I don't think Mongols are great at pro scouts. They can pro scouts, but that's like any civ in the game can pro scouts, right? Should you, is the real question. Insane. And is this just fast castle? It could well be. Dumu's in a bit of a weird predicament. This game is so off course, we can't see pro scouts from him either. He's eaten the cow, right? It's gone on so long, he ran out of food. And because of the pressure of the Mongols here, it wasn't like he was able to go out and secure the deer, right? The walls aren't in yet. Let's also keep in mind that Kiljardi's getting payday here, right? The pit mine, the houses, like all this is bounty. Money. 50 resources per, which is a great bargain for both players involved, considering that Dumu only spent 25 wood per house. We do have javelins on the way. Correct read is Kiljardi is going into archers. So he's just kind of assuming the next phase of the plan here. Kiljardi's a good guy, you know? He respects a hard day's work. He doesn't overwork his people. He lets them have a coffee break before moving out. We do at least have the backup gold vein, so Dumu getting the necessary juju to get this push going. It's going to be extra cattle to eat in, and then javelin spam as well. I mean, do you not just go Castle Age here? Castle Age with step readout, right? I mean, if you blob enough archers, Kurotai is also justified. And yeah, like, to the whole point of, like, Elon Musk being one of the richest, you really need to kind of equate the logic of inflation. So, I think sometimes we forget that, you know, like, what, 30 years ago, you could buy a reasonably sized house in the UK for, say, 40,000 or something like that, right? Now, like, that would cost you 240,000. Like, inflation is crazy, guys. It's insane. Just think about how much you pay for a chocolate bar now compared to, like, 10 years ago and then 20 years ago. And yeah, there's definitely richer people than Musk. But also, the other thing that I always kind of highlight these type of things is like saying that... Yeah, so, by the way, when I say you can buy a house in the UK for like 240k, also depends on where you buy it. In the north, it'll be much cheaper, right? But the other thing you have to keep in mind is like, you know, if someone's worth 400 billion because of the stock value of the company, well, it doesn't mean they can immediately muster 400 billion worth if they sell it all, right? Because buy like, you know, buy, sell, demand, right? Supply, demand. If no one wants to buy it, then it's not worth that, right? And the more you sell of it, the lower the value goes. Like, yeah, sure, if you had like 30 years and the value always went up, you could muster 400 billion like that. But... Kiljardi's looking pretty rich, though. Found the resources to go up into castle. Kurotai's on the way. Yeah, didn't even think about the step readout. It's quite tempting when your army's smaller, but this just means archers can contest javelins. Problem as well, because Dumu wasn't ready. Third ranch is set up. Still hasn't got the Fulani. Hasn't even got the resources to tech up, and this means that Kiljardi, he could just stockpile, go straight into the prayer tent and go for shamans. And like, also, the person that's like 240k must be nice. You commented in dollars. I'm assuming you're American. Y'all can make a crap ton more money than me. Trust me, I know as a developer. People in your country doing a comparative job in development would be paid 4 times what I'd be able to get. No cap. Three times if you make the comparison between like London and San Francisco. I think the sad part is just the general cost of goods. Kind of got out of control. I used to work as a developer, so I am a computer games design graduate, former blue chip software developer. But I actually haven't opened any sort of programming software. I guess I've done like some light CSS or whatever, but like proper programming I haven't done in 8 years? Almost 8 years. This is 7, to be more accurate. Alright. Blitz time. Kiljardi, not really a man known for his patience, and I imagine he's feeling a bit impatient after that hour-long game. Break through the wall, and march into the base here. Fortai getting ready to deploy. He needs to stop that from happening. This is big. If it goes up, doesn't get the Musafadi in position. Gold now to be idled out. Maneuver speed arrow is going to get activated. That's going to be a chase down. He's going to have to defend this. He's at least going to be outrange the Kurotai, so maybe a fight that Dimmu could take. But the veterancy of the archers is already in, and Dimmu hasn't even got the resources to go castle. Kiljardi's got him bent over a barrel right now. This is bad. Dimmu technically could afford the tech up, but would not have much gold to work with. He needs to sort the food as well on top of that. And also, he's probably feeling like he needs to eat more cow just to feel good. He's rushing berries to try and remain competitive here. An attempt to poke at the Kurotai, but the damage not really substantial. And love this from Kiljardi. The gaps in the fights, right? Allows him to rejuvenate the injured. Allows him to get paid with the bounty. Just puts him economically further ahead. Man, this is an uncomfortable game. I can't believe the way he doubled down after that opening. I mean, that opening, for most Malian players, seeing what happened to Kiljardi there, I imagine something along the lines of Dimmu saying, oh, this is easy. Not that he's insulting the player. He knows Kiljardi's very talented, but we've seen so often when that initial rush fails, Mongols are a ghost of a Civ. They don't exist. They feel irrelevant. It makes you feel like you could have picked any other Civ and felt better. But that double down, the balls on this man in an elimination game. Just whip that out last second like that was crazy. Now, he's starting to reach the economy. The push is becoming more permanent. The house is going to be targeted. Oh, this is so painful, man. You're just paying your opponent to come into your home. It's like someone has come in and vandalized your house, and you're literally paying them. Payday is crazy. The amount of burn power here. It's like 2 torch throws, and he gets paid 50 resources. I mean, at this stage, it's totally worth going for the improved bounty system. 350 resources, it would have paid for itself twice over by now. Instead, he just wants to keep the Zerg pump going. Grand Fulani now on the way. Textiles as well. Dimmu is very paranoid about a dive here, and he should be. There's not much to stop his opponent walking the Kurotai up here and diving. Oh, actually, there is something stopping him. He loves money. Food and gold for days. Love the way that Kiljardi's played the map as well. Just tapping it fully, right? This has saved him so much resource because he didn't go pastures. Just play berries, boar, anything you find, living off the land. Kurotai just keeps freely being able to move closer and closer here. Tech up's complete. However, no. The veterancy, I don't think it's going to be quick enough here. Oh, hold on a sec. Kiljardi dives instead. He sees the villagers. He comes from both sides. Ironically, the Malians are now the nomadic people. Well, they better be as rich as history told us, because they need to buy safety and solace in someone else's kingdom. And he has hit pay dirt here. Kiljardi, armor arrow does get activated. The veterancy came through for Dimmu. It's stand your ground or die. The villagers aren't even working right now. Donzo count. And still 16 of them. In theory, good enough. Kurotai isn't here, but the second wave of archers is coming through. They were actually on the pit mine. They're going to find the workers. The fight looks like it's going to be an even exchange. Both of them grounded down to 0, but the difference is this second group of archers. Second wave coming in. It's just going to keep hunting him till the ends of the earth. Tail end of this fight. It's only javelins left over. What an insane series. I mean, that game too. A slog to even get the win on the board. Kind of the pattern there, right? Dimmu game go very long. Kiljardi game very quick. Game 1, pre-20 minutes, really done. Beer finished at what, 21? Pre-20 minutes in this one. Looks done. That means that Kiljardi will be the second person through semi-finals we're going to see here so far today. A big shout out to Caladian, the Prime resub. Remember, guys, get those subs in at the start of the month. You have to manually use them every single month, and definitely the place to do so if you like midweek tournament action, because we got you covered every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. A wonderful start to the week this has been. Absolute treat of a set. Dimu is just trying to see if he can out-finesse with Micro, but Kiljardi's got his A-click on. Won't really be denied at this stage. So Dimu, another week where the results stop him from getting too deep. This time, a more expected outcome. Kiljardi with the 2-1 victory. Well played, Mr. Kiljardi. That was super sick, man. The double downer there. I mean, he had to do something creative, right? Otherwise, the game is lost. Like, you can't fail that initial rush and then just fall back like nothing happened. Bloody well played. Oh, man. So, that means, if I quickly update the brackets for you guys. So you can see the full picture. The rest of these series, at least up to semifinals, will be covered tomorrow. We'll figure out from there the most likely course of action, because tomorrow it means we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 series, which is a little bit light. But we might go for a long stream on Thursday, on Grand Finals Day. It really comes down to the availability of the players. So we'll play it by ear on what the players want to do. Sometimes it's a little bit more awkward because we have like Chinese players or we have Canadians, but this week it's all Europeans, right? So we might have a bit more flex, but cool if we could have both semis, grand finals. I think what we'll aim to do actually is we'll aim to do. Not a sec. Give me 1 second. Yeah, what we'll aim to do is have one semifinals tomorrow. So we'll do round of 16 Nano Voldemar's series quarterfinals. We'll do B Myriad, the other quarterfinals, and then we'll do one of the semifinals. And then what I'll organize on Thursday, because we're gonna have 8 hours of front page, is what I've been told. We will look to do the other semifinals there, grand finals there. But before that, before the semifinals begins, I'll see if we can organize some sort of show match and maybe a different type of show match afterwards, or we'll do maybe some like community games. We'll figure out something, because we'll basically have an 8-hour stream on that day, regardless. But sorry, I didn't even update the results like I said I was going to, did I? So yeah, Dimu, not able to make it any deeper. I believe that's all results updated. So yeah, fantastic. There you go, guys. So yeah, tomorrow, I think, let me look at the schedule, because some of these series are still to happen live. Do we have them scheduled? Blimey, there's a lot of talk actually in there right now. I have to have a look. Yeah. So tomorrow, I should be live by 1 UK time. And we'll look to get through Anatan, Dragavan, and Voldemar Scatterbrained. And then we should get into the winners of that live afterwards. Okay? And then we will take a ganders over at B Myriad, which will probably be like scheduled a little bit later in the day for live. And then... Oh, sorry. I just put Dimu instead of Kiljardi. My bad. Sorry. Then... I imagine a lot of the people remaining might be available early on Thursday, but if, for example, like Dragavan or Voldemar makes it through, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Me and Tune will talk to the players and we'll make sense of it as we get a little bit closer. But yeah, there's the results so far. So fit in the herd, baby. Wasn't Dimmer on Marlians just yet? Yeah, he just had the Marlin game. He just lost. So Kiljardi with the win. Share the CPU cooler? Ah, yes. And then what was the other comment? Crackety versus May grudge match? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and just have like an ability to listen in on the comms. So yeah, we have got... There you go. Whoopsie, knocked over my ball. So we've got Smash Bros on there. We went for the full red theme. So we'd have we've had a full red theme. We've had the blue theme. The blue theme is the one where I usually go for the Hom. Fits nicely. Then we've also had the green theme, which was really good with Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie, absolutely got a game. But yeah, really big shout out to sponsors once again, like AMD, Micron Crucial, Corsair, Gigabyte, Kingston, and of course Haven. If you guys want to check out what's in that PC build, we did just put a video up on YouTube going over the specs and giving my thoughts on whether it's worth it and what you should be looking for. Definitely give that video a check out. Make sure you watch through to the end so you get the full opinions. But, you know, TLDR is, I was really surprised by what we got out of this. But if you want to look at the parts as well, exclamation mark PC, you can have a look at the components. There's also a PC tab down in the Twitch panels that if you click it, it'll lead through. But yeah, absolutely brilliant PC. Loving it. So, let's have a look. I think that's caught up on chat. What we'll do now, guys, we'll get ready to raid through. So, reminder, tomorrow we will be live at 1 p.m. UK time, aka 2 p.m. CT. We'll be live by then, and we'll be going through the games. We'll be going through Anatan, Dragavan, Voldemort, Scatterbrained, and then quarterfinals afterwards. That plus be myriad, and then one of the semis. Okay, so all that should be happening tomorrow. And then, like I said, I'll figure out some sort of show matches we can do earlier in the day on Thursday into the KPMM. I think that'd be a really cool way to go. But I'm going to say bye to you.